14185 Dallas Parkway. Call us at 233-0313. When you're ready to talk Mercedes-Benz.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
Now, how on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Oh, far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. Then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
A commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, son. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. Mm-hmm. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane.
No.
A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I am wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What does that have? Oh, yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. A man on the beat saw a light there about 2 a.m, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman, well dressed and having cards in his pocket, bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes, if you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to have been giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon. Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. The pavement. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes, that is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, son? I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house. If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With 2 such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Oh, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Well, of course, it's your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Well, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher. Hello? What's that?
Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring.
Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away.
Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device.
Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and 2 letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial.
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Gregson, I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls.
Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it?
Look here, on this wall. Now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that.
What does it say? I can't quite see.
R-A-C-H-E. Rach?
What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Hey, why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece?
Yeah.
It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall.
And what does it mean now that you have found it?
Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance.
Rance?
You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade. Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming home.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb. Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those two individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the trichinopolis are gone.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure, though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German.
Oh.
If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you will come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What of it, who wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents. Thank you. Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Thank you. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. At 1 o'clock it began to rain. And I met Harry Murchell as the Holland Grove being. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly
The glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them two houses in Lauriston Garden was empty. On account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So, I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected that something was wrong. When I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times, and you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer for that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and two more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that coat. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, some such stuff. He couldn't stand for less help.
What sort of a man was he?
Uncommon drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
Oh, I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up, me and Murcher between us. He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, he didn't have to do that looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force.
Oh?
That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell
There's
you...
no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, get it?
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all.
Me?
I might not have gone but for you, and so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life, and our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. What's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair's upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces of my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I dozed off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor. Oh. It's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement.
What?
I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair.
Where?
In the found column.
Ah,
there.
yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
I say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time.
Yeah.
After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found.
Yes.
His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I've my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner.
That was part one of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the second episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
A Study in Scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused, as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring which had been found near the body.
Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Oh, well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Good evening. Oh, Dr. Watson, yes. Will you just follow me? Oh, dear.
Come in. Yes, my good woman.
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper, a gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes,
Give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to it. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address, but I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though.
What?
When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing her?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes, well.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are certainly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Ah, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this fourth egg.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst. And departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform. Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there, or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There you are. He met his fate are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson will be sure to score.
Well, that depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars. We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I had no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Stangerson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been traveling on the continent.
Yes.
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar, and worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter, and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she's too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish?
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, alas, in less than an hour there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess. Oh.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him, but he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. Well, what happened then, I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madam Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey, and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
Of course, after that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber." We said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, they may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier... Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I'm afraid he won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh?
Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair.
Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson?
I've just come from Stangerson's room.
Ah.
We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber.
Was?
A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well.
I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. The question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
So it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether a Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes? Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Cool. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
You're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the soldiers with.
Yeah, but, sir, I
Get
think...
back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Gov. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache. written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it.
Great heaven. Get on with the details, Lestrade.
Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows of the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work. And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these two crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What? At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link. My case is complete.
Oh, but just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts, from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station up to the discovery of Stangerson's body, as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely so. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier, which has been bad so long, and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, very well, Holmes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Here you are.
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
There we are. Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer.
That was part 2 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Cabby! Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the final episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard had been crowing over his colleague Lestrade. While he, Gregson, had acted so decisively in arresting young Arthur Charpentier for the murder of Enoch Drebber, Lestrade, with the mere duty of questioning Stangerson, the dead man's secretary, had returned to 221B Baker Street with failure written all over his face. But then Holmes and I had been as astonished as Gregson to hear that he had found Stangerson murdered too. Lestrade had brought a box containing 2 pills, which he had found near the body. Exclaiming that at last his case was complete, Holmes wasted no time in feeding one to the poor aging dog which our landlady had asked us that morning to have destroyed. To his dismay, the effect was nil. With his whole case hanging upon the consequences, Holmes proceeded to grind the only remaining pill into some milk and watched anxiously as the dog drank.
Poor old chap.
It worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the 2 pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you...
Sir, please, sir.
What the...
Yes, Wiggins?
I got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find a man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, it's not been used for so long, these buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right, sir.
What's that?
No, keep still.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest... I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it. If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here, on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. It has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
Do you consider there is immediate danger?
Most certainly there is.
In that case, it's clearly our duty in the interest of justice to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade?
All right.
I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready.
Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. well, you'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Rebel.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped a key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open, and two men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl.
Get your hands off me.
If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby!
Yes, Governor?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pill boxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep. Come on there. Come on, wake up. Wake up, I say.
What's the matter?
It's time to get out.
All right, Cabby.
Now, you better follow me, sir.
Is this the hotel? Halliday's?
Oh, come along there, sir. I'll help you.
It's infernally dark. Say, what kind of a hotel is this?
We'll soon have a light. Just like this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I?
Who? What do you mean? I don't... No. No.
Yes, you dog. I have hunted you from Salt Lake City to St. Petersburg, and you've always escaped me. But now your wanderings have come to an end.
No. Keep away from me.
What do you think of poor Lucy Ferrier now? Punishment has been slow in coming, but it has overtaken you at last.
Would you murder me?
Who talks of murdering a mad dog? What mercy had you upon my poor darling when you dragged her from his slaughtered father and bore her away?
Wasn't I killed her father?
But it was you who broke her innocent heart. Let the high God judge between us. You see this box?
What is it? What are they?
They're just a couple of pills. Choose and eat. There is death in one and life in the other. I shall take what you leave. Let us see if there is justice upon the earth, or if we are ruled by chance.
Poisoned? You're mad. I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will, with my knife at your throat. Choose and eat. This way, you have a 50-50 chance. If you don't take it, it'll be my knife and no chance for you at all.
Very well. I'll eat.
Now, I'll take the other, and we shall see.
It doesn't taste. You've got it. You must... You...
I turned him over with my foot and placed my hand upon his heart. There was no movement. He was dead. The pulses in my temples were beating like sledgehammers, and I believe I would have had a fit of some sort if the blood had not gushed from my nose and relieved me. I remembered a German being found in New York with rash written up above him, and it was argued that the secret societies must have done it. I guessed that what puzzled the New Yorkers would puzzle Londoners, so I dipped my finger in my own blood and printed it on the wall. And then I walked down to my cab. I had driven some distance when I put my hand into the pocket in which I usually kept Lucy's ring and found it was not there. It was the only memento I had of her. Thinking that I might have dropped it when I stooped over Drebber's body, I drove back, and leaving my cab on a side street, I went boldly up to the house. I walked right into the arms of a police officer who was coming out. I managed to fool him by pretending to be hopelessly drunk, but I had to go away without that ring.
So much for Drebber, then. How about Stangerson?
Oh, I knew that he was staying at Halliday's hotel. Early next morning, I took advantage of some ladders which were lying in the lane behind the hotel, and so made my way into his room in the gray of the dawn. I woke him up and told him he was to answer for the life he had taken so long before. I gave him the same choice of poisoned pills. But he sprang from his bed and flew at my throat. In self-defense, I stabbed him to the heart.
I see. You got all that, Mr. Lestrade?
Every word.
Well, is there anything you'd like to ask Mr. Holmes?
There's only one point on which I should like a little more information. Who was your accomplice who came for the ring which I advertised?
Oh, I can tell you my own secrets, but I don't get other people into trouble. He had no hand in the deaths of those two men and knows nothing of them.
I think we can accept the truth of that, Gregson.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But now, gentlemen, the forms of the law must be complied with. On Thursday, the prisoner will be brought before the magistrates, and your attendance will be required.
That's understood, Inspector.
Until then, I will be responsible for him. Come along, if you please, Mr. Lestrade. We may as well use his own cab, but I'm afraid we can hardly let him drive it. You'll have to oblige.
Well, never mind. At least I can drive a cab. Come along, Hope. Let's be moving.
My dear Watson, Gregson and Lestrade will be furious about his death.
Well, it was better for the poor devil to die in his cell than on the scaffold. His life was hanging by a thread.
I fancy they won't see it that way. Where will their grand advertisement be now?
How they must have been looking forward to the trial. I must admit it would have been pretty interesting.
Never mind. I wouldn't have missed the investigation for anything. There's been no better case within my recollection. Simple as it was.
Simple?
Now, let me see if I can make it clearer. Now, this was a case in which you were given the result and had to find everything else for yourself. I approached the house with my mind entirely free from all impressions. I began by examining the roadway, and there, as I've already explained to you, I saw clearly the marks of a cab, which, as I ascertained by inquiry, must have been there during the night.
Yes, but just a moment. How could you know it was a cab and not a private carriage?
By the narrow gauge of the wheels. The ordinary London growler is considerably less wide than a gentleman's brougham. I then walked slowly down the garden path, which happened to be composed of a clay soil peculiarly suitable for taking impressions. There's no branch of detective science which is so important and so much neglected as the art of tracing footsteps. I saw the heavy footmarks of the constables, but I saw also the track of the two men who had first passed through the garden. It was easy to tell that they had been before the others, because in places their marks had been entirely obliterated by the others coming upon the top of them. In this way, my second link was formed, which told me that the nocturnal visitors were two in number. One remarkable for his height, as I calculated from the length of his stride, and the other fashionably dressed, to judge from the small and elegant impression left by his boots.
What next?
On entering the house, this last inference was confirmed. My well-booted man lay dead before me. The taller one, then, had done the murder, if murder there was. Having sniffed the dead man's lips, I detected a slightly sour smell, and I came to the conclusion that he'd been poisoned. I argued from the hatred and fear expressed upon his face that the poison had been forced upon him. And now came the great question as to the reason why. Robbery had not been the object of the murder, for nothing was taken. Political assassins, on the other hand, are only too glad to do their work and to fly. This murder had been done most deliberately, and the perpetrator had left his tracks all over the room.
And the inscription on the wall?
Was too obviously a blind. No, it must have been a private wrong, and not a political one, which called for such a methodical revenge. I was inclined from the first to suspect that a woman was in some way connected with it.
And finding the wedding ring...
That settled the question. However, I proceeded to make a careful examination of the room, which confirmed me in my opinion as to the murderer's height and furnished me with the additional details as to the Trichinopoly cigar. I had already come to the conclusion, since there were no signs of a struggle, that the blood which covered the floor had burst from the murderer's nose in his excitement. I could see that the track of blood coincided with the track of his feet. Now, as a medical man, Watson, you will agree that it is seldom that any man breaks out in such a way through emotion unless he's very full-blooded.
Yes, quite true.
So I hazarded the opinion that the criminal was a robust and ruddy-faced man.
Yes, indeed he was.
Quite so. Now, you will remember that I ascertained that when Greggs, he had not inquired as to any particular point which might appear to be critical.
Yes.
Well, having left the house, I telegraphed to the head of the police of Cleveland, limiting my inquiry of the circumstances connected with the marriage of Enoch J. Drebber.
Yes.
The answer was conclusive. It told me that Drebber had already applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope, and that this same Hope was at present in Europe. I knew now that I held the clue to the mystery in my hand, and all that remained was to secure the murderer.
All that remained?
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I had already determined in my own mind that the man who had walked into the house with Drebber was none other than the man who had driven the cab. The marks in the road showed me that the horse had wandered on in a way which would have been impossible had there been anyone in charge of it. Where then could the driver be unless he were inside the house? And, my dear Watson, supposing one man wished to dog another through London, what better means could he adopt than to turn cab driver?
So you came to the conclusion that Jefferson Hope was to be found among the Jarvis of the metropolis. Oh, it's brilliant. It's quite brilliant.
Thank you, Watson.
But what made you assume that having achieved his object, Jefferson Hope would go on being a cabbie?
Why, he would have been foolish not to. Any sudden change on his part might have drawn attention to himself. I therefore organized my street Arab detective corps and sent them systematically to every cab proprietor in London until they ferreted out the man I wanted.
Well, they certainly succeeded. But, Holmes, how about the murder of the other man, Stangerson?
Ah, that incident was entirely unexpected. Through it, I came into possession of the pills, the existence of which I had already surmised. You see, the whole thing is a chain of logical sequences without a break or flaw.
It's wonderful. It's remarkable. You should be publicly recognized for this, Holmes.
Oh.
You should publish an account of the case.
Oh, no.
Well, if you won't, I'll do it for you. I have all the facts in my journal. The public shall know them.
You may do what you like, Doctor.
Hello?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
The echo's just come, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just throw it down there, Mrs. Hudson. I'll look at it later.
No, I'll have it, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Thank you.
Shall you be in to lunch, gentlemen?
I fancy we shall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I say, listen to this, Holmes. The public have lost a sensational treat through the sudden death of the man Hope, who was suspected of the murders of Mr. Enoch Drebber and Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The details of the case will probably never now be known, though we are informed upon good authority that the crimes were the result of an old-standing and romantic feud. If the case has no other effect, it at least brings out in the most striking manner the efficiency of our detective police force. It is an open secret that the credit for this smart capture belongs entirely to the well-known Scotland Yard officials, Messrs. Gregson and Lestrade. It is expected that a testimonial of some sort will be presented to these two officers as a fitting recognition of their services. Well, Holmes, what about that?
Didn't I tell you so when we started, Watson? That's the result of all our study in Scarlet. To get them a testimonial.
That was part 3 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Inspector Gregson by Humphrey Morton, Inspector Lestrade by Godfrey Kenton, and Jefferson Hope by Stuart Nichol. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright. A drama guide giving important factual and background material relating to each of the 28 great plays on this series is available as a listener's aid at the cost price of 25 cents. Coin or money order to be sent in care of Great Plays, Columbia University Press, New York City.
Today's great play is Peer Gynt by Henrik Ibsen, perhaps the greatest drama of the last century. It is a story of the conflict of the human soul with the dark forces within itself and the outside world. The great Norwegian poet Ibsen has symbolized these forces by the terrible shapes of beings from the underworld which keep man from himself, his loved ones, and follow him throughout his days. It was from this theme that a fellow Norwegian, Edward Grieg, found inspiration for the music of his Peer Gynt suite. The play opens on a wooded hillside in the mountains of Norway. An old mill shed stands close by Peer Gynt's home, towards which Peer, a strongly built youth, is approaching. He is followed by his mother, Uza, who is scolding him angrily.
I was riding through the air on the back of a reindeer.
Peer, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you devil storyteller. Cross of Christ, how you can lie, riding breakneck through the air on the back of a reindeer. All this tale you foist upon me, I remember now. I knew it when I was a girl of 20.
History repeats itself.
Peer, you're lost and ever will be.
Darling, pretty little mother, now don't be cross, be happy.
Silence. Could I, if I would be happy, with a pig like you for son? Think you how bitter I must find it. I, a poor, defenseless widow, ever to be put to shame. How much have we now remaining from your grandsire's days of glory? Where are now the sacks of coin left behind by Rasmus Gynt? Your father lent them wings, lavished them abroad like sand, buying land in every parish. Where is all the wealth he wasted?
Where are the snows of yesteryear?
Silence before your mother. See the farmhouse. Every second window pane is stopped with dish spouts. Hedges, fences, all are down. Beasts exposed to wind and weather, fields and meadows lying fallow.
Come now, stop this old wife talk. Our luck may turn.
Oh, God help me, Smalls, the prophet you have been to me, you scamp. Shaming me in all directions, fighting with the worst rapscallions.
Oh, let me be.
You'll bring me with your doings to the grave.
Oh, you're worth a better fate, Mother. Little, ugly, dear old mother, you may safely trust my word. All the parish shall exalt you. Only wait until I have done something really grand.
You...
Who knows what may befall one?
Would that enough sense might befall you to down your own breeches.
I will be a king, an emperor.
Your tongue. You're as mad can be. And yet, it's true enough. Something might have come to you had you not been steeped forever in your lies and trash and moonshine. Had this girl was fond of you, you could have won her had you wooed her with a will.
Could I?
The old man's too feeble not to give his child her way. Ah, Peer, a golden girl with a farm, everything. Just think, had you set your mind upon it, you'd be a bridegroom now, instead of standing here so grimed and tattered.
Oh, come, we'll go a-wooing then.
Where?
At Hegstad.
Hegstad's way is barred to wooers.
How's that?
While in the Western Hills, you and Eyre were riding reindeer. Here, Moen's won the girl.
Oh, not good for nothing.
Aye, she's taking him for husband.
Wait here until I'm harnessed horse and wagon.
There are your pains. They are to be wed tomorrow.
Sure, I'll be there tonight. Come, Mother, jump. I'll carry you there in my arms.
Put me down.
Be my spokesman. Tell them Matt Moyne's good for nothing.
Put me down.
And tell them what a rare lad is Peer Gynt.
Find the character I'll give you. I'll tell them straight and plain.
Will you?
I won't stay my tongue till the old man sets his dog at you as though you were a tramp.
And I must go alone.
I'll come after you.
Mother dear, you haven't strength.
Strength? When I'm in such a rage, I could crush the rocks to powder. Put me down.
You'll promise then?
Nothing. I'll go to Hastead with you. They shall know you what you are.
And you'll even have to stay here where I put you. On our roof.
Get me down.
Dearest mother, pray.
Get me down this moment, Peer.
If I dared, be sure I would. Now remember, sit quite still. Don't sprawl and kick about.
Down.
Don't tug and tear the shingles, else it'll be the worse for you. Why, you might fall off. Don't kick. Give your blessing on my undertaking, mother, will you, eh?
I'll thrash you soundly.
Well, goodbye then, mother dear. Patience. I'll be back soon. Careful now. Don't kick and sprawl.
There. Oh, God help me. Now he's off. Reindeer rider.
Don't kick.
Liar. Will you listen? No. He's sliding over the meadow. Help! Oh, I'm dizzy. Help!
And now Peer Gynt enters the farmhouse at Eggstad, where the wedding revels are at their height. Here he meets Solveig for the first time. In his tattered clothes, he is jeered at by both men and girls.
Oh, let them chatter. After all, they can't sneer the life out of my body.
Just look at Peer Gynt there, the drunken swine.
What the devil? What do you want here?
We hadn't got over the Lunday spree yet.
You'd better be off.
I'm going, yes, but tell me, where have you dropped from, man? You've been gone 6 weeks.
I've been doing strange deeds, Locksmith.
Oh, let us hear 'em, Peer.
And not to you.
You coming to the wedding?
Yes.
Time was, they said, that the girl was fond of you.
You grimy crow.
Oh, keep your temper, Peer. Though Ingrid has jilted you, others are left. Come on to the feast.
Hell.
You'll surely find one that'll have you. Good evening, Peer. I'll give your respects to the bride.
For my part, may Ingrid of Hegstad go marry whomever she pleases. It's all one to me. My breeches are torn. I'm ragged and grimy. If only I had something new to put on. What was that? Who was it that tittered behind me there? I certainly thought that. Oh, there's no one. I'll go home to Mother. Playing a dance. How the lasses do swarm. 6 or 8 to a man. Oh, galloping death, I must join in the frolic.
Who invited in?
No one.
Hey, listen, girls. If he should speak to you, never take notice.
Oh, no, we'll pretend we don't even see him.
Which is the liveliest girl of the lot of you?
I am not.
You come along, then, for want of a better.
Haven't got time.
Well, then you.
I'm going home.
So early? Are you utterly out of your senses?
Look, here are some new folk coming.
The ones from the west?
Aye, the people from Haydow.
Aye, so they are.
That fine old man and his daughter?
Yeah, they're from the west and new here.
How fair she is. Did ever you see the like? Look down at her shoes and her snow-white apron. And when she held on to her mother's skirt folds, she carried a psalm book wrapped up in a kerchief. I must speak to that girl. Will you dance with me?
Yes.
Come then, Give me your hand.
We mustn't so far, Mother said.
Mother said. Were you born yesterday?
And now you're laughing.
Why, sure, you're almost a child. Are you grown up?
Yes.
Tell me your name, and then we'll talk easier.
My name is Solveig. And what are you called?
Peer Gynt.
Oh, heaven.
Why, what is it now?
Oh, my God, who's loose? I was tied up.
Here. Have some brandy?
Got any?
Well, I have a flask. Oh, how it stings your throat. Well, you want any?
Let me try it.
Now you must try mine as well, you know.
No.
Oh, nonsense. Now don't be a fool, Pear. Take a pull.
Well, then, give me a drop. Solveig. Oh, it's well that you've come. Now will I swing you round fast and fine.
Lose hold of me.
Why?
You're so wild.
The reindeer is wild, too, when summer is dawning. Come then, lass. Don't be wayward now.
No.
Why?
You've been drinking.
You're ashamed to, because I've the look of a tramp.
Oh, no. That's not true at all.
Yes, and I've taken a drop as well. But that was to spite you, because you'd hurt me. Come then.
Even if I would now, I can't.
Who are you frightened of?
Father most.
Father? Oh, he's one of the quiet ones, eh?
Let me go and see.
No. I could turn myself into a troll.
Oh.
If you should hear someone hissing and spitting, you mustn't imagine it's only the cat. It's me, lass.
Oh.
You must know I'm a werewolf at night. Dance with me, Solveig.
No, I dare not. Mother!
What is it, Pear? No luck with her?
You don't look very lucky yourself for a bridegroom.
Oh, Pear, help me. You who have such a way with girls.
What is it?
My bride has locked herself in the storehouse.
No.
She won't unlock the door.
Won't she?
I'll give you an ox if you help me.
All right. Then come.
Is that son of mine here? Now he's in for a drubbing. How heartily I will dang him.
Oh, that switch is too light for a carcass like his. Here, let me help you.
Where is he? Here.
Oh! I'm dead on the cross. Come, Mother. What's the matter? Oh, it's just fancy. Peregrine.
Here. Have they taken his life?
No, but Peregrine, look. There, on the hillside. With the bride.
The beast.
Why, he's clambering upwards, by God, like a goat, carrying the bride. He shouldered her as I might a pig.
My son. Would God you might fall and break. There, take care of your footing.
In the excitement of the wedding party, Pear has forgotten Solveig. In a spirit of deviltry, he has abducted the bride, Ingrid, and carried her off into the mountains. The following morning, we discover Ingrid and Pear on a narrow path up in the mountains. In the excitement of the wedding party, Pear has forgotten Solveig. In a spirit of deviltry, he has abducted the bride, Ingrid, and carried her off into the mountains. The following morning, we discover Ingrid and Pear on a narrow path up in the mountains.
Get out of my sight.
After this, Pear, where can I go?
What do I care?
Oh, false one.
Stop wailing. Each must go his own way. Devil take the tribe of women. All but one.
Who is that one?
Not you.
Who is it then?
Go whence you came. Off to your father.
Dearest, weeping.
Beast.
You cannot mean it surely what you are saying.
I can and do.
First to ruin, and then forsake me.
You were willing.
I was desperate.
So was I.
Dearly shall you pay for this. Is your purpose set?
Like flint.
We'll see then who is the winner.
Devils take the tribe of women.
All but one.
Yes, all but one. God. Well, let her go. The parish will be at my heels in a pack. Every man of them armed with gun or with club. Ah, this is right. To be hunted. Every limb grows as strong as a bear. To crush, overturn, to wrench the fir tree right up by the root. This is life. What is it? That far-off chiming. I hear it again and again. Oh, how my forehead throbbing. Tightening red-hot ring. I can't think who the devil is bounded around my head. There's a spot to rest. Up for the steepest hill with the bride and a whole day drunk. Yonder sail two brown eagles. Southward the wild geese fly. I'll fly too. I'll plunge myself in the fjord, that glorious christening font. Fair Gynt, thou art come of great things, and great things shall come of thee. I'm tired.
Is it true, all that you have dreamed?
True as my name is fair. As true as that you are a lovely woman. Who are you?
I am the green flag.
Will you have me? You'll see what a fine man I'll be. You shall eat all you want till you're ready to burst. I will never drag you about by the hair.
You'll beat me?
No. Can you think that I would? We king's sons never beat women.
You're a king.
Yes, and you?
I am the mountain king's daughter.
Are you? Well, what a coincidence.
Deep in the mountain, my father has his house.
My mother's is bigger, or I'm much mistaken.
Do you know my father? His name is King Broth.
You know my mother? Her name is Queen Oza.
Have you other garments besides those rays?
Ha! You should just see my Sunday clothes.
Oh, I say, now I see that we fit, you and I.
Like the leg of the breeches, the hair of the comb.
Bridal seed! Bridal seed! Come, bridal seed, mine!
What is the wild boar? Who are you that has come so gently?
I have told you. Mount, let's away to the hall of my father the king.
Hark away! Gee up! Gee up! My cart up high!
Ah, but lately I wandered and moped in pine. One can never tell what may happen to one.
One never can! Gee up! Gee up!
There appears in the hall of the Mountain King, crowded with gnomes and trolls.
A Christian man's son that deluded the Troll King's loveliest daughter. May I hack him on the fingers? May I get him by the hair? Let me bite him. Will he be boiled in the broth and frying? Then you roast him and spit him around in a stew pan. By the Skylands, the Troll King's
It's my daughter, then, you demand of me.
Your daughter and the realm to her dowry, yes.
Aye, but stop, my lad. You also have some undertaking to give. If you break even once, the whole pact is an end, and you'll never get away from here living. First of all, you must swear that you'll never give these dwarfs supplies in the outside world. Day you must shun, and eat sunlight spot.
Only call me king, and that's easy to keep.
And next, now for putting your wits to the test. What difference is there twixt trolls and men?
No difference at all, as it seems to me. Big trolls would roast you, and small trolls would claw you. Men do the same thing.
True enough. And yet, there is a difference all the same. Now, let me tell you wherein it lies. Out yonder, under the shining boss amongst men, the saying goes, man, be thyself. At home here with us, with the tribe of the trolls, the saying goes, troll to thyself be enough. Can you fathom the depth?
It strikes me as misty.
And next, you must throw off your Christian and God. Here all things are mountain-made, except the silk bow at the end of your tail.
I haven't a tail.
Then, of course, you must get one.
I'll be hanged if I do. Would you make me a thief?
Nay, my son, you mistake. I make you a mannerly wooer, no more.
Well, perhaps it's wisest to follow the fashion a bit. Tie away.
You're a tractable fellow, I see. We troll folk, thy son, are less black than we're fake. And now there's one more thing to do. This same human nature is a singular thing. It sticks to people so strangely long.
What will you do?
In your eyes first, I'll scratch you a bit till you see your eyes. But all that you see will seem fine and brave.
Are you drunk?
You must remember, your eyes are the fountains of the bitter and searing lie of tears.
But tell me, when will my sight heal up into human sight?
Nevermore, my friend.
Indeed? In that case, I'll take my leave.
What would you outside?
I would go my way.
Stop. It's easy to slip in here, but the king's gate never opens outward.
You wouldn't detain me by force, I hope.
Come now, just listen to reason, please, fair. And you'd fain be a troll?
Yes, I would for a while, sure enough. And I can put up with losing a good many things. But there is a limit to all things on earth. To live as a hill troll for all one's days, that is a thing I can never agree to.
You're making loon? Do you know who I am? First with my daughter, you make you free.
There you lie on your...
You must marry her.
Open the doors. Let me go.
I'll shoot to pieces on the rock wall, children.
We say owl and eagle face.
You say brave house and go I can. Yes, but please, I am worried and sleepy. Good night.
Let me be, devil's instinct.
Shut up, old Granny, so can't get out.
Let go, will you be?
Take him.
Oh, would I was small as a mouse.
Calvary, we have him. We have him.
Would that I were a mouse.
He's fallen. Now into his eyes.
Mother, help me or I die.
The mountain, Chesterton, the Black Fox Tower. Away, away, away.
Alice has disappeared. I must get through these bushes. I'll get free. But who laughed? Answer. Who are you?
Myself.
Clear the way.
Go round about here. The hills roomy enough.
Who are you?
Myself. Can you say the same?
I can say what I will, and my sword can smite. Mind yourself. King Saul slew hundreds. Herr Gint slew thousands. Who are you?
Myself.
That stupid reply you may spare. It doesn't clear up the matter. What are you?
The great boy. Go round about there.
No. Through. There he fell. Ha-ha! Are there more here?
The boy, Herr Gint. The one, only one. It's the boy that unwounded and the boy that was hurt. The boy that is dead and the boy that's alive.
Not dead. Not living. All slimy. Messy. Not so much as a shape. It's as bad as to battle in a cluster of hissing, half-wakened snakes. Oh, strike back at me, can't you?
The boy is not mad.
Strike!
The boy strike not.
Strike! You shall!
The great boy conquers but does not fight.
Oh, only something to fight with. But here there is nothing. Boy.
What is your will?
Use strength.
The great boy conquers without it.
What are those sounds? Like evil birds or witches all about me.
Comes he now, boy?
Aye, step by step.
All our sisters proud us gather here to the tryst. He totters, boy!
We have him.
Sisters, make haste!
Too dear the purchase one pays for life in such a heart-wasting hour.
Oh, he's there. He's fallen. Seize him, seize him!
Gone. The palace has disappeared. Oh, how weary I am. Have I slept? What wouldn't I give for a pickled herring? I must have been dreaming. There goes a child carrying a basket. Ah, child, are you there? What is it you want?
Solveig.
Solveig? It cannot be. Why, but it is. And you're not afraid to come near to me? You know where I was last night? Like a horsefly, the Troll King's daughter is after me.
Then it was well the church bells were but ringing.
Against not the lad the black ones can lure astray. What do you say? And your father?
In all of God's wide earth, I have none I can call either father or mother. I have loosed me from all of them.
Solveig, you fair one, and to come to me?
To you alone. You must be all to me, friend and consoler.
Solveig, let me look at you. Not too near. Only look at you. Oh, but you are bright and pure. Let me lift you. Oh, but you are fine and light. I will not soil you. With outstretched arms, I will hold you far out from me, lovely and warm one. Oh, who would have thought I could draw you to me? Ah, but I have longed for you, day long and night long.
Down below it was airless pain. One felt as though choked. That was partly what drove me in fear from the day. But here, with fir branches sighing o'erhead, all this stillness and song. I am here in my home.
And you know that, surely, for all your days?
The path I have trodden brings back nevermore.
You are mine, then. Go into the hut. I must go to fetch fur rich for fuel. Warm shall the fire be, and bright shall it shine. You shall sit softly and never be a cold.
Good morning, Père Lightfoot.
What is it? Who's there?
Old friends of yours, Père Gint.
You're mistaken, good woman. I never saw you nor that child before.
I was your friend once. I was when you promised such mighty fine things.
I promised? What devil's own nonsense is this?
You've forgotten the night when you drank with my sire. You've forgotten.
What's this that you prate of? When last did we meet?
When last we met was when first we met. Give your father a drink, child. He's thirsty, I'm sure.
Father? Why, you're drunk, woman. Do you call that misshapen
I
brat?
should think that you might well know the pig by its skin. But where are your eyes? Can't you see that he's all lame in his shank, just as you, too, are lame in your soul?
This long-legged urchin?
You forget he's a troll. He shut up a space.
Dare you ugly troll snout, father on me?
Oh, come now, Père. Get into as rude as an ox.
You troll witch with the snout of a pig.
Oh, Père, but if you would see me as fair as before, you have only to turn yonder girl out of doors. Drive her clean out of your sight and your mind. Oh, do but this, dear my love, and I'll soon lose my snout.
Be gone from it, troll witch.
I see if I do.
I'll split your skull
Just
open.
try if you dare. Oh, Père, again, I've no fear of blows. Be sure I'll return every day of the year when you're sitting with your girl on the fireside bench. When you're tender, dear Gint, with pets and caresses. I'll seat myself by you and ask for my share. She there and I will take you by turns. Farewell, dear my lad. You can marry tomorrow.
You nightmare of hell. Would you were as far?
And now we are near.
And all this.
For nothing but thoughts and desires. It is hard on you, Père.
It's worse for another. Solveig, my fairest.
Oh, I, 'tis the guiltless must not, said the devil. Remember, Père, we'll be with you to share your happiness.
The boy's head go roundabout. No one must hear. There fell my fine palace with crash and clatter. There's a wall around her whom I stood so near. Of a sudden all's ugly. My joy has grown old. Go to Solveig after this, so befouled and disgraced. Go to her with that troll rabble after me still. It's a holy day evening. For me to keep tryst, such as now I am, would be sacrilege.
Are you coming, Père?
Round about.
What?
You must wait, Solveig. It is dark, and I've got something heavy to fetch.
Wait. I'll help you. We'll share the burden.
No. Stay where you are. I must bear it alone.
But don't go too far, dear.
Be patient, my girl. Be my way long or short. You must wait.
Yes, I'll wait.
Round about. Round about.
Before setting out into the world, Père goes to bid his mother farewell. Rosa, anxiously awaiting the coming of her boy, lies ill in bed, her fingers nervously playing with the coverlet.
Lord, my God. Isn't he coming? The time drags so heavily on. I have no one to send with a message. And I've so much to say. If I only was certain I'd not been too strict with him.
Good evening, Mother.
Oh, the Lord give you gladness. You come then, my boy. I can depart in peace.
Depart? Where is it you think to go?
Alas, Père, the end is nearing. I have but a short time left.
See there now. I'm fleeing from trouble. I thought at least that here I'd be free. Are your hands and your feet cold, then?
Aye, Père. All will soon be o'er. When you see that my eyes are glazing, you must close them carefully. And then you must see to my coffin.
Oh, there's time yet to think of that.
Here you see the little label left. It's like them just...
Well, I know it was my fault. What's the use of reminding me?
No, that accursed liquor. From that all the mischief came. You know you had been drinking. And no one knows what he does.
Enough of the whole affair. Now, Mother, we'll chat together, but only of this and that. Forget what's awry and crooked, and all that is sharp and sore. Oh, I see now. The same old pussy. So she's alive then still.
She makes such a noise o' nights now. And you know what that bodes, my boy?
No. Now, we'll chat together. Are you thirsty? I'll fetch you water.
No.
Can you stretch you? The bed is short. Let me see. If I don't believe now it's the bed then I had when a boy. Do you mind, dear, how often in the evenings you sat at my bedside here and spread the fur coverlet o'er me and sang many a lilt and lay?
Mind you. Then we played sledges when your father was far abroad. The coverlet served for sledge apron and the floor for a nice beyond fog.
But the best of all, though, Mother, you mind that too. The best was the Fleetwood horses.
Think you that I forgot?
To the castle west of the moon and the castle east of the sun, the Soria Moria castle, the road ran both high and low. A stick that we found in the closet, for a whip shaft you made it serve.
Right proudly, I perched on the box seat.
You threw loose the reins and kept turning round as we traveled and asked me if I was cold. God bless you, ugly old mother. You were ever a kindly soul.
Oh.
What's hurting you now?
My back aches because of hard, bare board.
I'll support you. There now, you're lying soft. Spread o'er you the bed fur. Let me sit at your bedside here. There. Now we'll shorten the evening with many a lilt and lay.
There's spring from the closet the prayer book. I feel so uneasy in soul.
In Soria Moria Castle, the king and the prince give a feast. On the sledge cushions lie and rest you. I'll drive you there over the heath.
But, Père, am I invited?
Aye, that we are, both of us. Gee up! Will you stir yourself, black boy? Mother, you're not a cold.
Père, what is it that's ringing?
The glittering sledge bells, dear.
Oh, how hollow it's rumbling.
We're just driving over a fjord.
I'm afraid. What is that I hear? Rushing and sighing so strange and wild.
Sound of the pine trees, Mother and the hearth. If you but sit still.
Oh, there's a sparkling and gleaming afar now. When it comes, all that blaze of light.
From the castle's windows and doorways. Don't you hear? They're dancing.
This journey. It makes me weak and tired.
There's the castle rising before us. The drive will be over soon.
I lie back and close my eyes and trust me to you, my boy.
In the castle, they bustle and swarm to the gateway. Fair Gint and his mother are here. What say you, Master St. Peter? Shall mother not enter in? You may search a long time, I tell you, ere you find such an honor so. Myself, I don't want to speak of. I can turn at the castle gate. But her you shall honor and reverence, and make her at home always. Why, what makes your eyes so glassy? Mother, have you gone out of your wits? You mustn't lie there and stare so. Speak, Mother. It's I, your boy. Now the journey's done. Mother, for all of your days, I thank you. For beating and lullaby. But see, you must thank the driver. A last kiss. There. That was my driver's fare.
And so Peer Gynt fared forth into the world, poor, young, empty-handed. But the fates were kind. He prospered. By the time he was 50, he bore the name of Croesus amongst the Charleston spitters. His fortune was derived from selling idol images to China in the spring, and in the autumn outfitting Chinese missionaries with stockings, Bibles, rum, and rice. His wealth brought easy friends, and his wanderings curious adventures in strange places. Dallying in Egypt, among the Arabs in a desert oasis, he succumbed to the lures of the dark-eyed Anita.
The prophet has come! Make the flute to the drum! The prophet has come!
Dance, Anita, dance!
I thought I have slighted, I'm waiting ever thine. I'm waiting ever thine.
After a lifetime of wandering, old Peer Gynt returns to Norway, the hills of home and his youth. We find him wandering near a hut in the forest, where all these years Solveig has waited for his return. A strange old man meets him.
Well, old Gaffer.
Good evening, friend.
You seem to be in a hurry. Why? Where are you going?
To a grave feast.
Excuse me. Your name doesn't chance to be Peer?
Peer Gynt.
Well, that I call luck. It's precisely Peer Gynt I am sent for tonight.
You're sent for? What do you want?
Why, see here. I'm a button molder. You're to go into my ladle.
And what to do there?
To be melted up.
To be melted?
Your grave is dug, ready. Your coffin bespoke. But I have orders without delay, on Master's behalf, to fetch in your soul.
It can't be like this, without any warning.
It's an old tradition that burials and births to appoint in secret the day of the feast, with no warning at all to the guest of honor.
Aye, that's true. All my brains are poor.
You are, why, I told you, a button molder.
At least, give me time.
What good would that do you?
I'll use it to prove that I've been myself all the days of my life. And that's the question that's in dispute.
You prove it? And how?
Why, by vouchers and witnesses.
I'm sadly afraid Master will not accept them. You can cry. So be it. But remember, we meet at the next crossroads.
If I only knew where the crossroads are. The earth burns beneath me like red-hot iron. What's that shining yonder?
Only a light from a hut.
And that wailing sound.
But a woman singing.
That voice. The voice of Solveig. Yes. It's Solveig. There I'll find one who'll vouch for me. In all the world, she alone has faith in me. Solveig! Solveig!
He is here. He is here. Oh, to God be the praise.
Hast thou doom for a sinner? Then speak it forth. Cry out all my sins and my trespasses.
In naught hast thou sinned, O my own only boy.
The sinless Peer Gynt.
Cry aloud my crime.
Thou hast made all my life as a beautiful song. Blessed be thou that at last thou hast come. Blessed, thrice blessed are which can mourn meeting.
I am lost.
He is one that rules all things.
Lost. Unless thou can answer riddles.
Canst thou tell me where Peer Gynt has been since we parted?
Has been?
With his destiny seal on his brow. Canst thou tell me? If not, I must go down to the mist-shrouded region.
Oh, that riddle is easy.
Then tell me what thou knowest. Where was I? As myself, as the whole man, the true man. Where was I? With God's seal upon my brow.
In my faith, in my hope, and in my love.
What sayest thou? Peace. These are juggling words. Thou art mother thyself to the boy in thy heart.
Aye, that I am. But who is his father? Surely he that forgives at the mother's prayer.
My mother, my wife. Oh, thou innocent woman, in thy love, oh, there hide me, hide me, hide me. Crossroad again. Yeah. And then we'll see whether... I say no more.
I will cradle thee. I will wash thee. Sleep and dream thou, dear my boy.
And so closes Peer Gynt by Henry Gibson, with music from the Peer Gynt suite by Edvard Grieg and conducted by Joseph Hanti. The Great Plays series is a public service feature of the National Broadcasting Company. A drama guide giving complete background material for the great plays by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience at the cost of 25 cents. Send coin or money orders to Columbia University Press in care of Great Plays, Columbia University Press, New York City. Consult your local library for reading material on the remaining great plays of the series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a change in the order of the plays is to be noted. Sunday, February 18th, The Playboy of the Western World by Synge. Sunday, February 25th, The Pirates of Penzance by Gilbert and Sullivan. Sunday, April the 7th, Pélias and Mélisande by Maurice Mételis. Now, except for the above alterations, the order of plays remains unchanged. The cast of today's play was as follows. Peer Gynt, William S. Rainey. Oza, Florence Malone. Solveig, Irene Wicker. Oslocta Smith, Richard Gordon. Bridegroom, Burford Hamden. The Mountain King, William Shelley. The Green-Clad One, Barbara Lee. Ingrid, Lily Valenti. The Troll, Junius Mackey. The Button Molder, Richard Gordon. The Boig, Horace Graham. An old man, Harry Neville. A lad, Peter Dunn. The narrator was Alfred Sherman. And Peer Gynt was adapted for radio by Charles Warburton. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Section 9 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1919 to 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1919 to 1920, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the religion of the reindeer. If I take a convenient text from the attractive opening pages of Mr. Wells' World History, it will not be mistaken, I hope, for an unjust generalization from the first chapters in absence of the last. Indeed, the only generalization I might venture to make is that these interesting chapters ought to be the last chapters, not the first. Every word of them should be published, and every word of them should be read. But in a sense I should find them more convincing as a fascinating appendix than as a formal preface. If I could imagine myself capable of writing so learned and many-sided a work at all, I think I should have put planets and protoplasm and primitive men into the story of the 19th century. Whether or no these things, or some of them, were the great events of the Ice Age or the Stone Age, they were certainly the great events of our own age, or of the age of our aunts and uncles. In short, I should introduce Darwinism with Darwin, as I should introduce Calvinism with Calvin. Elements of predestination, elements of evolution, are indeed as old as the world, but it was these definite departures alone that made them the first principle and foundation of the world. Thus the geological eons of the agnostics could be treated like the livelier eons of the Gnostics. That is, they could be treated as the hypotheses of a highly interesting set of men. Mr. Wells might well have waited till he was past the French Revolution and the first industrial movements, and then told us of that group of very great men whose scientific labors were the glory of the Victorian age, and who advanced, like Calvin and the Gnostics, one very striking theory of the genesis of things. Then we could have had all the mammoths and the megaliths just the same. Then we could have wallowed in the primeval slime, with all the pleasure I have just felt in reading his first pages. But the missing link could go with the devil and the demiurge, and other religious figures in perfect religious equality. Let it be noted that I say that the missing link can go with the devil, and not what a more hasty reader might happen to think I said. Mr. Wells might well conclude that chapter, but that modesty would probably prevent him, by saying that none was greater in that great scientific century than one whom it produced before its close, a prose poet of science whose fictions were so imaginatively true that they might as well be as immortal as fairy tales when all their facts had been shown to be falsehoods. But as it happens, I am only taking an accidental example of something of which Mr. Wells can by no means be exhibited as an awful example. On the contrary, he is in this, as in many things, refreshingly free from the extreme faults of his school. I mean that deadly denial of the brotherhood of men, which has made many materialists exult indecently in the alleged filth and degradation and deformity of the first men of the earth. For it is at least as necessary to have a sense of human equality about the prehistoric as about the proletarian. I believe that this was simply one of the bad habits of black industrialism, and that its motive was brutally reactionary. Men were taught so much about slow evolution that they might be patient with equally slow progress. They were told that their fathers were covered with hair, that they might be the less surprised at being covered with rags. And they were assured that primitive man always ate his grandmother to reconcile them to the experience of not having much else to eat. Mr. Wells' first chapters are an agreeable and honorable change from the tone of the first anthropologists about the first anthropoids. They had to blacken the past very much to make it blacker than the present. He throws upon the past something of that quickening sunlight of imagination that he often throws upon the future. When he says that a primitive man was too intelligent and too like ourselves not to have a language, we can feel the change from the cheap science that made him so stupid and so unlike ourselves as hardly to have a head on his shoulders. If, therefore, I find something to criticize in his version of primitive evolution, I'm taking the thing at its best and not its worst. And I think that even in this, its finest form, there is something to criticize. It seems to me that the guesses about the prehistoric make it out much too historic. I mean that even when they have imagination and sympathy instead of dullness and disgust, they still have not enough data. For instance, it is part of Mr. Wells' purpose to show that religion was, as he expresses it, a growth. Indeed, religion was, as he explains it, a growth from quite scattered and separate seeds, like trees with different roots, entangled at the top, a bewilderment about dreams, a fear of the tribal chief, here familiarly called the old man, an accidental discovery of grain, a doubt whether the dead were really dead. These separate and intrinsically secular things came together and somehow formed the spiritual thing we know. I may remark here that this explanation strikes me as very unconvincing as a matter of mere psychology. That motley material accidents should make up an ultimately indivisible idea seems much less likely than the old story, that a mystical tradition lingered long after some mystical event. I might be surprised to learn that our distant descendants will develop some entirely new emotion, inconceivable to us, but so urgent to them that they will break their hearts as for a love affair, or fall fighting as for a flag. But I should not only be surprised, but somewhat skeptical, if I were told that this simple enthusiasm will be developed by combining commonplace and utterly different things of our own day, that it will be a mixture of the hurry to catch a train, the pleasure of smoking a good cigar, the difficulty of learning the foxtrot, and the difference between butter and margarine. I do not see why these things should combine into one emotion. And I do not think they will. Nor do I think it of the primitive material accidents, if they were only material accidents. Surely it is much more consonant to common sense to suppose that there was already a mystical sentiment, and that in the light of that, dreams seemed marvelous, and the dead immortal, and the deeds of men weighted with doom. But the point that took my attention was this, that in connection with this general idea of the slow growth of religion, Mr. Wells suggests that the primitive men for whose spirited drawings of reindeers and other animals he expresses a refreshing regard, do not seem to have had any particular religious feelings. This is what I mean by the best anthropology being curiously dogmatic with curiously inadequate data. It is apparently based upon nothing better than the impression that the figure of the reindeer is frankly and fearlessly drawn, and that there is none among these figures than can be identified as a religious symbol. I can hardly imagine fainter evidence, or a thinner thread of argument, than this which reconstructs the very inmost moods of the prehistoric mind, from the fact that somebody who has left a few drawings on a rock, from what motive we do not know, for what purpose we do not know, acting under what customs and conventions we do not know, happened to find it easier to draw a reindeer than to draw his own dream of spiritual perfection. He might have drawn a reindeer because it was his religious symbol. Even more probably, he might have drawn it because it was not his religious symbol. He might have drawn everything except his religious symbol. In any case, it is an amazing leap of logic to deduce that he had no religious symbol, and another to deduce even from the fact that he had no religious symbol the idea that he had no religion. There really is not evidence enough for any of these remote reconstructions. Even the most ignorant of us have the right to say so, when the reconstructionists actually give us the evidence that convinces them, and it fails signally to convince us. So far as the free draughtsmanship of the reindeer man suggests anything, it would rather suggest the opposite, not directly but indirectly, because a man intelligent enough to be an artist might well be intelligent enough to be a philosopher. Some slight interest in transcendental truth did not wholly enfeeble the fearless draughtsmanship of Michelangelo or of Blake. End of section 9.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
Well, we bring you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, two love stories. The first, a family portrait. And if you've ever watched the kind of old couple that holds hands during a band concert, if you've ever listened to the affectionate arguments held on the wide verandas of a certain sort of resort hotel where the old folks squeak in their rocking chairs and watch the sun go down over the world, you'll recognize, I think, and welcome this hero and this heroine. The author had the sharpest pair of ears in his century, which is ours. His name is Ring Lardner. and his loving record of a holiday in Florida, part one of our broadcast. It's called Golden Honeymoon. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop, but I tell her, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want us, we should use them?
He didn't give them to us to say the same things over and over.
Well, Mother, when people is like you and I, and been married 50 years, you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? Well, it may be new to others, as ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have.
You can bet they ain't, as there couldn't nobody else stand you that long.
Well, you look pretty healthy.
Maybe I do. I looked even healthier before I married you.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Yes, sir. We was married 50 years ago last January. Come mighty near getting a divorce in February. My daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help celebrate the golden wedding, and Edie, that's my daughter, says she didn't know why we stayed up here in the cold. Why didn't go to Florida for the winter? Well, make a long story short, we decided to do it. We left on the 12th of January at 3:23 p.m. Mother sat facing the front of the train as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me. We reached Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., Baltimore at 6:30, and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. We laid over there a couple hours. I went for a stroll, come back, found Mother scared stiff. She thought I'd got left behind. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train.
Yes, you would. With me having all the money?
Well, we're in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the U.S. Treasury. After another day and night, we got into St. Petersburg, Florida at 8:20 a.m. You'd think there was a riot.
That's me. Bus right to the best hotel. Step right in, every room with the bath. None better than a Fun City Hotel. None better. There you are. Just like a key. Room with a view. Step right in, none better.
Well, it's a good thing we've got a place picked out to go to.
Why?
Well, it'll be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best.
Bus right to the best hotel. None better than a Fun City Hotel.
We went to the address that my son-in-law gave us and introduced ourselves to the lady that owned the house. She was a young widow of about 48 years of age.
This would be your room. It's nice and airy. And you have your own washstand.
How much is the bad news?
$12 a week.
I guess I will survive the shock.
Don't pay no attention to Pa. He's always getting spry around a pretty woman. Makes him feel like a young man of 60 again.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Well, $12 a week ain't much, and we was only 3 blocks away from Williams Park. That's some place, that park. There's a big bandstand and chairs for folks to sit and listen to the concerts, and all around there's places for games, chess, checkers, badminton, horseshoes, whole shebang. Mother and me bought a membership in the club. Cost $1 for the season. Mother listens to the band, as she is a sucker for music. And, me, I played checkers. About eating. We found a nice cafeteria and ate most of our meals there. Averaged about $2 a day for the two of us, but the food was good and everything was nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd of February, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel. It was Mother's birthday. We had sirloin steak.
It don't look very...
For 5 cents.
Looks hardly big enough for one.
Well, I guess a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we'd be in the poorhouse.
Oh, because if every day was my birthday, I don't know enough by this.
You can't get ahead of my mother there. And things went along quiet like this till one day at the park, I was playing checkers and Mother was listening to the band concert. And the woman next to her opened up a conversation.
Nice music, isn't it?
Yes, I enjoy it.
Where are you from?
Jersey City. And you?
I'm Mrs. Frank M. Hudson of Hillsdale, Michigan. Of course, I'm originally from Alabama.
Well, you could have knocked Mother over with a pigeon feather. Frank M. Hartzell was the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Well, 4 of us had dinner, and then we went up to our house, sat in the parlor. Mother was very apologetic.
Miss Hartzell, I'm scared you find it tiresome listening to we three talking over old times.
Oh, no, not at all. I've heard Frank talk quite a bit about his old friends, and so it seems as though I know most of them, although not quite so well as I know my own friends, of course.
Well, as it turned out, Mother didn't have no need to apologize. I have heard a lot of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I have ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Alabama and Michigan, and she would have been going yet if the clock hadn't broke.
The clock sounds like it's busted.
Either that or it's horrible late.
Well, we'll run along.
We'll see you again, won't we?
How about some cards tomorrow night? You play whist?
Oh, yes. Come to our place.
That's what we did. We played cards with him with Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Me and my partner certainly got the worst of it. All in all, we played about 10 times. There was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and me come out ahead. That night wasn't no fault of hers. Hartzell got to feeling pretty good about himself. But I took it out of him one morning in the park. He foolishly offered to play me checkers. Didn't have a chance. A crowd of folks who usually watched me play began to pass off remarks.
Whoever told you he was a checker player? You might maybe be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers.
I almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of games. But the crowd would have noted it was a put-up job. Of course, women folks joined us after the massacre, and I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Well, Charlie and I had a little game of checkers, but I'm no match for him. Not me.
Well, checkers ain't much of a game anyway. It's more of a children's game, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a children's game the way your husband plays it.
Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you.
Yes, I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes.
Well, I'd give him a chance to, and I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
Well, I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
You ain't never played it.
Now, Pa, just for that, you pitch horseshoes with Frank.
And you know, Hartzell was the luckiest pitcher I ever seen. He had some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short, and then schoonered up and was a ringer. There were some hard points in my horseshoes. Just when I was getting my distance, my thumb got to bleeding, so I had to quit. Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was. They wanted us to play cards again that night, but I was sick and tired of them, and I tried to get out of it.
What's the matter, Charlie? Afraid you'll get beat again?
I ought to tell him why we got beat.
I could never lose a game of cards if I always had Lucy for a partner.
Well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, and you wasn't man enough to keep her.
Well, you must have had something stronger than tea to make you talk that silly.
She was just trying to smooth things over. I was sorry the minute I said it. Hartzell, he didn't know what to say. And for once, his wife couldn't say nothing. We didn't see him again. As soon as we got to our room, Mother begun to scold me.
You'd ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking that way to Frank.
I guess he's such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wish you'd married him.
Well, at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has a few scratches.
Well, if he's so great, why didn't you marry him?
I almost wish I had.
I wish so, too.
I'll remember that.
That's the last word she said to me. For 2 days. Then we was in the park sitting on a bench. We made up while the band started up a nice walk.
Listen, Charlie. This is our golden honeymoon. We don't want the whole thing spoiled with a silly old quarrel.
Well, do you mean that about wishing you'd married Hartzell?
Of course not. That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too.
Well, I was just tired and wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years.
Yes, you have needed a woman with a great deal of intelligence and understanding and patience.
Like I said, he can't get ahead of Mother. That was Golden Honeymoon, a love story by Ring Lardner. Part the first of the Mercury Summer Theater's offering for this Friday. Part two is another love story. And Mercedes McCambridge is the heroine of both. But just for a minute now, here's Jim Amici advancing front and center to say a few brief words on the subject of tempers and temperatures.
Frankly, friends, it's mighty hard to keep in good temper these days of high temperatures, especially when your dealer can't come through with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. But please, we beg you, be kind to that kindly man behind the counter. He's doing his best, and so are we, in spite of the shortage, to get you your share of this truly great thirst quencher. And we can assure you that every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every drop will have that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling. So please keep asking your dealer for it. It's worthwhile asking for. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, if there's such a thing as a happy ending to a love story, Golden Honeymoon was it. We can't promise you as much for part two of this broadcast. Boy gets girl in every melodrama, and in the melodramas, boy and girl live happily ever after. But when love itself is the central theme, happy endings are rare indeed. And of all love stories, the most famous makes no break with this tradition. We bring you now with all possible pathos a few of its final and best-regarded scenes. We pick up this pair of star-crossed lovers. At the last moment, they are destined to enjoy together. He's been ordered into exile for the killing of a kinsman in a street brawl. And for a parting moment before banishment, he is stolen by night into a bedchamber. But now it is already dawn.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale, and not the lark, that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Oh, God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee as one dead, in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou look'st pale.
And trust me, love, in my eye, so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
You have recognized the words, but to ensure your memory of the plot, the lover now goes off to exile, and his lady, forced by her family into marriage with the young Count Paris, drinks a sleeping potion, that she may be taken for dead and laid away in a burial vault, where her true love may come and rescue her. He comes, as she had planned, but never learns that she is only sleeping. Having purchased poison, he takes it and breathes his last by her tomb. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
flattering truth of sleep. My dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's Lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh me, how sweet is love itself possessed, when but love's shadows are so rich in joy. News from Verona. How now, Balthazar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capo's monument.
Is it e'en so? Then I defy you, stars. Thou know'st my lodging. Get me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight. Get thee gone, and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight. Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight. Let's see for means. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts it dwells. Meager were his looks. Sharp misery had worn him to the bones. Noting his penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, here lives a caitiff wretch would sell it him, as I remember this should be the house. What ho! Apothecary!
Who calls?
Come hither, man. I see that thou art poor. Hold. There is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison.
Put this in any liquid thing you will and drink it off. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
Come cordial, and not poison. Go with me to Juliet's tomb, for there must I use thee. Count Paris, who was to have married Juliet, comes by night into the churchyard, bearing flowers for Juliet, but hearing the approach of Romeo and his servant. He hides himself to watch.
What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my obsequies and my true love's right? What with a torch? Muffle me night a while.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron.
Yes, sir.
Whatever thou hearst or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. But if thou jealous dost return to pry on what thy father shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs.
I will be gone, sir, and not stopping.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, begone! By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I came hither armed against myself. Stay not, begone! Live and hereafter say a madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy conjurations and apprehend thee for a felon here.
If thou provoke me, then have at thee, boy.
Sir! Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
In faith I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble County Paris. What said my man when my betrothed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Or did I dream it so? Or am I mad? Hearing him talk of Juliet, to think it was so. Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. Oh, my love, my wife. Death, that hath sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean, abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-weary flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once, run on the dashing rocks thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love. O true apothecary, thy drugs. Ah, quick. With a kiss, I die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just performed for you 3 scenes from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I'd like to tell you about next Friday's broadcast. But first, a word from Jim Amici.
First, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
We'd like you to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. There's several more of these broadcasts on this special series. We hope you enjoy them. If you are enjoying them, we'd appreciate it much. Write us about it and tell us what kind of story you'd like us to do for you. We have enough time left to represent most of your choices, at least for the sort of thing you like to hear us do. So please just write us a postcard or something. You don't have to suggest a title, just a tone. Thanks again for listening. Please join us next week. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Army Air Base at Gardner Field near Taft, California, we bring you our master of ceremonies, the one and only...
Oh, no, you don't, Bud. No, you don't. You ain't pushing just anybody off on us.
What are you talking about, soldier?
What am I talking about? You tell him, Sarge. Go ahead, tell him.
Okay. Look, Fatso. Now, we can't do anything about what time they make us go to bed or what time they make us get up. But week after week, they blow a bugle, line us up, march us into this hall to listen to what they call entertainment, and we're sick of it.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. You keep out of this, Bob. Yes, sir. Now, as I was saying, Fatso, the fellas here appointed us as a committee to sort of pass on the entertainment, see?
Yeah. In that way, why, we protect our boys from stepping into those civilian booby traps.
Booby traps?
So listen, Chubby. You tell us who you're going to bring out here, and we'll tell you if it's okay.
Well, all right, if you must know, it's none other than Jack Benny.
Jack Benny, huh? What do you think, Sarge?
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, it's either him or spending a half hour in Taft.
Oh, let's give him a break. Maybe he brought some dames with him.
Okay, brother. You can bring on your star.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Army Air Base at Gardner Field near Taft, California, we bring you the one and only Jack Benny. thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, isn't it nice being out here at Gardner Field, situated on the shores of beautiful Lake Buena Vista? Imagine being stationed in a place where you can go trout fishing, swimming, and diving.
Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba.
What do you mean, hubba, hubba, hubba? What was wrong with that joke?
What was wrong with it? That joke wilted the flowers on Colonel Bechtel's desk.
Oh, stop being so silly, a joke wielding flowers. That's impossible. I don't mind you guys standing around, but don't make up a
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you? I'm glad you got here, Mary. Now maybe we can get on with the show.
Yeah, but you know, Jack, the strangest thing happened just now.
Really? What was it?
As I walked in here, the flowers in my hair wilted.
That I can't understand at all. Anyway, Mary, how do you like being up here at Gardner Field?
Oh, swell. But yesterday when we got here, one of the soldiers rushed me over to see Lake Buena Vista. Some excitement.
Well, they're proud of Buena Vista, Mary. That's a beautiful lake.
Go on. I've seen more water at W.C. O'Teal's party.
Oh, stop exaggerating.
It's the only lake where a girl can go out for a boat ride and walk back.
Mary, it isn't that shallow.
Then how come the fish are sunburned on one side?
Mary, please, isn't there anything else you can talk about?
Oh, sure. You know, Jack, last night I was out with a soldier.
Look, you hear about the girl going out with a soldier, so let's not have any of that on our show.
But, Jack, last night I was out with a soldier.
Mary, I don't want you to...
Let her talk! Let her talk!
Thanks, fellas. Now, as I was saying, Jack, last night I was out with a soldier, and just because I wouldn't give him a kiss, he said he was going to end it all. And then he laid down on the railroad track.
Oh, well, don't worry about it, Mary. I've heard about the train service around here.
But, Jack, that soldier.
Mary, don't worry about him. By the time a train gets here, the war will be over. He'll be a civilian. And when he's paying for his own clothes again, he ain't going to lie down on any dirty old railroad track. So let's forget about it and get on with the show. Come in.
Mr. Penny?
Yes?
On behalf of the United States Army Air Force stationed at Gardner Field, I wish to present you with these wings.
Wings?
Yes. I'm sorry the rest of the chicken got away.
Oh, well, I can always use them for soup.
Hiya, Jackson. Okay, fellas, start beating them chow cones together. Harris is here.
Oh, brother.
Thanks, you pretty things. You know something? You guys really know talent when you see
Phil,
it.
keep quiet.
But these guys really know talent when they...
Phil, will you...
Let him talk! Let him talk!
I don't mind letting him talk, but he doesn't have to be so hammy about it.
Hammy, you're the one that gets all the receptions. Look what happened yesterday when we got off of the bus. Who took the bows? You did. I didn't get no welcome.
What are you talking about? When we got here and I signed all those autographs, I sent every one of those soldiers over to get your autograph, too.
You did that just to show off. You know I can't write.
Well, Phil, I really forgot that you couldn't write. I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You didn't, huh? Then why did you hide my rubber stamp?
Because you were messing up the whole bus with it, that's why. Just like a kid.
And another thing, Jackson, I know the trick you played on me last year.
What trick?
Well, you switched rubber stamps on me, and for 3 weeks I was signing my name, Fragile This End Up. What? Mary told me.
Well, Phil, anybody who doesn't know how to spell his own name ought to be ashamed of himself. Phil, do me a favor and play something, will ya? And now, fellas, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Did some silly guy come in here a while ago and present you with a pair of chicken wings?
Yes, but I threw him away.
Oh. Well, would you mind telling me where you threw him?
Why? Are you hungry?
No, I'm the chicken.
What? That's what happens to a guy when he eats too much of those powdered eggs. Play, Phil, will you? It Had to Be You, played by Phil Harris and his Buena Vista Beachhead Commando. Say, Phil. Yeah. Phil, I thought you were supposed to sing in that number.
Look, Jackson, I ain't singing no song. I got enough to do rehearsing the band, getting those big laughs, and driving the bus. Anyway, when are you going to hire a singer for this show?
Well, Phil, I tried to get a singer last week.
Oh, sure. You tried. Why don't you tell him what happened Thursday night?
Mary.
Go ahead, Jack. Tell him how you tried to get John Charles Thomas.
Mary, please.
Well, if you won't tell him, I will. Listen, fellas, it was Thursday night.
Mary, I don't want you to...
Let her talk! Let her
talk! Thanks, fellas. Well, anyway, it was Thursday night, and Jack had invited me over to his house for dinner. There were just the two of us, and we were finishing eating when all of... Gosh, Jack, it was nice of you to invite me over for dinner.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. Here, will you have some mustard?
Yes, thanks.
Ketchup?
Yes, thank you.
Horseradish?
Uh-huh.
Here you are.
What a dinner. Mustard, ketchup, and horseradish.
Don't worry, Mary. The surprise is in this casserole. Look.
Gee, cold cuts.
Yep. Yes, sirree, cold cuts.
One cut for you and one cut for me.
Yep. Would you like your coffee now, Mary?
Uh-huh.
Good. I'll ring for Rochester.
Jack, don't you think it's about time you bought a regular dinner bell?
Yes, Mary, but it's hard to get what you want these days on account of shortages. This makes a fine dinner bell.
But, Jack, it doesn't look nice hitting an empty garbage pail with an old turkey bone.
You can't hit it with a cold cut. Anyway, no one notices it.
Mr. Benny, did you ring for me, or did you just throw something in the garbage can?
I rang for you, Rochester. Rochester, bring Miss Livingston her coffee, and I'll have a cup of tea.
Sorry, boss, you'll have to take coffee, too.
Why?
The tea bags haven't come back from the laundry yet.
Oh, darn it, I wanted tea.
Well, boss, I'll fix you the coffee so you'll like it. I'll add some brandy to it. I've got my own special recipe.
Has it got a kick to it, Rochester?
Oh, kick to it? Boss, do you know how coffee is good to the last drop?
Uh-huh.
Well, when I add just the right amount of brandy to it, the last drop picks up the cup and hits you over the head with it.
Rochester.
One drink of my coffee and you sit around all night, percolating.
Never mind. Just bring us some plain coffee.
Yes, sir. Miss Livingston, would you like some dessert?
Yes, I think I would. What have you got?
Well, there's ice cream, rice pudding, custard, and chocolate pie.
Gee, they all sound good. What would you suggest, Rochester?
The custard is the best buy.
The best buy?
Rochester, I'm not charging Miss Livingston for the dinner. Now bring some coffee and custard.
Yes, sir.
Say, Jack, it's getting close to Sunday. What are you going to do about a singer for your program?
Well, Mary, I haven't given up hopes of getting Sinatra yet.
Oh, I think you ought to forget about Sinatra. He has too much radio work already. He's on the hit parade, and besides that, he's got another show of his own.
Oh, yes, one-man famine. You know, Larry, one of my writers gave me that gag for last week's show, but I'd never used anything that corny, you know.
Yes, I know.
Anyway, I'm not going to worry about him. I'll find a singer. Say, Mary, do you want to hear some good music? I bought a new record for my phonograph.
It's about time. I'm getting tired of the Sheik of Araby.
I don't know, Mary. It's a pretty good number to dance to. Anyway, wait till you hear this new one. I'll wind up the phonograph. Oh, darn it, the horn keeps falling off. There, it's fixed now. Here's a new record, Mary. Which side do you want to hear first?
How do I know? What songs are on it?
Well, on one side of the record is John Charles Thomas singing When My Boy Comes Home. And on the other side is Spike Jones playing I Kissed the Butcher's Daughter Till Her Old Man Put Up a Bead.
Well, I'd rather hear John Charles Thomas.
Okay, John Charles Thomas it'll be. Listen.
Said Mrs. McGinn to Mrs. O'Flynn, someday when the war is won, won't it be grand when the soldiers land and you go to meet your son? Do when he marches through and you hear the people cheer? What do you do when he smiles at you as your boy draws near? What'll I do when my boy comes home? What'll I do, you say? I'll tell the police if they're keeping the peace, they'd better keep out of my way. For when my boy comes into view, I'll fight my way till they let me through. And I lift him off, though he's sick, it's true, into my arms as I used to do, and I'll carry him home. If he wants me to, when my boy comes
Gee, Mary, wasn't that wonderful? What a voice. What volume.
Jack, what an idea. Why not get John Charles Thomas for your singer? Think of the dignity it would lend the program.
Say, Mary, that would be terrific. Let's go over and see him right now. Oh, Rochester, get the car. We're going out.
But, boss, I expected to have the night off. We're having a big New Year's party.
A New Year's party? New Year's isn't for months yet.
I know, but tonight is basic training.
Never mind. Get the car and drive us over to Mr. Thomas's house.
No kidding. All right.
Look out for that cab, Rochester. Not so fast. Don't turn the corners so close. Look out for that man. Easy, you'll hit that Pontiac. The light's turning red on the corner. Put your hand out if you're going to turn. Watch out for that safety zone.
Doggone, it's the only automobile in town with a co-pilot.
Rochester.
You take over the controls, boss. I'll radio ahead for landing instructions.
Rochester, will you? Hey, Mary. Mary, look, there's Fred Allen. Hello, Fred.
Jack, that isn't Fred Allen. That's a soldier wearing a gas mask.
Oh, gosh, I was just going to tell him how good he looked. Hey, slow down, Rochester. There's where John Charles Thomas lived. That house on the corner. Rochester, you wait here. Come on, Mary.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. John Charles Thomas.
Who shall I say is calling?
Mr. Jack Jerk Benny.
Mary, please. Just tell him it's Jerk Benny. I mean, Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Come right in. Mr. Thomas is in the next room.
Hey, listen to that, Mary. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, and he's only gargling.
Must be a pleasure to hear him brush his teeth. Will you tell him I'm here?
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Thomas, Jack Benny is here to see you.
Well, I'll come right out. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary. To what do I owe this pleasant surprise?
Well, Mr. Thomas, getting right to the point, I'm looking for someone to sing on my radio program, and I thought someone as famous as you would be perfect for it.
Jack, you compliment me.
Oh, I mean it. I think your voice would lend dignity and prestige to my shows.
Jack, you flatter me.
And I'm here to make you a financial offer.
Here comes the insult.
Mary, please. Now, the fact is, Charles.
Charles?
That's your middle name.
Oh, yes.
Look, Mr. Thomas, I won't mince words. You see, Dennis Day worked for me, and after 5 years, I paid him $35 a week.
I see.
But naturally, I wouldn't expect an opera singer like you to work for that kind of money.
Naturally.
So instead of offering you $35, I'm willing to stretch it just a little bit and give you...
Pardon me for interrupting, Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Martin?
I'm leaving now for my night off.
Oh, yes. And, Martin, before you go, I'll give you your weekly salary.
Thank you, sir.
Here you are. 20, 40, 60, 70. 80. 90. $100. There you are, Martin.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what was it you were saying, Mr. Benny?
Well. On second thought, Mr. Thomas, I have a feeling that you and I can't get together.
You couldn't even get together with his butler.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I think I'd better go. I'm sorry I took up so much of your time.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I think I understand your predicament. You're stuck for a singer.
Yes, sir.
Well, I couldn't possibly take the job, but in order to help you out, I'll be very happy to come over and sing on one program.
You will? One program? Did you hear that, Mary? Gee, that's swell, Mr. Thomas.
What would you like me to sing?
Oh, anything. Doesn't make any difference what you sing. Your voice is enough.
And since you're accustomed to paying $35, I may as well take the money.
Oh.
Is that all right with you?
Well, I don't know, brother. What are you going to sing? Come on, tell me, what are you going to sing?
Well, I don't know, Jack. I don't have a very large repertoire.
What? What was that you said?
I said I don't have a very large repertoire.
Well, brother, from where I'm standing, you have the... I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Now, look...
There's a low green valley on the old Kentucky shore that I've whiled many happy hours away. Sitting and singing by the little cottage door where lived my darling Nellie Gray. Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away, and I'll never see my darling anymore. I'm sitting by the river, and I'm weeping all the day, for you've gone from the old Kentucky shore. When the moon had climbed the mountain and the stars were shining too, then I'd take my darling Nellie Gray, and we'd float down the river in my little red canoe, while my banjo sweetly I would play. Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away, and I'll never see my darling anymore. I'm sitting by the river, and I'm weeping all the day, for you've gone from the old Kentucky shore. My eyes are getting blinded, and I cannot see my way. Hark, there's somebody knocking at the door. Oh, I hear the angels calling, and I see my Nellie Gray. Farewell to the old Kentucky shore. Oh, my darling darling Nellie Gray. Off in heaven there they say that they'll never take you from me anymore. I'm a-coming as the angels clear the way. Farewell to the old Kentucky
Time to say so long to Jack, Mary, Phil, Rochester, and their guests. The Benny Gang will be beaming your way again next week, same time, same station. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of Beauty in Nature and Art, and many other books. In these talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages, and how each one influences his own in future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Jefferson, philosopher of democracy. We present Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, the careers of Jefferson and Hamilton centered in the making of our government, and in them appears that first cleavage of political philosophy which divided our country for many decades and culminated in the Civil War. Jefferson's Welsh-descended father was of great physical vigor and liberal mind. Though dying when Jefferson was but 14, he was the first strong influence determining his son's lifelong liberalism in politics and religion. Contrasting with several of our greatest men, Jefferson had thorough schooling. At 17, he entered William and Mary College, the mother of so many important leaders, and proved equally capable in languages, mathematics, and science, becoming eventually the most broadly cultivated of all the fathers of our country. Soon after entering college, he was honored by the invitation to be the fourth in a group of eminent men who dined together several times a week, including Governor Faulkner, Dr. Small, the foremost liberal scholar in Virginia, and Wythe, leader of the bar. Their conversation was of high value in Jefferson's education, and Dr. Small became the second strong influence, confirming his liberalism. Leaving college at 19, Jefferson studied law 5 years with Wythe and began practice with immediate success. Through 7 years at the law, he doubled his inherited fortune. 6 of those years he served in the Virginia Assembly. His personal life was established by his marriage with the lovely young widow Martha Skelton, gifted in music, to which he also was devoted. Soon after his wedding, he drove with his bride 100 miles west to the home he had begun building 2 years before at Monticello. The little mountain rises 600 feet above the countryside, with marvelous views across the rolling hills to the majestic Blue Ridge. Jefferson was his own architect, constructing the mansion on classic lines, Doric columns rising its full height. Jefferson's marriage was exceptionally happy during the 10 years of his wife's life. Only 2 daughters of his 6 children grew up to maturity, the elder becoming the mother of 11 children. It is interesting that the father's chief anxiety was to have his daughters acquire the manners and culture of gentlewomen. The great Democrat was distinctly an aristocrat in personal life. Monticello, remote from the settled part of Virginia, was even more than Mount Vernon, a little world to itself. All the bricks for the mansion were made by slaves on the estate. Jefferson brought better breeds of animals from Europe, introduced rice culture in the South, practiced rotation of crops, a great advance in farming. Though owning slaves, Jefferson was bitterly opposed to slavery, saying of it, "Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." The death of Jefferson's father-in-law brought him 40,000 more acres of land, with 135 slaves, again doubling his property. This was not an unmixed blessing, as there was a heavy mortgage, which in the end Jefferson paid several times over, collecting the money in our depreciated currency and paying it in gold at London. Jefferson was a delegate to the Second Continental Congress, and in May 1776, Virginia passed resolutions of independence, sending a copy to the Congress, asking that it take similar action. Jefferson was appointed on the committee and requested by the other members to draw up the Declaration. He spent 18 days at the task. His draft, accepted by the committee, was bitterly attacked in Congress, but with some changes was finally adopted and signed traditionally on July 4th. Jefferson thus became the author of the birth charter of our nation. It is now the fashion among smart cynics to call the Declaration of Independence a tissue of glittering generalities. Rightly understood, that is just what it is, a fabric of shining general truths, the only basis on which men can widely unite. Had Jefferson done nothing else than write the Declaration, his fame as philosopher of democracy would have been amply warranted. In the autumn of 1776, Congress asked Jefferson to go to France with Franklin, but his wife's illness caused his return home. Elected to the legislature, he was appointed to revise the Virginia statutes. That work was of supreme importance, not only to Virginia, but for the nation. He succeeded quickly in eliminating the laws entailing estates on eldest sons, thus ending the development of a Virginia landed aristocracy. Gradually, he substituted a just and liberal penal system for the barbaric one then in force. His bills provided for a complete state system of education and for the elimination of slavery. Of these measures, he achieved only the prohibition of further importation of slaves into Virginia and the later founding of the university. The most important item, won through a 10 years fight, was the abrogation of the vicious colonial laws on religion, replacing them with his great statute on religious freedom, which reads, "Be it therefore enacted by the General Assembly that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship place or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burdened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or beliefs, but that all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and that the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities." That is not the earliest statute on religious freedom in our country, but is one of the noblest, and through Jefferson's prestige and influence, helped to give us the similar guarantee in those first amendments to the Constitution forming our Bill of Rights. Jefferson thus became the father of American religious freedom. And in a day such as this, with worldwide revival of religious intolerance and persecution, we need, as never before, to return to his great ideas and follow them. In the darkest period of the war, Jefferson served 2 terms as governor when Virginia was ravaged by British troops. He narrowly escaped capture at Monticello, fleeing by an underground passage as the British came over the brow of the hill. Elected to Congress, Jefferson drafted the law for the government of the Northwest Territory, providing in it that slavery should cease there from the beginning of 1800. Finally adopted with the Congress, this made Union victory possible in the Civil War. His original bill further provided that slavery should cease in the Southwest Territory at the same date. This Congress rejected. Had it carried, there would have been no Civil War. In 1784, Jefferson was again asked to go to France. His wife had died in the meantime, and he accepted, soon succeeding Franklin as ambassador. His 5 years in Paris were happy. His culture made him welcome at the court of the last King Louis, but alone among our statesmen, he was able to see the true meaning of the French Revolution. Shortly after the fall of the Bastille, he came home, permanently loving France, but wholeheartedly American. He remarked to Monroe that to love one's own country, one should live abroad a while. Advice as good today as when Jefferson gave it. Reluctantly, he accepted appointment as Secretary of State in the first cabinet, but was increasingly alarmed at the growing power of the federal government fostered by Hamilton with Washington's sanction. Jefferson believed in the least central government consistent with law and order. Hamilton wanted the strongest government consistent with liberty. At the close of 1793, Jefferson resigned and went home to Monticello. In 1796, the largest electoral vote was for John Adams for president, the next for Jefferson. As the Constitution then provided, this made Jefferson vice president. During his term, he devoted himself to organizing the opposition to the Federalist policies, thus founding the first political party to be consciously formed. He called it Republican, in contrast to the monarchical, as he stigmatized the Federalists. It was afterwards named Republican Democratic and finally Democratic. It has had the longest life of any political party in America, and although called dying some years ago, recently took office with the largest majority given in decades. During Adams' administration, there was threat of war with France, and the Federalists passed the vicious alien and sedition laws. Jefferson wrote protesting resolutions passed by the Kentucky legislature denying the right of the federal government to assume any power not specifically given it in the Constitution, and affirming the right of each state on its own initiative to nullify such action. While needed at the time, those resolutions contained germs of grave trouble to develop later into the Civil War. In 1800, the electoral vote was equally divided between Jefferson and Aaron Burr, throwing the election into the Federalist House. As chief opposition leader, Jefferson was bitterly hated, and the House inclined to give the election to Burr, which would have been a national calamity. At this point, Hamilton intervened. Distrusting Burr and recognizing Jefferson's devotion to the country's welfare, he influenced enough votes to make his enemy, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States. Jefferson's inaugural address was a masterpiece, stating his whole philosophy of democracy. He pardoned all sedition law convicts, gradually removed the midnight judges, last-minute appointees of Adams, and sought to eliminate all aristocratic customs. His great achievement was the Louisiana Purchase. The year he took office, Spain ceded to Napoleon her claim to that empire extending from New Orleans to the Pacific Northwest. When Jefferson learned of this, he exclaimed, "We must marry ourselves to the British nation and fleet." He hoped, however, to buy New Orleans and some adjacent territory, an idea earlier urged, and sent Monroe to negotiate. Napoleon had not been able to shake the dominance of the British fleet, and finally offered to sell the whole territory to Jefferson for $16 million. For that sum of national small change, Jefferson bought the empire that made our greater America. He did it in direct violation of his expressed views of the constitutional powers of the federal government, taking as president the action he saw was necessary to the nation's welfare. His second election was almost unanimous, but the party split behind its leaders, as usually follows when a party takes office with too large a majority. Believing no generation should limit a subsequent one, Jefferson was anxious to pay off the national debt before leaving office. To accomplish that, he must avoid war, and so accepted grave humiliation to maintain peace at any price. He refused a third term, establishing the tradition founded by Washington, and left office saddened, but with the heart of the people still with him. His later life was given to the 16 years' fight to establish the University of Virginia. He planned its simple but beautiful buildings, and as rector inaugurated educational reforms carried out nearly a century later in northern institutions. In the last year, Jefferson suffered increasing financial distress from a combination of causes, including the throng of visitors who came. He had to sell his beloved library, collected through 60 years. To keep the books together, he let Congress have it for about half its public auction value. A large gift from friends in other states enabled him to remain at Monticello. After his death, his daughter had to leave, and the great estate was sold for $10,000. So Jefferson died at Monticello. And strange to say, on July 4th, 1826, anniversary of the signing of his draft of the nation's birth charter. Stranger yet, John Adams died the same day in Massachusetts, and almost his last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives," but Jefferson had died several hours earlier. He wrote his own epitaph, which reads, "Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the American Declaration of Independence, of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia." No mention of his other great services. Those were the three by which he wished to be remembered. Author of the American Declaration of Independence, philosopher of democracy for all time. Of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, father of our American religious liberty. And father of the University of Virginia, first of our statesmen to recognize fully the responsibility of the state for the education of the citizen under democracy. Jefferson thus stands for a few great simple ideas: freedom of speech and press, freedom in religion, freedom of person and conduct, ideas for which we must ever fight to keep the soul of democracy in our great, ever-growing, more powerful and centralized republic.
Jefferson, philosopher of democracy, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
The Quiz Kids, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer for headache. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for cold discomfort. Yes, when these occasional ailments make you miserable, take Alka-Seltzer for really fast, really effective relief.
Attention, Quiz Kids. Here's today's first question. What popular American dessert would you get if you joined up the last name of a leading 1948 pitcher of the Cleveland Indians with the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Yes, there it is. And are you folks at home up on your baseball enough to answer that question? Well, we'll soon find out how the youngsters here in our classroom make out, for here they are, the Quiz Kids and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and hello, everyone. Friends, we have a very important guest for you to meet this afternoon, Mr. Roy Fisher, the winner of the Quiz Kids Best Teacher Contest for 1948. The group of youngsters here in our schoolroom have already met this young man, for yesterday, along with their brothers and sisters, they went with our best teacher for a plane ride over Chicago. The children tell me that the big Delta airliner they were in was really something, and they're still plenty excited over having been made honorary pilots. Now, this afternoon, Mr. Fisher is to receive his $2,500 scholarship award, which is the first prize in our Best Teacher Contest, from the chairman of the board of the Miles Laboratories, Mr. Charles S. Beardsley. So let's get busy, children, and get our schoolwork underway. Here we go with roll call. Joel?
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 12 years old in the departmental in the Volta School.
Lonnie?
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 12 years old and in the 7th grade at Lincoln School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
David?
I'm David Freifelder. I'm 12 years old and in 8th grade at West School in Waukegan, Illinois.
Mark?
I'm Mark Mullins. I'm 7 years old and in 2nd grade at the University of Chicago Laboratory School.
And Helen?
I'm Helen Jasper. I'm 13 years old and I'm in graduating class at Joyce Clinic School.
And now, kids, let's straighten out that first question from Hilding E. Peterson of Birchdale, Minnesota. What popular American dessert would you get if you joined up the last name of a leading 1948 pitcher of the Cleveland Indians with the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pittsburgh Pirates? We have 2 hands up. Lonnie's hand was first.
Well, the leading pitcher of the 1948 Indians is Lemon, and the nickname of the 1927 third baseman of the Pirates is Pie Trainer, so that'd be Lemon Pie.
Lemon Pie, that's it, Lonnie. Yes, sir. Oh, boy, say, you really got that one quick. Yes, that's fine. That right answer gives us a good start on today's schoolwork. And it gives Hilding E. Peterson of Birchdale, Minnesota, one of the finest portable radios on the market today. A Zenith Transoceanic Standard Shortwave portable in a good-looking luggage case. You know, friends, it's easy to win one of these radios. You send in your question, and if the quiz kids answer it correctly, Alka-Seltzer sends you one of these fine Zenith portable radios. If the quiz kids miss, you get a big Zenith radio phonograph combination with automatic record changer, the new Cobra tone arm, 2 FM bands, a truly magnificent set. So get busy on those questions. Send them to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Well, here we go now. More questions. With schools closing this time of year all over the country, Mrs. C.T. Bryant of Houston, Texas, reminds us that there are many happy young folks receiving graduation gifts. If you children were selecting graduation gifts and could choose anything mentioned in a song title, what gifts could you find? Lonnie?
Well, this would be probably graduation for college. The song I'm thinking of was Put That Ring on My Finger.
Put that ring on my finger. How does that go, Lonnie?
Put that ring on my finger by that golden wedding band.
That's fine. That's all right, Lonnie. Here. All right. Now, let's see. Got some more hands up here. Little Mark. All right, Mark.
Ring around the rosy.
Ring around another ring. That's right. And Joel?
And roses.
This is indirect, sort of, but now is the hour, so I'd take a watch.
How do you like that? That's cute. That's a dandy, Joel. And Helen?
If I was graduating from kindergarten, I would get a paper doll.
A paper doll. That's another good one, too. David?
Well, there's a song, Onesie, Twosies, I Love Yousie, and that has a lot of numbers in it. It could have 4, and I'd like a plate blocker, $5 stamp that's worth for $20, and a block is 4.
Oh, well, what do you know about that? Yes, sirree. And Mark has another one.
Golden slippers. You could give him golden-colored slippers.
That's right, a pair of golden slippers. Okay. And Lonnie?
We're in the money.
We're in the money, yeah.
So you could give him money, and also, so there's a song that's wonderful. That could mean almost anything that the recipient would be glad to get.
Yeah, the recipient, yes. Oh, yes, sure. Uh-huh. Well, all right, those were all very fine, kids, so let's get along here now. Here's a question from Herbert Hoover of Carroll, Iowa. If you youngsters were on a picnic and sat on a pharmacary, would you be comfortable? Mark?
I would not.
Why would you not be comfortable?
Because a pharmacary is an anthill.
That's just what it is, an anthill, and there would be ants there. Since 1948 is an election year, H.H. Leland of Waterloo, Iowa, wonders if you children could name the last 3 presidents elected in a year ending with 8. Lonnie?
Well, 1948, this is not. In 1938, there was no one elected, but in 1928, let's see, that would be Herbert Hoover.
Herbert Hoover, 1928.
Herbert Hoover, and then there was none in 1918, but in 1908, it was William Howard Taft.
That's right.
And then there was none in 1898, but in 1888, let's see, that would be Grover Cleveland.
No. Sorry? Joel?
It'd be Benjamin Harrison.
Benjamin Harrison is right. That's the last 3 presidents elected in the year ending with 8. Now, before we consider this next question, children, here's Bob Murphy with a question.
Have you had a headache lately? Think back. How about yesterday, or the day before, or maybe this morning? Or did someone in your family have one? Well, when headache causes discomfort, the thing to do is reach for the Alka-Seltzer. Yes, that's the way to help yourself to fast, welcome relief. Now, you probably keep Alka-Seltzer on hand at your house for prompt relief from the distress of occasional acid indigestion. And you know how effective and dependable it can be. And, friends, it's just as effective for occasional headache pain. Try it, and you'll agree there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer for fast headache relief. There's a good reason for this fast action, too. Alka-Seltzer is completely dissolved before you take it. So its pain-relieving agent, sodium acetyl salicylate, is ready to go right to work, ready to bring you the fast relief you want. So remember, when headache causes grief, misery can be brief. Take Alka-Seltzer for relief.
All right, children, here we go with more questions. Oh, we got a lot of them this afternoon. Andy Worth of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, wants you to pretend that you work at Oak Ridge and are so used to talking in code that when you drop into a restaurant, you order your beverage by using the symbols of chemical elements. What beverage would you expect the waitress to bring if you said you wanted the symbol for tellurium and argon? David?
T-E, so it would be tea.
Well, you didn't clear up the other one here. T-E is the symbol for tellurium. How about argon? Joel?
A, so it would be tea.
It would still be T-E-A. That's right. I just wanted to bring out the other one there. What beverage would the symbols for the following spell? Cobalt, calcium, carbon, oxygen, lanthanum. David?
Well, what was the third and fourth one? I didn't get.
Third and fourth, carbon, oxygen. Cobalt, calcium, carbon, oxygen, lanthanum. Lonnie?
Well, cobalt, I believe, is... Well, wait a second. Oxygen is O, and carbon is Ca.
What would you give me for cobalt?
Well, I didn't give that. I'm coming back to that.
Oh, I see.
And lanthanum is La. So, let's see, that would end... Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, that's it. That's right, yes, sir. Cobalt, CO, calcium, Ca, carbon, C, oxygen, O, and lanthanum, La. Coca-Cola. Well, let's don't pause any more right here. Let's get along here. I guess almost everyone has his garden planted now, and the next thing to worry about will be fighting garden pests. But Mrs. F.L. Zoldak of University Heights, Ohio, tells us that certain birds are a great help in fighting specific pests. Now, can you mention any of these birds that help the gardener and tell what kind of insect or pest they eat? David?
Well, the cardinal is one of them, and that eats, it's some plant that eats it's some insect that eats the sap of the plants. I think it eats the appleworm, and
You're not quite sure, though, huh?
No, I'm not quite sure.
I see.
Which one is
Well, let's see. Mark has his hand up. Mark?
The cardinal eats beetles with hard shells that some birds can't crack the shells.
Yeah.
And then the sparrow eats weed seeds that would be bad for the garden.
Yeah, well, that's right. Of course, we're talking about, really talking about insects. Lonnie?
Well, this isn't exactly an insect either. The blue jay, eats insects that are harmful to the crops. I'm not sure which, though. And the robin, I believe, eats the appleworm, but of course that isn't an insect.
Well, let's see. Joel?
Well, if you had trees, then you'd want the woodpecker because it eats the insects that feed on the trunk of the tree.
That's right, Mark?
The orioles eat furry caterpillars. Most birds are scared to eat them because they're afraid the fur will get caught in the bill.
Yeah. That's cute. But they eat them just the same, don't they, from time to time? All right, Mark.
Purple mountain eats gnats and mosquitoes that would keep you from enjoying your garden.
Yeah, that's right. Lonnie?
Well, someone was talking about woodpeckers also. Well, I guess it's a member of the woodpecker family, but the flicker would eat insects from the bark of the tree. And I believe a nuthatch also does.
Yeah, and Mark?
The flicker eats ants that bring up the sand, and the sand is very bad for a garden.
Oh, I see. Then the flicker would be comfortable sitting on a formicary.
Would be.
All right, well, fine, kids. Those were all very, very good. Let's see what we can do with this next one. Lawrence Sperlin of Lafayette, Georgia, says that the expression the Big Four has been applied to a number of important things from railroads to political leaders. He wants you to identify these groups of four from their first names alone. Now listen closely. George, Vittorio, David, and Thomas. Joel.
That'd be the Big Four at the World War. After World War I, it'd be David Lloyd George, I believe, George Clemenceau, Vittorio Orlando, and Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
That's right, Joel. Nice choice. Oh, boy. You know, I just had a hunch that you kids weren't going to get that, but you certainly did. See what you can do with this next one. What group of four is this? Jim, Harry, Elmer, and Don. Jim, Harry, Elmer, and Don. Joel.
Those were the Four Horsemen.
The Four Horsemen. That's right. Of Notre Dame. Right. Can you give me their names? Their full names?
Well, I don't know which is which, but...
Jim? What's his name?
Jim, I believe, is Crowley.
Crowley. Harry?
Harry is... Stu Drayle.
Yes, Drayle.
And Elmer is Layden.
Layden. And Don?
And Don is, I believe, Miller.
Miller, right. That's right, Now, if you quiz kids like berries and cream as well as you like my birthday cake last week, you won't have any trouble with this question from Thea Tao of Red Cliff, Iowa. Our organist, Howard Peterson, will play parts of 3 songs, and you youngsters are to tell what kind of berry each title suggests. Now, you are to try and get 2 out of 3 on this. All right, Howard, let's have number 1. Lonnie?
Blue sky, so that could be blueberry.
Blueberries, right. Let's see if we can get the next one. Lonnie?
That's when you and I were young,
right,
Maggie. Would that be, is that a young berry?
There certainly is, young berry. That's right, And here's the last one. Lonnie?
That's a turkey in the straw. That's
So?
a strawberry.
Strawberries, right, yes, certainly. And could be cranberries, too. Well, I think it's about time now to meet our important guest, and that's just what we're going to do. But first, here's Bob Murphy with a poem of the season.
Correction, Mr. Kelly. I'm using just the first line of a well-known poem, and I'm changing that to read, "What is so rare as a weekend in June?" Let's say it's that weekend when you're starting off on a little trip, or maybe your summer vacation. It's early in the morning, the car's all packed, and you're just about ready to roll when the little woman says,
"Oh, wait a minute, Jim. We can't go yet. Give me the keys to the house."
Oh, great jumping Jupiter. What have you forgotten now?
Oh, don't be cross there. Just give me the keys to the house. I won't be a minute. I know right where it is.
You know right well what is. No, don't answer me. Whatever it is, we'll get along without it.
But, Jim, you know how steady driving can give you a headache sometimes. And up there in the mountains, we'll be eating food we're not accustomed to. And you remember from last year how you had acid indigestion a couple of times. And you know how Alka-Seltzer came to the rescue so quickly.
Hey, why make me the example every time? I can remember you were mighty glad we had Alka-Seltzer along last year, too.
Oh, I'm not saying I wasn't. In fact, I think there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer to help relieve the fatigue you feel from long hours of driving. And, oh, for goodness sakes, Jim, we're wasting time.
Yeah, and breath, too. If you just said it was Alka-Seltzer you were talking about in the first place, we could have been on our way. I went to the drugstore last night and bought our vacation supply of Alka-Seltzer. And I didn't forget. I put it right here in the car, too.
And that's the place for it, friends. Don't forget that extra package of Alka-Seltzer either. You never know what time of the day or night you may need the fast, effective relief Alka-Seltzer can give. And that extra package can act just like a spare. You may not need to use it, but it's wise to have it there. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore in the large economy size package.
And now it's time to meet our best teacher of 1948. 16-year-old Falcon Guthrie wrote the letter which won for Roy Fisher this year's scholarship award, and he said of our best teacher, "His classroom has the friendliest atmosphere in our school. I feel pounds lighter when I enter that door." Now, friends, just that one sentence tells you a lot about this 22-year-old teacher. Roy Fisher of Volans, Virginia, which has a population of only 100, attended the Volans High School as a student, and he is now teaching English there. Volans is a rural high school with an enrollment of approximately 300 students, many of whom traveled 20. Our scholarship committee, Dr. Whitty, Dr. Olson, and the Reverend Dr. Moore, found that Roy has a splendid record not only as a teacher, but also as a progressive citizen in his community. I'm sure you folks will be interested in reading more details about the background of this fine young teacher in the current issue of Time magazine. Right now, I want you all to meet our best teacher of 1948. And here he is, Roy Fisher. Roy, there are still a few more questions here on my desk. So how would you like to take over for a few minutes and see how you like my class?
Well, thanks, Joe. It'll be a real experience for me. I don't know how well I'll do, but I'll try my best. Are these the questions?
That's right. You just sit right down there and begin with the one on top.
Okay. Now, since you quiz kids have probably had the usual children's diseases at some time or another, Mrs. Belle Clemens of Los Angeles, California, thinks we could have fun using slang expressions to describe them. For instance, for whooping cough, you might say, "I just don't give a hoot." Now, what slang expressions might describe mumps? Lonnie?
Well, there's paint the town red.
All right.
Don't you usually break out with a red rash with mumps?
I think so.
haven't had
I
them.
believe you're right there. Any others? David?
You're making a mountain out of a molehill, and you're trying to get mad.
Right? That's a good one.
Lonnie?
Well, during the war, there was over the hump. It was an expression about flying over the Himalayas, and a hump is, like you'd have when you have the mumps.
That's right. David, you have another
It was
idea?
a battle of the bulbs.
Battle of the bulbs. That's very good. Joel?
Doesn't the mumps usually occur only on one side, so it could be you're just beside yourself.
Well, I think you'll find it often on each side. Sometimes, though, it's just on one side. All right. That's very good. What slang expression might describe the measles? Lonnie?
I've got dots in front of my eyes.
That's very good. Joel?
Spotty performance.
That's right. Any others? Well, we could say they've got you spotted, you're covered, don't be rash, you're in the pink. Okay. Yesterday, Quiz Kids and I enjoyed our airplane ride so much that I might try to catch you on this question from Mrs. John Kosh of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. What Yankee Clipper recently made 3 round trips within 2 hours and 17 minutes? Joel?
That'd be Joe DiMaggio.
That's exactly right. And Lonnie?
Well, he is talking about the time that he made 3 home runs, which is called a round trip, in 2 hours and 17 minutes, which was the time of the game. And I believe they were playing the... I forget who they were playing.
Playing the Indians. That's right. Very good. All right, this question from R.R. Meir of Chicago is about imposters in opera. And in what opera did a chap named Gregory try to usurp a throne by impersonating the rightful heir who has been murdered? David?
Well, that was in Boris Godunov. It was Gregory who lived in a monastery. He was training to be a monk, and he took the place of Boris Godunov's nephew, Prince Dmitri.
That's right.
Who was really dead.
That's very good. All right, and another question. In what opera does a young man who is really a count pretend he is a music teacher? I believe Lonnie's hand was up
That's
there.
the Marriage of Figaro by Mozart.
No. David?
The Barber of Seville.
That's right. You remember whom it's by?
No. No, I'm not sure. I think it was Mozart.
No. Joel?
Rossini.
That's right. Very good. All right, we have a nice question this time. In this question from Mrs. Gilpin Walker of Washington, D.C., the last names of famous people have been changed by using another word with the same meaning in its place. See if you can tell the correct name. Thomas Ake. David?
It was Thomas Paine, the author.
That's right. Very good. All right, another. Molly Waterjug. I don't know whose name went up first that time. Was it Helen?
Molly Pitcher.
Molly Pitcher. That's good. And James F. Barrelmaker. James F. Barrelmaker. Lonnie?
Well, this is kind of a wild guess. James Hooper?
No.
His barrel hoops.
He's pretty warm, though, isn't he, Roy?
Yes, you're getting warm.
You're warm. If you just change that W to something else, James... What? Last name. Change the W.
What W?
You said Hooper, didn't you?
No, Hooper, I said.
Oh, Hooper, H. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you better tell him then.
Well, I believe you'll find that's James Fenimore Cooper. And Cooper means barrel maker.
Well, that was a miss on that third part there. We'll have to mark you wrong on that one, kids. So that means that Mrs. Gilpin Walker, Washington, D.C., wins a big $239.50 Zenith Radio phonograph combination from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Well, we heard the final bell, Roy. It means the same as it does in regular school. Class is over. You've done a fine job of conducting school this afternoon, Roy, and now it's time to receive your reward as the best teacher of 1948. Here to present it to you is the chairman of the board of the Miles Laboratories, Mr. Charles S. Beardsley.
Thank you, Joe. Friends of the radio audience, I consider it a great honor and a privilege to be here to meet Roy Fisher and present to him the annual scholarship award as our best teacher of 1948. This is the third time this award has been given by the Miles Laboratories and the Quiz Kid program. Year after year, the nationwide interest in this annual tribute to teachers has increased. This is most gratifying to us at Miles because the real purpose of our scholarship award is to emphasize the importance of teaching as a profession, to honor all the fine men and women who are teaching now, and to encourage more of our young people to select teaching as a life's work. No other profession can be more stimulating and satisfying than that of guiding the eager young minds of our American children. It carries with it a great responsibility, for it is in the classroom that our children learn the value of our American way of life and their obligation to the future. Roy is fully aware of this great responsibility, and being selected as the best teacher of the year is proof that he is meeting its challenge. Mr. Fisher, on behalf of the Miles Laboratories, I am happy to present to you this check for $2,500, representing your scholarship award as the best teacher of 1948. May your youth, your enthusiasm, and your success as a teacher serve as an inspiration to thousands of other young men and women and encourage them to enter this worthy profession of teaching as you did. Congratulations and best luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardsley. No one will ever know how thrilled I was when the scholarship committee notified me I had won. Winning this contest means so much to me and to my future as a teacher. I want you to know that I'm already making plans to go back to school this fall to work on my master's degree. This award is making that possible, and I hope it will help me become a better teacher.
Well, we're all very happy for you, Roy, and we know you have a wonderful future ahead of you. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Beardsley. I have a surprise for you. You also have won an award. It is a beautiful gold emblem from Lions International, the Melvin Jones Award, which it is my pleasure to present to you on behalf of the International Secretary General and founder of the Lions Association. It is awarded for your service to American youth. First, by presenting our young people through the medium of this Quiz Kids program as the alert, responsible young citizens they really are. And second, for your encouragement of better education for youth as exemplified by this Best Teacher contest. You are the first person ever to receive this award.
Thank you, Joe. And Mr. Jones, this is an honor I value.
Well, this is really award day here in the Quiz Kids classroom, and we're not through yet. The children who appeared on our Quiz Kids board this afternoon will, as usual, each receive a $100 security bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer to help them with their future education. The judges have handed me the report on your work here in class today, children, but before we hear who comes back to school next Sunday, we have one more big surprise for our best teacher. Roy, now you've been on the go constantly since you landed at the Chicago airport a week ago, eating in Chicago's famous restaurants, seeing that hit play High Button Shoes, going out to the Cubs Park for a ball game, being outfitted by Marshall Fields with a complete fishing outfit, meeting representatives of the press, and appearing on several famous radio programs. And, well, it's all great fun, but we thought maybe you might need a rest after so much excitement, so that's exactly what has been arranged. Yes, you're to have a week's vacation after this busy whirl here in Chicago. Right after this broadcast, you'll hop a Delta airliner for Florida and spend a week recuperating at the McFadden Deauville Hotel at Miami Beach. Now, what do you say to that, huh? Folks, you should see his face. He can't say a thing. Well, never mind, Roy. It isn't necessary. You just go on down there to Florida and bask in the sunshine and don't worry about a thing. Now then, children, about school next week. It seems our class as a whole missed only one question today. That's fine. Lonnie is first, Joel second, and David and Mark tied for third. That means you four will return to your desks next Sunday along with a new quiz kid, John Galinas, age 11. We hope all you listeners will be on hand, too, for another competitive question session with the Quiz Kids. So until next Sunday, then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye, Kelly.
Are you having trouble getting your growing children to take their vitamins every day? Try giving them One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules. Each One-A-Day brand multiple capsule contains all the vitamins for which the amount needed for grown-ups and children has been established. What's more, one capsule every day is all they take. And One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin capsules are low in cost. A full 2-month supply for only $2. Ask your druggist for One-A-Day brand vitamins. Good for growing children and adults. Remember, for vitamins the easy way, for vitamins the thrifty way, the brand you want is One-A-Day.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every week. And listen to Alka-Seltzer's News of the World every Monday through Friday. Bob Murphy speaking.
National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins in The Old Maid, and as our special guest, Miss Zoe Akins, author of The Old Maid. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you the drama of A Strange Masquerade. The story of a woman who remade herself for the eyes of the world, who suppressed forever the yearnings of a great heart and lived a magnificent lie. Charlotte Lovell was called an old maid, but tonight we reveal her romantic secret. We go back to the days when she was young and beautiful and discover the reason for the deliberate sacrifice that her life became. The Old Maid is an intimate play, so intimate that it could never have been written by a man. It reveals too great a knowledge of the feminine mind and heart. And to this knowledge, Miss Zoe Akins, who adapted the play from a story by Edith Wharton, brought a deep human sympathy, which gave her characters a universal appeal on both stage and screen. The Old Maid was a Pulitzer Prize drama on Broadway and recently became a memorable Warner Brothers picture. In studying the script for the first time, it occurred to me that the term old maid is gradually passing from use. Today we have bachelor girls and single women, but few old maids. Perhaps that's because the words denote a rather drab appearance. And nowadays, a dull, drab appearance is old-fashioned when a help like Lux toilet soap is available. In tonight's play, the roles of Charlotte Lovell and her cousin Delia are of equal prominence, which presented an unusual casting problem. We needed two actresses who could be convincing both as girls of 20 and women of middle age. And we needed stars who were willing to appear unsympathetic at times for the sake of the play. And we found them in Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins. And now we begin a story as old as the human race and as new as the sacrifice some mother must have made today. The Old Maid, starring Loretta Young as Charlotte and Miriam Hopkins as Delia. The curtain rises on Act One. In the past 100 years, the tempo of life has quickened, and the ideas of a century past have been laid aside with the quaint dress and customs of their day. But one great ritual has remained almost constant, the wedding. Then as now, with the same hurried attention to last-minute details, then as now, the bride waited in her room, waited for the knock on the door which would summon her to her bridesmaids and the groom. The year is 1833. Our bride, in a lovely old-fashioned wedding gown, turns this way and that in front of her mirror, while her maid smooths out the lacy folds of the long white veil.
You don't seem a bit nervous, Miss Delia.
Nervous? Oh, no, I don't think I am.
I wish I wasn't. I wouldn't be so clumsy. Land, you'd think it was me getting married. Me hands shake so.
Oh, take your time, Nora. We've still a few moments.
You was always one to take things calm. You're not superstitious either, are you, Miss Delia?
Not very.
All the same, you're to have something borrowed and something blue.
I know, something old and something new. Well, my lace is old and everything else is new. But I've nothing borrowed and I've nothing blue.
I'd feel easier in my mind if you had.
Oh, Nora. Then you'll have to lend me something.
But what if I got mist that you'd wear?
Now, let me see. A garter. Lend me a garter.
Gracious. Do you mean it, Miss Delia?
Yes, of course. Why not?
Well, please to look the other way, then.
Go ahead. I don't see you, Nora.
Delia, may I come in?
It's your cousin, Miss.
Charlotte. Oh, of course, Charlotte.
I've something for you, Delia.
Oh, how pretty you look. I never saw you look so well. Did you, Nora?
No, Miss. I could hardly believe me eyes. It must be the dress.
Why, of course it's the dress, Nora. I don't often have a dress that's been made especially for me.
Here's the garter, Miss Delia.
Thank you. This is something borrowed, Charlotte. You haven't anything blue I could carry, have you?
It's odd you should ask me that, Delia. Here. This is blue.
What is it?
A cameo. It's a present for you, Delia.
A present? From whom?
From Clem Spender.
Clem Spender? Here we go, Nora.
Yes, Miss.
Charlotte, tell me.
He asked me to give it to you.
But I thought Clem was in Italy.
He came home today just in time for your wedding. He hadn't heard you were going to marry someone else, Delia. He thought you must be ill because you'd stopped writing.
Oh, Charlotte, I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of Clem. Of what he might say or do. Oh, you know Clem. There'll be champagne, and if he should take a glass too much, oh, watch him, Charlotte, will you? And be kind to him.
I don't see how anyone could ever be unkind to Clem.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
Why, I didn't know you cared that much, Delia.
You knew I loved him.
I knew you told him so.
Why, I mustn't cry.
No, you won't cry. You won't cry if you keep saying to yourself over and over, I'm marrying a Ralston. I am marrying Jim Ralston.
Oh, yes, I'm marrying a Ralston, and I'm glad.
Yes. You know, Delia, when Clem went to Italy to study painting, you promised to wait for him.
I did wait. I waited almost 2 years. If Clem wanted a wife, he should have stayed here and made something of himself.
Oh, Delia, why didn't you have the kindness at least to write to Clem that you were going to marry someone else?
I intended to. I tried to.
But you were ashamed.
No, I wasn't ashamed. I'm fond of Jim, and it seemed so hopeless to wait for Clem. I couldn't bear to be an old maid, Charlotte.
I shall be an old maid, because the man I love doesn't love me, and not for any other reason.
Charlotte. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was anyone.
No one has ever known. But I would have waited for him all my life.
You think so, but life doesn't stop. Oh, a woman gets lonely. She wants children and a home of her own.
I could have waited. Oh, there's the wedding march, Delia.
Yes. I'm ready.
All right.
Remember, watch Clem.
Oh, I'll not forget. Here's your present.
Something blue. Oh, Charlotte, I'm trembling so.
God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. I now pronounce you man and wife.
Nora.
Oh, wasn't she beautiful, Miss Charlotte?
Nora, where is Mr. Spender? Where did he go?
Why, through the hall, Miss, toward the balcony.
Oh, thank you, Nora. Clem. Oh, Clem.
She seemed very happy, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, why not? She's married to a fine person and rich. We mustn't forget that, must we? The Ralston millions. How important they must be to her.
Oh, Clem, please don't.
Oh, don't pity me, Charlotte. I don't want pity.
I'm glad. Because you don't need pity, Clem. If Delia wanted the things that, well, Jim Ralston could give her, if she wanted them more than she wanted you could never have been happy, could you?
I might have been. I might have made her happy, too. Why didn't she give me the chance?
Oh, Clem. What will you do now?
Do? Go back to Italy, I suppose. There's a packet sailing next week.
Oh, is that wise? I mean, to go off alone? You shouldn't be alone now, Clem. You should have friends around you now. Someone who could, well, help you forget, perhaps.
Who?
Well, I could try, Clem. If you'd let me.
What?
Oh, I'd like to try.
Oh, Charlotte.
Oh, please. Please don't look at me like that. Don't make me feel ashamed of myself, Clem.
Oh, Charlotte, forgive me. You're so very sweet. And you could help. I'm sure you could.
Oh, Clem. Excuse me, let me through, please.
Just a moment, lady. All visitors are ashore.
Yes, I know.
We're sailing in 10 minutes.
I know, I'm a passenger.
Oh, good evening, ma'am. Go right aboard.
Oh, thank you.
Mind that hoist. We're loading in a bit of a hurry, ma'am, and it's dark.
I'll be careful.
Clear the decks there. Do you want someone hurt? Move along now, miss. The tide's with us sharp on the hour.
Clem.
Oh, Charlotte. I was afraid you weren't going to make it.
Well, I had to wait till they were all asleep.
Charlotte.
Yes.
Are you quite sure you're not sorry?
Oh, no, my darling. I'll never be sorry.
Well, I'll let you unpack your things.
All right.
I'll be out on deck.
Clem.
Yes?
Clem, I must write a note to Aunt Carrie.
Of course. I'll have a boy come to pick it up.
All right.
Goodbye for a while, darling.
Clem.
Hmm?
Kiss me.
Oh, Charlotte.
Mm. Goodbye, sweetheart. My dear Aunt Carrie, perhaps someday I may be forgiven for what I am doing. I love Clem Spender. I have always loved him. And I must try to make up for the hurt he has suffered. I believe I can. By the time you receive this, we shall be far at sea. Please tell Delia. Explain to her that... Oh, yes? Who is it?
First mate, ma'am.
Well, come in, please.
Sorry. Are you Mrs. Spender?
Why, Is anything the matter?
Quiet, man. Quiet.
Well, what is it, please?
Mrs. Spender, there's been an accident.
What?
It was unavoidable, ma'am. The boom swung fast. It was dark as pitch up there, and, well, I guess he didn't see it.
Clem. Where is he? Is he hurt badly?
Oh, please, ma'am.
Well, tell me, please.
Ma'am, your husband's dead.
Dead?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, no. No! Clem!
Miss Delia.
Yes, Nora?
Dr. Lanskill is here, Miss Delia.
Dr. Lanskill. How are you, Doctor?
Good morning, my dear, and many happy returns of the day.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
And many happy returns from me, too, Miss Delia.
And thank you, Nora. Miss Delia, I've been married exactly 6 years, and Nora still can't get used to it.
Perhaps because you're still as lovely as a bride, Miss Delia.
Oh, Doctor, sit down. I'm so glad you've come.
You seem to be looking quite well.
Oh, it wasn't for me. I wanted to speak to you about Charlotte.
Oh. What's the matter with Charlotte?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps nothing, but... Doctor, you know she's going to marry Jim's brother next month.
Of course. Why?
Well, I've been Jim Ralston's wife for 6 years. When Charlotte becomes a Ralston, she'll learn that they're very exacting about some things.
Go on.
Doctor, is there any reason why Charlotte shouldn't marry Joseph Ralston?
None whatever, so far as I know.
I'm talking about her health. You remember about 5 years ago, she took a trip south. She was gone almost a year.
Yes, lung fever.
Yes.
Oh, but you may take my word, Delia. There's no danger of a recurrence. Charlotte is perfectly well.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I am relieved. But I thought she was looking badly lately, and I was afraid. Well, I imagine it was just overwork. I don't see why she does it, really.
You mean the nursery?
Yes, taking a lot of strange children for charity's sake. Seems to me they'd be better off at their homes.
Perhaps, but she's doing a fine work, Delia, and she likes children.
You go there often, don't you?
Yes, I'm going today, as a matter of fact. Charlotte asked me if I'd drop by and look at one of her little girls.
Doctor, do you suppose she'll miss it after she's married?
Miss the nursery?
Because she'll have to give it up, of course. Joseph will insist.
Will he? If I know Charlotte, my dear, she may do a little insisting herself.
Well...
Good night, girls. Good night, children. And remember, be early tomorrow.
We will. Good night, Miss Fluffy.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bridget. Bridget, where are you?
Coming, Miss Noble. Tina's supper's on the table
Oh,
now.
thank you, Bridget. Tina, dear, your supper's ready.
I want to play.
I know you do, darling, but aren't you hungry?
No, ma'am.
Well, just the same, you must eat. Now run along into the kitchen.
All right.
That's a good girl. Bridget, did you give Tina her milk today?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid Tina needs more attention than the others.
Yes, I noticed she was a little peaked.
Well, it's not only that. She's had a cold, of course, but, well, the chief difficulty is that she's very shy, and the other children like to tease her because she's a foundling.
May I come in?
Oh, Dr. Lanskel, of course.
I've brought some very distinguished guests to see you.
Well, here, let me light the illuminating gas in the passage.
Too late, Charlotte.
Delia. Well, how nice of you to come. And Joseph.
Good evening, darling. I told Delia I was stopping by to see you, and she wanted to come.
Oh, not of her own free will.
Oh.
She's never been here before, you know.
But that doesn't mean I haven't been interested, Charlotte.
Of course not.
Where are all the children?
Oh, they must have gone by this time, haven't they, Charlotte?
Well, all but one. She lives here with Bridget.
She lives here?
Yes.
Oh, may we see her?
Well, oh, yes, of course. Bridget, will you bring Tina in, please?
Yes, ma'am.
How is her cold, Charlotte?
Well, I thought you might look at her, Doctor. Oh, come in, dear. This is Tina.
Good evening, Tina.
Don't be shy, darling. This is Mrs. Ralston, Tina. Now, what do you do?
Curtsy.
Oh, that's right.
Tina. Tina what? What's your other name, child?
Clementina.
No, your other name.
She doesn't understand, Delia.
How old are you, Clementina?
You're 5, dear.
5.
And don't you know your parents' name, Clementina?
No, she doesn't.
Oh.
Bridget, you better take Tina now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, let us stay a moment. Do you want to stay, Tina?
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to stay if you do.
Well, oh, how affectionate.
Yes, ma'am. I never saw her take to anybody like that before.
She's very sweet, isn't she?
Tina, Bridget is waiting, dear. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Tina. Oh, she's a lovely child.
I wouldn't worry about her cold, Charlotte. She looks much better today. Delia, I'm afraid I've got to run. Can I drop you at the house?
Oh, so soon? Well, if I must. Goodbye, Charlotte, dear.
Goodbye, Delia, and thank you for coming.
Good night, Charlotte.
Good night, Doctor.
Are you coming, Joseph?
I'll see you later.
All right. Good night.
Well, are you ready, Charlotte?
To go? Oh, no, I have some things to do yet, Joseph.
Can't they wait, dear?
I'm afraid not.
Charlotte, do these children need all of your time?
Well, no, not all. Why?
Then I should think you could spare some for me. I'm very jealous, Charlotte.
Jealous of my waifs? Oh, darling, you needn't be. Why, you can give me what I want most for them.
What is that?
Oh, your interest, your advice, your presence.
My presence? Where?
Here, Joe, with me.
Charlotte, you're not really counting on still coming here every day after we're married.
Why, certainly. It never occurred to me that I wouldn't.
It never occurred to me that you would.
Well, why shouldn't I?
Why should you?
Well, you know, because of all these unfortunate children mean to me and all I mean to them, because it's my duty.
Duty? A married woman's first duty is to her husband, her home.
Joseph, you mean because I'm making a good marriage, I'm supposed to get rid of these poor darlings as if they were dolls I'd finished playing with? Oh, no, I can't. I won't.
You refuse?
Well, they need me, Joe.
And I need you.
Oh, but it's not the same. I'd be giving them only a little part of each day. Why can't I do that?
Because people might think it odd.
Oh, people. That shows you're Ralston, Joe. Afraid of everything that everybody else doesn't do.
Charlotte.
It's not fair of you to ask me to give up these children.
Very well, it's not fair, but I ask it all the same.
Joseph, let's not talk anymore. Not now. Goodbye, Joseph.
Don't say that. After all, what I'm asking isn't much. You'll see that. I'll be waiting for you to send for me when you do see.
Tina. Tina!
Did you call, Mom?
Why, no, I just wanted to see Tina to kiss her goodnight.
Here she is, ma'am. All ready for bed.
Good night, Tina.
Night.
Oh, my darling. My sweet little angel.
Who is it? Why, Charlotte. What are you doing here at this hour?
May I speak to you, Delia?
Well, certainly, darling. What's the matter?
Delia, I want you to help me.
Help you?
With Joe. Delia, he wants me to give up my children.
Oh, well, of course he does. Now, any man would.
But I can't. I've told him I can't.
Well, now, you must try to be sensible, Charlotte. Whether you agree with Joe or not, you must realize you'll never have another chance like this. After all, one's own babies have the first claim.
That's just it. How can I give up my own baby?
Yours. Which of the poor waifs do you call your baby?
I call my baby my own baby, Delia.
Your own?
Yes, my little girl, Tina.
No.
Yes, she's mine. She's mine, Delia.
Charlotte. Oh, my poor darling. Oh, Charlotte. Tell me everything.
Oh, what do you want me to tell you? That's all you need to know.
You love someone. Oh, my poor Charlotte.
I can't give up my own baby, can I?
No.
I can't, Delia.
No, of course not. We must think of some way.
Well, Delia, if you could talk to Joseph, persuade him that no harm can come of my going on with my nursery. Oh, please, Delia.
Oh, don't
please.
cry like that. I'll do my best to help you.
Oh, Delia, if only you can.
If you could just tell Joe.
No, I couldn't. He'd never forgive me for that,
you're
you know
right.
that.
You couldn't tell him, of course. Charlotte, when was it? When you went south that time?
Yes, Delia.
Then Dr. Lanskel knew, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he was very kind to me. But he can't help me now. You're the only one I can turn to, Delia.
If I only knew what to do. If there was only something Well, Charlotte, we're talking as if there weren't someone else to consider. Tina's father. Does he know?
No.
You never told him.
Well, I couldn't.
Why? Why, darling, you...
Because he's dead.
Dead?
Yes.
Charlotte, don't you want to tell me who it was?
Oh, what does it matter, Delia? You wouldn't understand.
But how can I help you if you don't trust me?
But haven't I told you all you need to know?
How did he die? Was it 6 years ago? He was killed. An accident.
Delia.
Clem Spender.
Yes.
You and Clem Spender. Oh, Charlotte, how could you? When he didn't even pretend to love you.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't understand. I shouldn't have told you, Delia.
No, I don't understand. Hadn't you any pride at all?
Well, you needn't be so contemptuous. I've never been sorry. Not really sorry, Delia.
Now you've come to me. Well, what do you expect me to do?
Oh, have you forgotten so soon that you were going to help
Well,
me?
what can I do? Do you think you can marry Joe with a thing like that on your conscience?
But what he doesn't know, what nobody knows, can't hurt him, Delia. And I'll make up for it in other ways. Oh, he won't be sorry he married me.
But you don't love him as much as you love Clem Spender.
Well, I love him differently, perhaps. As you love Jim.
Oh.
Differently. And I need Joe's love.
Well, I don't know what to say. I can't think. You must give me time.
No, there is no time, Delia. I must decide now, tonight, and I can't think either. Oh, please, Delia, do something. Whatever you do, you can't make things worse.
Whatever happens,
yes,
you'll have to trust me. Leave it entirely in my hands. To do as I think best.
Yes. Yes, I trust you, Delia.
That was the first act of The Old Maid. Act Two sets the course that determines the rest of Charlotte's life. But during this intermission, Mr. Ruick has a short presentation for you.
Before our stars, Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, return in Act Two of The Old Maid, let's hear what our trio have on their minds this evening.
Hello, Mr. Ruick. What's on your mind?
Hello, girls. Well, first of all, I've been wanting to ask you what it was you were humming just before the show tonight.
Oh, everyone's humming it, Mr. Ruick. It's called In an 18th Century Drawing Room.
Oh, yes.
It's a very romantic song about two old-fashioned lovers. The man in silk and lace, and the girl...
Yes, the girl. What was she like?
Well, here is one thing that we know. This lovely girl of long ago must have had a smooth complexion. It is natural to assume, for she was enchanting in that 18th century drawing room. He was in love with her, and it's the same today. Gentlemen still prefer beautiful skin, they say. Nothing else can compare, no other charm can win, and you'll have charm to spare if you have lovely skin.
Why, girls, you've turned the description of a beautiful girl in an 18th century drawing room right into a message to girls in 20th century living rooms.
Well, we want to remind them how lucky they are to have swift, easy complexion care.
We want to be sure they appreciate Lux toilet soap.
Most women do, because Lux toilet soap is real beauty soap.
It makes your skin feel so much softer and smoother.
That's because Lux toilet soap active lather removes every bit of dust and dirt that might otherwise remain to choke your pores. Active lather gives you the protection of perfect cleansing, and every woman knows how important that is to complexion beauty. Don't take any chances on losing your complexion appeal. Use the soap that 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars use every day.
And never forget that 3-minute Lux toilet soap complexion care at bedtime. Smooth, soft skin is so important to your appearance, your charm.
Why don't you decide now to get 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Old Maid, starring Miriam Hopkins as Delia and Loretta Young as Charlotte, with Helen Wood as Tina. Only a few minutes have passed. Shocked and jealous at the news that Tina is the child of Charlotte and Clem Spender, Delia is determined to break up the marriage. Downstairs, in the dim candlelight of the drawing room, she faces Joseph Ralston, but cannot bring herself to tell him the truth.
Perhaps in her place, Joseph, I'd feel exactly as she does. And since it seems to be a matter of deciding between you and the children, well, I don't see what you can do if she chooses them.
If she chooses them, it's because she thinks she's doing what is right. In that case, I must be the one to give in.
Joseph, you mean you've decided that Charlotte's to do exactly as she likes in this matter?
Exactly as she likes, so long as she doesn't overtax her strength. And I'm going to tell her so at once.
No, it's no use.
What?
It's no use. You were talking just now about her health. I tell you, Charlotte can't marry you. She can't marry anyone.
I don't understand you.
Charlotte's ill. She's coughing again. You know what that means. She can't marry anyone, I tell you.
Ill? But why wasn't I told at once?
Well, because, well, such things aren't easy to tell.
Charlotte, ill.
Good evening. Fine concert tonight, Delia. You should have been there. Is something wrong?
Dr. Lenskill.
Yes?
When Charlotte went south 5 years ago, it was for lung fever, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought everyone knew that, Joe.
That disease is in her family, isn't it?
Well, everyone knows that, too. Why do you ask?
Suppose she began coughing again.
Has she coughed?
What would it mean?
It would be a very bad sign, of course.
That's all. Good night.
What did he mean, Delia?
He's not going to marry her.
But I don't understand
Dr.
this.
Lanskull, Charlotte didn't go south because of her health. I know why she went. That's why she mustn't marry Joe.
Who decided that?
I did.
With or without her consent?
Without.
You've taken a great deal on yourself, Delia.
You think I've done wrong?
I think it's a sacrilegious thing to lay so much as a finger on another person's destiny.
But she came to me herself to beg me to help her so she wouldn't have to give up her child. This was the only way. And I can make it up to her. I'll take the baby into my own home.
Delia.
And Charlotte, too. We'll have a proper home here. Clem Spender's child must have every advantage.
Clem Spender's child. I think I understand. Good night.
Dr. Lanskull,
Yes?
you're right. I've done a sacrilegious thing. Deliberately.
The wisest of us make mistakes, my dear. And sometimes we never learn whether or not they were mistakes. I hope yours wasn't.
Delia, did you speak to Joseph? Charlotte, you can't marry Joe, can you, and keep little Tina?
Well, not keep her with me, no, but... Oh, Delia. You're trying to tell me I must give her up.
I promised to help you, didn't I? But I didn't promise that you should marry Joe, too. Well, I've done the best I could. You and little Tina shall be together always.
But, Joe, you didn't tell him, Delia. I couldn't bear that. What did you tell him?
That you were coughing again.
Oh, Delia.
Well, I had to tell him something. If you were to keep the child, the engagement had to be broken.
So you frightened him away. I see.
He's dreadfully unhappy, but he accepts your decision.
My decision?
Well, mine, then.
And if I don't accept your decision? What if I tell him the truth? What if he should say he'd forgiven me?
If there'd been any hope of that, would you have come to me? Oh, give up these foolish thoughts, Charlotte, and try to realize what it's going to mean to be with your child always. That's what you wanted most, isn't it?
Well, yes, but
Well, I've done what I could. I've spoken to Jim about it. You're to come here. You and Tina.
Here? In this house?
Yes.
Oh. But not as her mother.
Well, that would be impossible. She must never know. You realize that, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Don't, Charlotte. Don't. Everything will be all right. Oh, I promise you. You understand me? Tina must have the best of schooling. The very best.
Certainly, Mrs. Ralston.
She must be treated as my own daughter.
Of course.
Paris, London, and Rome. I think that's sufficient for Miss Tina's first trip abroad.
It will do nicely, Mr. Harvey, thank you. 17. Oh, Nora, you've forgotten one of the candles on Miss Tina's birthday cake.
Why, she'd never forgive me, Mum.
no.
18, of course.
Tina plays beautifully, doesn't she? Charlotte, did you hear me?
Yes, Doctor.
I was saying Tina plays very well.
Yes, she does. But she'll be late for the ball unless she starts soon.
You know, when you consider how pleasant life is in this house, you must feel a deep satisfaction in having managed to give Tina such a home.
If Tina's life has been pleasant in this house, it's Delia who's made it so, not I. She calls Delia Mother.
Oh, we won't talk of your own sacrifices for the child, Charlotte. But Delia's done her best, too.
Her best to spoil her, from the day Jim died 12 years ago. There's nothing now, nothing at all that Tina doesn't have or can't have by asking for it.
Oh, well, I must be going.
Doctor, you leaving?
Yes, Delia, I have a patient to see on my way home.
Good night, Doctor.
Oh, Tina. Oh, let me see you. You're very beautiful tonight.
We're going to a ball. Dr. Lanskull, you know Lanning.
Oh, of course.
Well, how do you do, sir? May I help you with your coat?
Oh, thank you. Well, good night, all.
Good night.
Tina?
Yes, Aunt Charlotte.
Tina, the carriage has been waiting for 20 minutes, and horses don't like standing on a cold night like this.
They're going now, Charlotte.
Yes, we're just going.
It doesn't matter if we're late at a ball.
It's not unbecoming to anyone to make a habit of being on time.
I know. The early bird catches the worm. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Tina, I see nothing to laugh at. People who have no regard for punctuality. usually have no regard for other things.
Aunt Charlotte, please. Must you always find fault with me?
You're not perfection, my child.
I know I'm not perfect.
Tina,
but...
dear, you'd better go.
I'll wait outside, Tina.
Very well. Oh, Mother, I wish you were coming too.
But this is a young people's ball, darling.
You're young, Mother, and Aunt Charlotte doesn't mind being alone.
Tina.
Please. Mother, do you like my hair like this? Lanning said it's lovely. I hope everyone likes it.
Tina, why must you always think that people are interested in you?
Why shouldn't I? Aren't they?
My dear, what will people think of you if you talk like that?
Just what she deserves, probably.
Mother, tell Aunt Charlotte to stop finding fault with me.
Tina!
Someone must find fault sometimes.
You think Mother spoils me, but she doesn't. It's just that she understands me while you don't.
Tina,
Mother
don't
knows what
speak
it
to
is
Aunt...
to be young and have everyone fond of her, while
Please.
you...
Now go.
Good night, Mother.
Good night. And don't be too late.
I suppose you felt you had to scold Tina because of the way she spoke to me.
I wanted to realize what it is to be respectful.
She thinks I can't understand her because she considers me an old maid.
Shut
Yes, a ridiculous, narrow-minded old maid. What else can she ever think me?
Oh, my dear.
Oh, you needn't pity me. She's really mine. I do scold her. But I don't want to be hard on her. As it is, I always practice what I'm going to say to her if it's anything important. So I'll sound like an old maid aunt talking and not a mother.
I know, Charlotte. I know.
Delia, have you noticed that Tina has changed?
Changed? Since when? How?
Since Lanning Halsey has been coming here so often.
It's very natural for him to come often. He's very much in love with her.
Yes.
But do you dislike it? I mean, as a husband for Tina.
Tina cannot afford to pick and choose.
But there's nothing against Lanning, is there? Except that he seems uncertain as to his choice of a profession.
Uncertainty about a profession may cause uncertainty about other things, too.
I don't understand you, Charlotte.
He hasn't asked Tina to marry him. How could he? He earns nothing, and his allowance will be stopped if he marries against his parents' wishes.
Oh, but Charlotte, you...
Unfortunately, Delia, my girl has no fortune and no name. And every careful mother we know has warned her son against becoming interested.
But after all, Tina's happy with us. She doesn't need to marry anyone.
Tina, an old maid? Never. My child shall have her life.
Oh, Charlotte, why do you twist my words? I mean, the Tina's young. She isn't 20 yet. She can wait.
No. We've waited long enough.
What are you thinking of, Charlotte? What are you going to do?
I don't know. You'd better go to bed, Delia. There's no need in both of us waiting up for her, and it's my duty, not yours.
Very well. Good night, Charlotte.
Good night. She'll come home late. Probably walks through the snow. What, Tina? You walked home with Lanning? Why, you imprudent child in this wet snow. You shouldn't do these things, Tina. You were always a delicate child. Do you know how late it is?
Tina.
Shh. You must go, Lanning.
Not yet. No one's about.
This is very wicked of us.
Is it? Why?
I don't know. Oh, Lanning, I loved it. The snow and the moonlight and icy trees in the square. And being with you at last all alone. What are you doing?
I'm taking off your wet slippers. I loved it, too. But I should have taken better care of you just the same.
Oh, silly.
Now for the other foot. Both little feet have to be warm, or little Tina may be ill. Oh, Tina, what if you should die? You won't, will you? Promise not to.
Oh, Lanning, you silly.
Tina.
Oh, darling.
Tina.
That's the first time. And I shall never kiss anyone but you. Ever.
Tina.
Aunt Charlotte.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Lovell.
I was speaking to Tina.
Aunt Charlotte, stop.
Tina.
Oh, Mother.
I've not been able to sleep. I heard you come in. It's late.
I know. I'm sorry.
You'd better go now, Lanning.
Yes, Mrs. Ralston.
Don't scold him. This is Tina's fault, not his. Any boy would have done the same if she'd permitted it.
No, it's not her fault.
Delia, tell him not to come here again. It's your house, or I'd tell him myself.
Aunt Charlotte, take that back. Mother, tell Lanning he's to come when he wants to. Tell him, Mother. It is your house, not hers.
Don't bother, Mrs. Ralston. I'm going away soon in a week, probably. So it doesn't matter very much whether I'm forbidden this door or not. I'd only have come again to say goodbye in any case.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Tina.
Lanning! You see? You see what she's done, Mother? She's driven Lanning away.
Oh, no, my child. I've not driven him away. If he's not coming here again, it's because he finds it awkward when he has no intention of marrying a girl who is so free with her kisses.
That's not true. That's not true.
You know it's true.
Your aunt's right, Tina. If Lanning goes, it's because he doesn't care as much for you as you think.
But he would have cared if she'd not driven him away. I'd have made him care. And now I can't. Now he's gone. And I'll never forgive her. Never.
Tina.
I won't. You've no business to meddle, Aunt Charlotte.
Go to your room, Tina.
I'm going. But before I do, she's got to know that I'm sick of her fault-finding and her spying and her meddling. You can say what you please to me, Mother, because you understand me and I love you. But she's only a sour old maid who hates me because
Tina,
I'm
stop.
young and attractive and alive, while she's old and hideous and dried up and has never known anything about love. I won't have her interfering with my life, I tell you. I won't have it! Charlotte, I'm so terribly sorry. This has gone on long enough. I see my mistake now, and I mean to remedy it.
Your mistake?
You've been good to us, Delia. But I understand my duty now. If I am to save my child, I must take her away.
Charlotte, what are you saying?
I must take Tina away from here. We must go somewhere where we're not known, where we shall live among plain people leading plain lives, where she can find herself a husband and make herself a home.
You take Tina away from me now.
No, I'm not ungrateful, Delia.
Oh, don't speak of gratitude. What does it matter whether you're grateful or not? It's Tina I'm thinking of.
Of course it's Tina you're thinking of. Tina and Clem Spender.
You're insane, Charlotte. I've not thought of Clem Spender for years.
Oh, but you have. You have, Delia. You've thought of him and thinking of Tina. A woman never stops thinking of the man she loves. You can't forgive me because Clem Spender didn't quite break his heart over you. That's why you like keeping me at your mercy and taking his child from me.
And suppose that's true. She's your child, too. And to take her away now from the life you've made such a sacrifice to give, that would be too cruel. Even more cruel to her than to me.
What's ahead for her here, Delia? For a girl without a name or a penny among cautious people like the Halseys and their kind? You've done all you could for her. But you see what's come of it so far. Now
No, I've not done all I could. But I'm going to if you'll let me. I'll adopt Tina legally.
Adopt her? How could that help?
I'll give her my name, the Ralston name, and my money.
No, I refuse.
How can you refuse? How can you sacrifice Tina's happiness to your pride?
My pride? Why, what pride have I except in my child?
Then you are going to sacrifice her when she might have everything she wants, even Lanning Halsey for a husband. It's just as she said. He will love her if she wants him to. And if she has money of her own in my name, why, the Halseys wouldn't dare find her a bad match for their son. Charlotte, give her this chance. What mother wouldn't? If Lanning takes her away from us both, well, it won't be like really giving her up. Couldn't we just go on loving her together? Oh, couldn't we, Charlotte?
Mother, are you coming up? I've been waiting for you.
Charlotte.
Go up to her. You're her mother now.
Curtain falls on the second act of The Old Maid. But the love Charlotte feels for her child cannot be denied so easily, as we see in a moment when our stars return for Act 3. Right now, here's a gentleman with a brief and pointed message.
Miriam Hopkins, Loretta Young, and Helen Wood will be back in a moment for the third act of The Old Maid. But before they do, I'd like to tell you about some conversational bridge that I overheard the other day.
Conversational bridge? Why, what's that, Mr. Ruick?
Well, my wife was having a bridge party, but the ladies didn't seem to be playing cards.
Of course, I'm crazy about Irene Dunn. Did you see her in When Tomorrow Comes? She always looks so pretty. I'll bid a heart.
I'll pass. She is lovely, but my favorite is Madeline Carroll. Wait till you see her in Honeymoon in Bali. What beautiful hair and skin, even in the close-ups. Sure bid, dear.
But did Jane bid hearts or clubs? Say, for sheer gorgeousness, you want to see Joan Bennett in The Man in the Iron Mask. Can that girl wear stunning costumes?
Well, anyone as good-looking as she is can wear a bungalow apron and look like a million. See here, girls, can't we just review the bidding a minute?
You see, no matter where you are, you'll hear women discussing the screen stars. They admire them, often follow their lead in the kind of clothes they wear or the beauty care they use. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap take real pride in the fact that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And they're just as proud of the fact that thousands of charming women all over the country agree with the stars that fine white Lux Toilet Soap is the right soap for their complexions. Now, here's the reason Lux Toilet Soap gives your skin such gentle, beautiful care. It has active lather that removes dust and dirt, every trace of stale cosmetics. Active lather gives your skin the protection of thorough, perfect cleansing. It isn't only screen stars who must pass close-up tests. Every woman knows that the eyes of her friends, the eyes of those who love her, notice how she looks. They notice whether her skin is smooth and clear or dull and unattractive. Use cosmetics all you wish, but don't take chances with improper, careless cleansing. Use Lux Toilet Soap regularly, every day. Make it your bedtime beauty care. You want your skin to stay smooth and lovely because it's nice to hear people say how attractive she is. Start your Lux Toilet Soap care tomorrow, won't you? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with Act 3 of The Old Maid. Months have gone by, and Delia's plans for Tina have borne fruit. It's June now, the evening before Tina's marriage to Lanning. In the drawing room, the last preparations for the wedding are being made.
Everything's done that can be done tonight. I've been to the kitchen. I've told Melissa Grimes she'd better count on 200 plates of ice cream.
I can't think of anything else.
Neither can I. Aunt Charlotte, you've been wonderful. Hasn't she, Dr. Lanscow?
Very, and personally, I think the only thing left is to go to bed. You must be tired, Charlotte.
The bride's the one who should be sent to bed. Say good night, Tina.
Yes, Tina, you should go to bed now.
But I'm not sleepy, Mother.
You can rest, whether you sleep or not.
Yes, you should go up now, Tina.
All right, but will you come up and say good night to me, Mother?
Of course.
Because tonight, oh, Mother, I'm so happy. Too happy.
Too happy, dear.
You know, Dr. Lanscow, Lanning says we've all been straws whirling around on a sunlit torrent ever since Mother adopted me and his parents said he might get married. They've been sweet to me, but if Mother hadn't cared enough for me to give me her name and the money, they'd have not wanted him to care either.
Oh, nonsense.
Oh, I know, Mother. I know what I owe you. I owe you everything. You know, I used to wonder who I really was, but I don't care now. I'd rather have you for my mother than anyone in the world.
Oh, Tina, dear, stop chattering.
I must see about the doilies. Excuse me, Doctor.
Of course.
Tina, you mustn't run on so before your Aunt Charlotte. She's done just as much for you as anyone.
Yes. What do you think, Dr. Lanscow? Aunt Charlotte gave me all her grandmother's jewels.
Oh, you're a lucky girl. I've seen them.
I know I am. And my wedding veil. She wanted me to wear the wedding dress that she was going to wear once, too, and didn't. It seems odd to think that anyone ever wanted to marry Aunt Charlotte.
Tina, you must go off to bed. Now, hurry, dear.
All the same, I won't go to sleep until you've come in and said good night.
I told you I'll come. Now, run along.
Good night, Dr. Lanscow.
Good night. I must go, too. You know, I think poor Charlotte is happy at last.
I hope so. Doctor, I know you thought I took too much on myself when I kept Charlotte from marrying Joe that time. I've not forgotten what you said about meddling with another person's destiny.
But I know that you've paid for your mistake, if it was a mistake. Good night, my dear.
Thank you. Good night, Dr. Lanscow.
Delia?
Yes, Charlotte?
You're going up now to speak to Tina?
Yes, unless there's something you want to talk to me about first. I told her I'd go up to her.
I understand. But please understand me, too, if I ask you not to.
No, I don't understand you, Charlotte. Surely you realize on the night before her wedding, a girl ought to have a mother's counsel.
Naturally. That's why I must be the one to talk to Tina tonight. Just tonight, I am her mother.
Charlotte, you're not going to tell her that. Not now.
You hate me so much for it, is all that.
Hate you? Oh, what a word to use between us.
It's a word that's been between us since the beginning, Delia. You hated me from the moment you knew that I was the mother of Clem Spender's child. And there's been hate between us ever since. Because his child is mine instead of yours.
I realize now that you believe I've hated you because you've hated me. Hated me in spite of everything I've tried to do.
Nothing was for me, Delia. It was all for Clem Spender and his child.
Charlotte, our lives are over. And so is Clem Spender's. But Tina's is ahead of her. And if you love her as I love her, you couldn't stand there and talk of hatred. Not here, where the very air's filled with her happiness tonight. Oh, it's wicked of you, Charlotte. It's wicked.
I'm not wicked. I wouldn't have done to you what you've done to me. From the beginning, you've deliberately divided me from my daughter. Did you suppose it's been easy all these years to hear her call you mother? You perpetually came between us. If you hadn't, she'd had no one else to turn to but me. She'd have had to love me. And that's why I can talk of hatred. That's why tonight, just tonight, she belongs to me. And that's why I won't let her call anyone else mother. Tonight.
Very well. I won't go up to her. And if you want her to know the truth about her birth, it's your right to tell her that, too.
I suppose you imagine it'll be a tragedy for Tina to learn that she's my daughter. Well, we shall see.
Oh, Charlotte.
Who is it? Who is it? Is that you, Mother?
Charlotte, did you tell her? Did you?
No. She's waiting for you.
Charlotte.
I couldn't, after all. I stood outside her door. I tried to think of something to say to her without her guessing. There's nothing I can say. You're the mother she wants. Go up to her, Delia. It's not your fault. Or mine.
Oh, Charlotte.
After all, she was mine when she was little. Good night, Delia.
Oh, Charlotte. Tina.
Come in, Mother. I've been waiting for you.
Tina, do you want to do something that will make me very happy?
Anything, darling.
Then find your Aunt Charlotte. She's just gone to her room. And when you found her, remember this. She didn't marry a man who loved her very much and who would have given her everything she wanted because she wouldn't give you up. That's why she's no maid.
Oh. Why didn't anyone ever tell me that before?
Well, sometimes people don't think. Sometimes they're selfish. But you remember. And you try to make her glad of the choice she'd made without letting her know I asked you to.
And I've always been so horrid.
And there's one thing more.
Yes?
When you go away tomorrow, at the very last moment, you understand, after you've said goodbye to me and to everyone else, just as Lanning helps you into the carriage.
Yes?
Lean down and give your last kiss to Aunt Charlotte. Don't forget. The very last.
I won't forget. And I'll go to her now. Aunt Charlotte. Yes? Aunt Charlotte, you didn't come to say goodnight to me. No, Tina, I didn't. I thought... So I've come to you. Good night. And, oh, Aunt Charlotte, I'm so grateful for everything. And I love you so very, very much. Tina. Oh, Tina.
The curtain falls on the third act of The Old Maid. In a moment, our stars, Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, are returning for a curtain call. First, however, I'd like you to meet the author of tonight's play. There are two groups of playwrights who've contributed to the vitality of the American theater. The first group is made up of those who write one successful play and are never heard from again. In the other category are those who've written not one but many hits. Writers like Zoe Akins, author of The Old Maid and our special guest tonight. At the last count, she had seen 22 of her plays produced. And there's a brand new one called Starvation on Red River, soon due on Broadway. Miss Akins, you should be used to taking curtain calls by now.
Unfortunately, they're not always curtain calls, Mr. DeMille. Sometimes one looks round for the closest exit and runs instead of walks. But I do remember one night, the first time I heard an audience shout, "Author," and found myself somehow out on a stage. I don't know exactly what I said now, but it must have been something intensely original, like a thank you, not being exactly a silver-tongued orator. And I do remember also the little speech the producer made afterwards in the wings. "This is wonderful," he said, "if that audience is on the level."
You say you're not a silver-tongued orator, Miss Akins. And I've noticed as far as politics and economics are concerned, you keep your characters off the stump, too.
Yes, I've never gone in for propaganda in my plays.
That's a rare virtue, when so many dramatists are going in for propaganda instead of plays. You regard the theater solely as a place for entertainment, then?
Oh, not at all. I think good entertainment is a very rare and beneficial thing. But I think the theater, to be important, must be more than merely enjoyable. A play is only important when it widens the horizon of the mind by enriching it with emotional experiences other than its own, and so gives light as well as pleasure.
Make 'em laugh, make 'em cry, and make 'em remember.
Yes, make them remember if you can. What is easily forgotten doesn't count.
The emphasis you place on human values in plays has made you something of an authority on feminine psychology, whether you welcome the distinction or not.
I decline it with thanks. After all, a psychologist is only a person who can guess what others feel and think. And I like to think my guess is as good about a man as about a woman.
Wasn't The Old Maid criticized as too sentimental? That is, before the audience flocked to the box office.
Yes, it was. And I don't know why, unless it's because the ladies wore hoop skirts instead of slacks. There isn't a sentimental line in the play, to my way of thinking. You know, the Oxford Dictionary defines sentimental as being prone to shallow emotions. And after all, jealousy and love and hate are the strongest stuff of life. And when I first read Edith Wharton's story, I thought it was intensely modern in the way it dealt with these forces. The critic of the English Manchester Guardian said, "This might well be called the story of a crime, being the story of the murder of one woman's happiness by another." And that hardly seems a sentimental tale to me. But I think I've said enough. And I know we all want to congratulate Miss Young and Miss Hopkins and...
Your play, Miss Akins, speaks a universal language. But here are Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, no longer in the period of candlelight and carriages.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's been a real adventure being here tonight. But before I go, I want to say something about the product behind this program. Candlelight and carriages may be outmoded, but there's one American fashion that will never change, and that's the fashion of having clear, smooth complexion. And part of it is the regular use of Lux soap. I've been a Lux soap booster for a very long time now.
I agree with Loretta. Lux soap is a definite help to a good complexion. Now, won't you tell us what the Lux Radio Theater play is going to be next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present Only Yesterday, and our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Only Yesterday is a love story of unusual tenderness, the drama of a woman's love which endured through every hardship that time and circumstance created. Everyone who likes a real love story will thoroughly enjoy Only Yesterday.
Oh, that's a beautiful play and a fine cast, Mr. DeMille. Good night, and thank you again.
Good night, Loretta. And it's also been a great pleasure to have you with us, Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've enjoyed it, too. Good night.
Good night. That was fine acting we heard tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent in Only Yesterday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruiz, inviting you to enjoy the increasingly popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. In today's episode, Dr. Susan helped perform a delicate operation on her own son. Tomorrow, she will learn the startling result. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Juanita Quigley as Tina as a child, Doris Lloyd as Nora, Jack Lewis as Dr. Lanskel, Fred Shields as Clem Spender, Fred Mackay as Joseph Ralston, Harold Daniels as Lanning Halsey, John Fee as clergyman, Lou Merrill as mate, and Howard McNair as seaman. Loretta Young's current picture is Walter Wanger's Eternally Yours. Miriam Hopkins appears through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures and is now appearing in their production of The Old Maid. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Drums Along the Mohawk. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Playhouse.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Of all the countless characters created by the pen, comparatively few are destined for a long public life. However, Dashiell Hammett, the mystery writer, created a couple of characters named Nick and Nora Charles about 10 or more years ago. Well, Nora and Nick are still around and still doing fine, as you hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Yes, tonight the Mystery Playhouse is host to Nick and Nora Charles as they appear in another episode from The Adventures of the Thin Man. Well, to begin with, our mystery in the lighter vein is chock full of surprising and unusual occurrences. Take, for instance, the fact that it's 9 o'clock in the morning when our story opens, and Nick Charles, who usually can't be pried from the arms of Morpheus before noon except in case of fire or disorder, is not only up, but fully dressed. And it's in this extremely unlikely situation that he's found by his good friend Ebenezer Williams, sheriff of Crabtree County. Eb is very surprised indeed. In fact, you might say he's amazed.
Well, all dressed. My Godfrey. You sure you're all right, Nick?
Oh, come in, Eb. I've been going crazy. I've been up all night.
What's wrong?
Nora's gone. She left the house yesterday afternoon. I haven't heard a word from her since.
Oh, so she finally come to her senses. Did she find another fella?
Eb, this is serious. I called the police, the newspapers. There's not a trace of her. This never happened before.
Oh, take it easy, Nick.
Eb, I've never felt so miserable. Well, look at me. No dinner, no sleep, no Nora.
Maybe that'll learn you to be nice to your next wife.
I don't want a next wife. I want the one I got. You can't get that model anymore. What am I saying? Eb, do you really think she left me?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe that's the police. Maybe they found the body.
Maybe. Shall I answer it?
No, I'll face it. I have it coming to me. Hello?
Hello. Tell Nora that Wolfie is calling.
Who are you?
Wolfie, you dope.
Well, I'm Nora's husband.
Don't worry. You won't be for long.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I'm the guy she's going to marry.
Who says so?
She does. She proposed to me last night.
Hey, what is this, a gag? What did you do to my wife?
My dear fellow.
Hey, come on, you pug, talk.
I refuse to listen to such language over a telephone.
Hello? Hello?
Who was that?
Some idiot Nora promised to marry last night.
That ain't possible. She can't be married to two idiots at the same time?
The guy screamed just before he hung up. Eb, what could have happened to Nora? Hello.
Hello? This is Leo.
Hello, Leo. What do you want?
$200, of course.
What for?
The mirror, naturally. It's cheap. But that's Leo for you. Always a sucker for a beautiful dame.
Listen, I don't know anything about this.
But didn't your wife tell you about me?
No.
Oh, that's deceptive.
Where'd you last see my wife?
Leo's. The gathering place of convivial spirits. She left after she broke the mirror behind my bar. Why?
My wife didn't get home. I've been looking everywhere for her.
Andre knows, Bud. You shouldn't let a dame like that go around loose.
That's just it. Was she loose?
Well, I'd say she was tight.
That's impossible. Nora never gets tight.
Does she throw horseshoes at mirrors in her natural state?
Where did she get a horseshoe?
From a horse, naturally.
Who was my wife with?
One was a female lady of interesting design. The other was a male gentleman of designing interest.
What are you talking about?
The guy I know. His name is Bill Martin, and no good. The dame I didn't know.
Listen, I'll be down to your place. Where is it?
On 6th Avenue, in the village. You know what I'd do if I had a wife like yours, Bud?
Oh, what?
I'd lock her and me in a golden cage and throw away the key. Bye.
Goodbye, Leo. Oh, Eb, this is the zaniest thing that ever happened.
Nora. And everything. How are you, Effie?
Fine, Nori. How are you? Or is it a military secret?
I'm feeling deliriously hilarious. Have you ever walked on bubbles?
No, dear.
It requires the greatest delicacy, and it's hard to keep your balance. Kiss me, darling.
Nora, what have you been drinking?
I didn't touch a drop. All I had was one teeny-wee cup of tea.
Tea?
With Crawford tea.
Where were you last night?
Kiss me first.
There. Now, where were you last night?
Last night? Well, darling, I had tea with Joan Lawrence, and then I don't remember. That's odd, isn't it?
Well, don't you remember anything?
Of course. I woke up in a nice, comfy hotel suite, and I tried to phone you, but the line was busy, so I came over, and here I am. With the nails down that floor. Oh, catch me!
Laura. She's out, Eb.
Yeah. Well, I reckon that solves the mystery of your missing wife.
No, Eb, you're wrong. I'm afraid we're at the beginning of another mystery.
Huh?
Look up Dr. Barton's name in the phone book. Tell him to get up here immediately.
Why? Is there something wrong?
Look at her eyes, Eb. Unless I'm crazy, she's been drugged.
Am I dying?
No, dear. The doctor said you'll be okay.
The doctor?
Yes, Nori. You've been drugged.
Oh, why should anyone want to do a thing like that to little me?
That's what I want to find out. What happened after you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
I don't know.
In your bag, we found a key to a suite in the Wilson Hotel. You remember registering there?
No, but I woke up there.
Where'd you go between the time you had tea with Joan and the time you woke up?
I've no idea.
Do you remember going to a joint called Leo's, the gathering place of convivial spirits?
Sounds delightful. Was I there?
I reckon so. You broke the mirror behind his bar with a horseshoe. Now, what made you do a thing like that?
Well, I can't imagine it. But I do remember one thing. There was the nicest man with me and Joan.
Wolfie?
No, I don't remember anyone named Wolfie.
Well, you should, dear. You asked him to marry you.
You know, I must have had a wonderful time. Tell me more.
You know a fellow named Bill Martin?
That's him. He's the nicest man. Joan knew him. He's in business with her husband. Darling, did you call Joan?
Yes, baby. No one answers at her apartment.
Well, that's funny. Nick, do you think something happened to Joan?
I don't know, darling. But I don't think you were drugged by accident. We're going to the Wilson Hotel and check that key you have. Come in, Nora. Eb?
Yeah.
Was this the suite you woke up in?
Mm-hmm. I remember. It looked a mess.
Looks like a hurricane struck it.
Isn't it a shame, dear?
What?
I evidently had the time of my life last night, and I didn't even know it.
Hey, Mr. Russell left his bag here. Eb, will you help me open it?
Okie baby dokey. Hey, that's sure an oversized suitcase. Looks more like a little trunk. Now she's open it.
Nick!
Don't be frightened, baby. He can't hurt you. He's dead.
That's Bill Martin. He was the nicest man. The one that told you about.
The woman's compact in his pocket.
That's my compact. Wonder how he got it.
Nora, did you kill him?
Me? Kill him?
Yes, darling. Now, don't be afraid to tell me the truth.
But I don't remember.
Now, just try to think. Did you stick a knife in his back because he got fresh?
Well, I don't know.
You sure he was killed with a knife, Nick?
Yeah, you can see the wound in his back.
Say, there's blood stains here near the telephone. Did you find anything more on his body?
Just this watch.
Oh, you can't use that, Nick. It's broken. Give it back.
Just a second. Nick, could that be broke like that because a bullet hit it?
What I was wondering, Eb. The hand stopped at 5:30. No bullet holes in this guy. Nora, you keep this watch. What's the name of the restaurant where you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
The Bixley on Lower Fifth Avenue. It's near Joan's apartment.
I'm going down there.
Do you think poor Joan is dead, too?
Maybe, baby. I want you and Eb to take a careful look around here and then go to Joan's apartment. Eb, use this collection of skeleton keys to get in. So long, darling. Take good care of her, Eb.
All right.
Eb. You don't think I killed him, do you?
I don't know, Norrie. Say, will you take a look in them closets? I'm going over that other room. Careful.
All right, Eb. Oh, what a lovely flower. Oh, my neck. Let go. Let go.
Find anything in that closet, Norrie? Norrie? Don't you hear me? Norrie, I just looked. Look. Norrie.
That waiter said you wanted to have words with me.
Yeah, that's right. Were you on duty in this restaurant about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Yeah. Hey, ain't you Nick Charles?
That's right.
Don't you remember me? Rayfield, the rat.
Of course. I sent you up, didn't I?
Yeah. I could have got 50 years, but you only let me get 10. Gee, you changed. You used to be a good-looking young fella.
Well, I hope you've changed, too, Rayfield. Here, will you take a look at this picture in my wallet?
Some doll.
That's my wife. Did you serve her yesterday?
What does the rest of her look like?
Usual accessories, but well placed.
She was here with another dame. This other dame had a wonderful build. I served them.
Where?
In that booth right over there.
Now, listen, Rayfield. I want you to remember exactly what happened while they were here. Try and recall every detail. If it'll help your memory, act it out.
Okay. Now, let me see. You be your wife. I am the girl with the build. So, we come in. We look around to see if anybody notices what terrific lookers we is. And after we see that all the wolves is foaming at the mouth, we sit down.
Now, where do I sit?
In the corner of the booth. Me. I'm the other girl. I sit here. So another person joins us. A guy named Bill. Very good looking.
Bill Martin?
Yeah, that's his name. He ordered cocktails.
Now listen carefully. Did you see Bill Martin put anything in the girl's tea?
No. But an hour later, they was all still here. Bill had lots of drinks, and they was all laughing like things was hilarious.
Did you see any of them leave?
Yeah, I left. I mean me, the girl with the belt. I comes up and asks me, Rayfield, where is the telephone booth? And I tell me. Then me, Rayfield, I see your wife and a man in the booth.
How'd my wife look?
Tired like. Sort of sitting in the corner, leaning back with her eyes closed. I figure she drunk some of the guy's cocktails.
When did this girl return?
In about 5 minutes.
Did the man leave the booth at all?
No. Why should he leave when he's got a good-looking babe like your wife there? About 6 o'clock, they all left together. They all walked with a wobble.
Okay, Rayfield. Guess that'll be all. Thanks.
Don't mention it. And if you need my help again, be free to call on me. Nothing's too much for the guy what set me up the river for 10 years.
Of course I will accept your check for $200, Mr. Charles. That's Leo for you. He'll take a check from anybody.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, Leo?
Not at all. I personally am a convivial spirit, and I like conversation.
At what time did my wife break that mirror?
At precisely 2 a.m.
What makes you so sure?
I was waiting to hear the war news. You know, they have it on the radio every hour.
Bill Martin and this girl were with my wife all the time?
Yeah.
Why did you say Bill Martin was a no-good?
Did you ever hear of Pedro Gonzalez?
Sure, he used to have a bootlegging mouth.
It's black market now. This guy, Bill Martin, was connected with him. He tried to sell me some tax-free liquor once.
Leo, can I use your phone?
Sure, go ahead. Take a tip from me, pal. Don't fool around with Gonzalez. He ain't no convivial spirit.
I'm just trying to find out if Martin drugged my wife.
Oh.
Hello, Eb. How long have you been there at Jones' place?
Oh, a few minutes, Nick. Say, I'm glad you called. The killer was hiding in one of the closets.
Did you get him?
No, the killer got us.
What?
He shot Nori on the head. But she's all right now.
Oh, good.
Sneaked out side entrance.
Well, did you find anything important in the apartment?
I reckon so. We found another corpse.
Who? Jones?
No, the husband. Shot full of bullet holes. And plenty murdered. Yeah. All right, I got you, Nick. All right, Nick, I'll do like you say. All right.
Did Nick find the killer, Eb?
No, but he was telling me about the information he dug up.
What are you doing there, Eb?
Just looking at this corpse's pocket, Norrie. There's a bullet hole into it. I didn't notice that before.
Is it important?
Maybe. Now, that's the vest pocket, where a fellow usually carries a watch. You know, I think this fellow was not only killed, he was robbed by Godfrey.
Eb, did you notice that banjo clock on the wall?
Well, what about it?
It stopped at 2. And the reason it stopped is because there are a couple of bullet holes in it. Look. Oh, Joan, darling.
Hello, Nora. Oh, I've got the most awful headache.
Gilbert, what happened
Now,
to him?
don't try to put yourself together. Your husband's been murdered. We found him here like that. Now, dear.
Oh, Nora, this is awful.
There, now. Nick and our friend Ed Williams is working on this case. Now, if you can keep a grip on yourself, you can help us.
Well, I'll be all right, Nora. I was afraid something like this was going to happen. That's why I wanted to talk to you yesterday. My husband and Bill Martin, they were in trouble with Pedro Gonzalez. He's a gangster, you know.
Yeah, Nick told me all about that. Miss Lawrence, where was you last night?
Well, I'm not really sure. It's all very hazy. I woke up only a few minutes ago at the Royal Crest Hotel. Did anything happen to Bill Martin?
He's been murdered, too.
Oh, no.
Nora, he was drugged.
Well, then I must have been drugged, too. Well, of course, I see it all now. They drugged us so I wouldn't go home and find them killing Gilbert. And Bill Martin must have known about it. He was very close to them, so they killed him to keep him quiet.
Was your husband alive at 2 yesterday afternoon?
Well, yes, I had lunch with him.
Joan, why'd you murder your husband?
What are you talking about?
You, Joan. You murdered both of them.
No, he's crazy, isn't he? Eb, how could she have done it? It's impossible.
No, she drugged you at about 5:15 yesterday afternoon, then left, saying she had to make a phone call. But instead, she come up here and killed her husband. She turned the clock back to 2, put a few bullets into it, come back to the restaurant where you were sitting with Bill Martin. In your condition, Norrie, you didn't even know she'd been gone.
I don't remember everything, but I do know Joan was with me last night.
Sure. She was using you as an alibi. At 2 a.m., the time she wanted the police to believe the murder was committed, she and Bill Martin put you up to throwing that horseshoe into the mirror in back of Leo's bar.
But why'd she want me to do a thing like that, Eb?
To strengthen the alibi. Ain't that right, Joan?
He's out of his head.
Am I? You give Norrie an extra dose of the drug. Put her to bed at the Wilson Hotel. Now, up to this point, Bill Martin was helping you. Your problem now was to get rid of Martin.
I suppose I killed him, too.
You told him to call Nick's place, act like a goon, and use the name Wolfie. The object was to see if Norrie was home yet. Well, soon as he finished phoning, you drove a knife into his back. Nick even heard his scream.
Listen, if I'm such a clever killer, why'd they ever pick on Nora to have tea with me?
Because you knew after your husband was found dead that Norrie would get Nick interested in the case. It'd be simple to hint that Bill Martin got some hoodlum to do it. Martin would appear especially guilty since he was dead also.
All right. Get him up, both of you. I'm getting out of here. If any of you try to follow me, you'll be killed. Goodbye.
Hello.
Nicky.
Oh, I just clipped her lightly on the chin, darling.
Guess what? Eb solved the whole thing. She's the killer.
Well, of course, baby. I knew it all along.
Now, how did you figure it out?
Darling, you know I never discuss such things outside our bedroom. Wait till tonight.
Why can't you ever tell me how brilliant you are in broad daylight? All right, dear. I'm ready and waiting for your story.
Well, it was simplicity itself, baby. I knew that whoever drugged you probably committed the murder. There were only 2 suspects, Martin and Joan.
And since Martin was dead, it had to be Joan.
Right. I was afraid for a while that Joan was dead, too. I'd have to investigate Gonzalez. Joan confessed that she did it for her husband's insurance. Martin was in love with her and so was a willing accomplice.
Did you miss me last night, dear?
Well, not at all.
You big liar. Eb told me what you said. I ought to stay away more often. It'll make you appreciate me.
Better not try it, or I'll stay away nights, too.
What about me did you miss most of all, Mickey?
The way you say good night.
Oh. Well, then. Good night, Mickey, darling.
Thank you, Nick and Nora Charles, for another chapter in The Adventures of the Thin Man. Tonight's presentation in the Mystery Playhouse. Before taking our usual trip to the green room, let's discuss 3 ways we can all help lengthen the war. Here they are. First, throw away all your extra equipment. Second, don't take care of the equipment and ordnance you have left. Third, waste your field rations. Only eat the parts you like. Well, that's only 3 ways. But if each and every man and woman in the service indulged in just those 3 consistently, V-Day would be a far cry indeed. Of course, no one would act like that on purpose, but unfortunately, we all tend to treat GI Materiel a little bit like a stepsister. And when you multiply your carelessness and wastage 1 million or more times, it's no longer funny. So let's not help lengthen the war. Let's shorten it by conserving everything we have. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
More pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though.
You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
There's no need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and Well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at 'em young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
Oh, that's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started, we were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Eleanor, 4 times 7. 28.
A sailor cried, land, land, and at daybreak Columbus saw that it was indeed land. I'm monitor of erasers next week, Pop. The teacher wrote on the blackboard, Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop,
Did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activity.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statements this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point. You mean calling American patriots a mob? On that occasion, they really were a mob. That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who help make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
You said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
But you told me this afternoon you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, "Put that mole back." We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late, and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
You haven't got a chance, Mr. It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education...
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg, and let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no Clavering series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to to the hospital.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Zookie, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and as the star in his own Fix-It Shop, Mel Blanc. Now, let's pay a visit to the town where Mel Blanc lives. It's like most towns in the United States, except for one thing. It's got Mel Blanc, and that's what makes it a lot different. Well, let's drop in on Mel Blanc in his Fix-It Shop. It's a bright, sunshiny day, and Mel is busily working away on something.
Well, I sure straightened out that safety pin. Let's see now, what else is there?
Well, good morning, Melvin.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, how come you didn't show up at our last zebra meeting?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Cushing, I'm not very interested in the benevolent order of loyal zebras.
Well, why not? After all, aren't you exalted ruler of the lower level?
Exalted ruler of the lower level. All it means is I'm in charge of sweeping out the cellar. It's okay for you. You're the mighty, supreme, mightiest, exalted ruler, potentate monarch, senior grade.
All right. At our next meeting, I'll see about changing your title. Oh, incidentally, we've got a new password.
Yeah? What is it?
Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga? Well, what happened to the old one? Hi, mocha, si, hungary, heebie-jeebie, alligadabba-sweet cookie.
Well, you know that new member we got, that 75-year-old Mr. Simpson?
Yeah?
Well, he tried to say it and developed lower plate wobble.
Oh, too bad. I like the old one. I could say it faster than any other zebra. Oh, what do you got in this white box, Mr. Cushing?
In here? Oh, I've got Sally in here.
Oh, isn't it kind of stuffy for her?
No. No, Sally's the name of my fishing rod and reel. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I never heard of a man calling a fishing rod and reel Sally.
Well, you should hear what I call her when she lets a big one get away.
Looks like the reel is a little fouled up.
Yes, well, that's why I brought her here, Mel. I want you to fix her up. You see, some of the boys at my real estate office have arranged a fishing trip at Lake Minnewasahaha.
Oh, I'm Lucas I Hungry, heebie-jeebie, alligator, took it for... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were giving me the password.
Well, we've got to be very secretive about it because we've told our wives we're going on a business trip. Now, if they find out we're playing hooky, well, you've seen my wife, Mrs. Cushing.
Gosh, yes, I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
What?
Well, I mean, if she finds out about the fishing trip, she'd be awfully mad, and I wouldn't want that to happen.
Yes, well, that's the idea. Now, another thing, Mel. I want you to go out to the lake and go over Mary Lou.
Who's Mary Lou? Sally's sister?
Oh, no. She's the trimmest little motorboat that ever took to water. I want you to check her from stem to stern.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, that's fine. And remember, Mel, don't tell a soul. And if you do a good job, perhaps you'll be made exalted ruler of the upper region.
Well, I don't like cleaning up the attic either. But don't worry about the fishing trip. I won't tell a soul.
That's good. You do a good job, and I'll use my influence to make you a big zebra.
Gosh, thanks. Oh, by the way, when do you want Sally? I mean the fishing rod.
Well, bring it to the corner of Market and Maple at 6 tonight. I don't want you coming to the office or the house.
Okay, 6 with Sally, and after that over to the lake for Mary Lou. Sounds like I'm taking care of a girl sorority.
Silly. By the way, Mel, here's a picture of the boat, Mary Lou, so you'll recognize her at the lake.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, so long, Melvin, my lad. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Yeah, ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo. Ugga. Ugga, I don't know. I still like Heimel because I hungry, heebie-jeebie, I'll have a sweet cookie better. Ugga, ugga, boo.
Hello, nephew.
Oh, hello, Uncle. Say, where have you been?
Oh, I was upstairs conducting my experiments on quantitative analysis with liquids.
Oh, you were experimenting with water?
Water? Brrr, what a horrible word. By the way, what were you discussing with that pompous real estate muckety-muck cushy?
Oh, he's going on a fishing trip, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Imagine lying to your own wife.
Despicable, my boy, but sometimes very necessary. I remember my
I hope
wife...
I never have to lie to my girl, Betty.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, speak of the beautiful, and here she is. Hello, Betty.
Mel, do you know what day this is?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th of October, and you sound like you're catching cold.
That's right. 5 years ago today, you gave me my engagement ring.
Gosh, it only seems like 5 years.
Remember how all the girls turned green with envy?
Yeah, now the ring is the same color.
Well, anyway, darling, I want you to come over for dinner tonight. We'll make it kind of special.
Special?
Yes, Father has promised to treat you like a human being.
Gee, that will be kind of special. I'll be glad to come. Oh, but.
Well, what, dear?
Well, you see, I have an important job to do, and it may take me all evening.
Oh, Mel, and I was planning such a lovely dinner. Fish.
Fish? Oh, well, that's nice, but, well, you see, this is a big job, and I promised
Well, I guess business should come first.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, honey.
We'll try to drop by for a minute anyhow. Huh?
Yeah, I will, honey.
Okay, bye, dear.
Bye. Oh, darn it.
What is it, nephew?
Oh, Betty wanted me to come over tonight, but I can't. Well, at least it'll make her father feel good.
My lad, you shouldn't kowtow to Betty's father.
I don't kowtow. I mean kowtow to him. As a matter of fact, I'm going over there tonight. And if he says one harsh word to me, you know what I'll do?
What?
I'll listen.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Betty is disappointed that Mel can't have dinner with her on their 5th engagement anniversary. What Betty doesn't know is that she's playing second fiddle to a rod and reel Mel is secretly fixing for Mr. Cushing. Right now, Mel has dropped in for a few minutes at Betty's house.
Hello, Betty. I thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mel. Daddy Mel's here.
What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it?
You know, Mel, Father was looking forward to this evening. He even promised to go to the movies with us.
Gee, that would have been swell. We could have stopped by for a soda and walked home in the moonlight, sat on the porch and held hands.
I didn't promise anything like that.
Oh, I mean Betty and me.
You know I gave up a date at the bowling alley for this anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Colby. I know you spend at least one night a week in the alley.
What?
The bowling alley.
Daddy, stop making Mel nervous. Honey, tell me about this big job you've got tonight.
The job? Yeah.
Well,
I have a date to meet, Willie Johnson about fixing a card table.
why should it take all evening to fix a card table?
Well, after I fix it, we might have to play a few games to see if the table works.
So, what are you talking about?
Now, Daddy, let's not cross-examine Mel. Here, honey, here's some chocolate cookies I baked. Your favorite, all wrapped up for you.
Gosh, thanks, Betty. Well, now I'd better go. Good night, Mr. Colby. What'd you say, Mr. Colby? Yeah, it is a nice day, isn't it? Well, goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, dear.
Betty, come here. Did I hear Mel say he was going to see Willie Johnson?
Yes, why?
That's funny. I met Mrs. Johnson at the market today, and she said her son Willie is in New York and is going to stay there.
Yes, but Mel said...
I'll answer that. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mel. Your uncle told me I'd find you at Betty's house. Now, just answer yes or no, because I don't want that big baboon Betty's father to catch on.
Okay.
Well, now, listen. About our date, we have to change our plans. My wife gummed up the works.
Very interesting. I mean, yeah.
Now, listen. My girl will pick you up on the corner of Market and Maple. And don't forget to bring Sally.
Sally? I mean, yes. Anything else?
No. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Goodbye.
So that's the way things are.
What was it, Father?
Boy, was I right about that innocent-looking boyfriend of yours. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Market and Maple. And if what I think is true, somebody's going to get an ugga-ugga-boo over his head.
Mel over there all alone.
Huh?
Oh, this is silly.
Well, maybe it is. But we'll sit right here and see who he's waiting for. I don't think it will be Willie Johnson.
I wonder what's keeping Mr. Cushing. These cookies are good. Gosh, when it comes to sweet stuff, there's only one girl in the world for me.
Oh, yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
Are you, yoo-hooing me?
Yes, come on over here and don't be so bashful.
Well, look, I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, come now. Come on over to the car.
Well, yeah, but...
That's better.
Have a cookie?
I'm Grace, Mr. Cushing's secretary.
Oh, and I thought...
Well, I'm not that kind of a girl.
That's good. I'm not that kind of a boy.
Mr. Cushing dropped by at the office, so I'm here to pick up his favorite fishing rod, Sally. Is it ready?
Sure. Here you are.
Oh, yes. And, about that job on the boat, that can wait till tomorrow morning.
Say, that's great. Look, will you do me a favor? Drop me off at my girl's house?
Of course. Get in.
Good. I thought I wouldn't be able to see her tonight. Now maybe I can.
Daddy, did you see that Mel and that girl?
Willie Johnson's getting better looking every day.
Meeting girls on the corner and on our anniversary, too.
Why, that fox.
You mean Wolf?
No fox. They work faster. Bullard, I'm going to break every bone in that boy's body. Oh, now what are you sniffling about?
I want you to do it. But I love those bones so much.
Oh,
Gosh, I feel like a heel lying to Betty last night. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret.
Melvin, my boy.
Huh?
Zookie wants to know if you need him today.
Zookie? Say, that's it. That's what I'm going to do.
What, nephew?
I'm going to send Zookie out to Lake Minnewasahaha to fix that boat. Yes, sir, and I'm going to spend all day with Betty. After all, Zookie knows engines inside out.
Yes, and it's a pity he leaves them that way.
Oh, it's nice working out here on the lake. In the shade of the old apple, it's in the shade of the old apple, it's cocktails for two. Hey, I like being on a boat. Yeah, I like the water.
Sailing, sailing. Over the beach, over the beach, the beach, the beach, the beach. Sailing, sailing, over the beach, the beach. My stomach feels funny.
Well, hello. How are you getting on with that engine? I didn't expect Mel to send an assistant.
Oh, it's okay, Mr. Cushing. Listen, I'll erase the motor. 120 horsepower. 80 horsepower. It's 20 horsepower. One jackass.
Now hurry along. Hurry along. I want the Mary Lou to be right on the beam when the other boys get there.
Oh, sure. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. I dream of Jeannie with a light beat. And may all your Christmases be white.
Mel left the shop looking for you this morning, Betty.
Oh, he did, Uncle Rupert?
Maybe that's him now. Did you answer it?
Yeah, all right. Hello, Mel Blanc, fix the shop.
Oh, Betty, this is
Yes. What is it, Zookie?
How'd you know it was me? Hey, will you tell Mel that I did what he told me, and everything's all right now with Mary Lou?
Mary Lou?
Oh, she was ready to blow a gasket when I got here. But now I got her purring like a kitten.
Rookie, are you sure you know?
Oh, yes. Just the same, Mel better come out and see Mary Lou the first chance he gets. Oh, goodbye.
Rookie.
Betty, my dear, what is it?
First Sally, now Mary Lou. How many girls has he got?
Oh, Betty, there must be some mistake.
And I came here hoping I was wrong about him. Well, I never want to see him again. Never. And you can tell him that, Uncle Rupert.
Nell playing around with the women? Why, I'd never have thought of him. Who does he think he is? Me? Where the devil is that lad, anyway? Uh-oh. Here comes Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Hello, Christopher. How's the good dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Keep telling you there's nothing the matter with me. Got a catch in the throat. Please, could I have a pan of water?
Look, Christopher, we're having all sorts of trouble. I'm trying to locate Mel.
Oh, I ran across Mel in the park while I was walking my little terrier.
You saw Mel? Where was he going?
You know I'm worried about that little terrier. She came down with the shingles. How could she have gotten them shingles?
Maybe she had a priority.
That is not a joke. Oh, see Mel fix that leash for me. How'd he do it?
Oh, he just used a piece of tin.
What?
Tin. Like in Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin.
Oh, goodbye.
Uncle Rupert, what are you talking about? What girls?
I don't know, my lad, but you'd better get over to Betty's house right away.
Girls. I don't know anything about girls.
Well, I can't have a man-to-man talk with you now.
Oh, but you know I don't have anything to do with girls. Except for Betty. I love her, so I don't think of her as a girl.
Nephew, I'd better take you aside and have a man-to-man talk with you right now.
Oh, how did I get into a mess like this?
The best thing for you to do, my lad, is pour your heart out to Betty. Tell her the only sin you've committed was that of being a man.
I refuse to tell her any such lie. I mean...
Mel?
Oh, Betty, what's the matter?
As angry as I am for what you've done, I had to come down here. You know that silver-handled cane you gave my father for his birthday?
Yes, and he never even used it.
Well, he's going to use it now. He's coming down here to beat you up with it.
Oh, you realize how much that cane cost? Oh, Betty, this is ridiculous.
Is it ridiculous with Sally and Mary Lou?
Oh, I haven't gone out with girls. Sally is a fishing rod and Mary Lou is a boat.
Oh, Mel, if you think I believe that, you must take me for an idiot.
Yes. No. Oh, look, if you don't believe me, ask the boat. Ask Mr. Cushing. It's his Sally. It's Mary Lou's fishing reel. Oh, what am I saying?
Melvin, here's that picture of the Mary Lou.
Oh, the picture. That's wonderful. Uncle, you saved my life. Look, Betty, this will explain everything. This picture was taken when Mr. Cushing caught the biggest trout of the season.
Huh?
Yeah, that's Sally in his hand, the fishing rod. And you see the name on the boat? Mary Lou.
What? Oh, that's what it does say. Oh, Mel. Daddy and I thought... Oh, Daddy.
Mel Blank.
Mr. Colby, why are you staring at me like that?
I'm looking for a spot that has the most bone.
Well, stop looking at my head.
Young man, when I get through with you, you're going to be the most horrible-looking mess anybody ever saw.
That's nothing. You always say I look like that anyway.
What? Come here, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you.
No. Oh, you missed me.
Not this time.
Oh, Mr. Cushing, am I glad to see you. What's going on here? Somebody being initiated? Oh, boy, am I glad you came. Quick, tell Mr. Colby about Mary Lou and Sally before he kills me.
Well, I don't know what all the trouble's about, but Sally is my fishing rod and Mary Lou is my boat, which I asked Mel to fix for me. And a very fine job he did, too. Well, I'll be... Oh, Mel, why didn't you say so?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I promised Mr. Cushing to keep it a secret. That's what caused this whole trouble.
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, Mel, we didn't have to be secretive about the whole thing all along.
What?
No. It seems the trip was something the fellas arranged as a surprise party for me, and my wife was in on it all the time.
She was?
Yes. Mel, why are you staring at me like that?
Mel, put down that can.
Mel, remember, I'm a zebra. Ooga, ooga,
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, we had quite a time when I tried to pull the wool over Betty's eyes. I hope it served as a lesson to you, Zuki.
Yes, Zuki. Every experience has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that you should always speak the truth. You should always speak the honest truth. You should always speak the truth. Silence is golden.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Yes, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With that knife.
Knife? Well, this isn't a knife, Carl. It's a letter. Can't you see that it's a letter? You're just imagining things again.
Put it down.
Either that or you're trying to make me believe I'm imagining things. All I want to do is read it to you.
Keep away from me. Keep away.
But I'm telling you, all I want to do is show it to you. Show it to you like...
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in Murder Out of Mind. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is Murder Out of Mind. $12:00, midnight. In the home of Carl and Mary Watson. Carl is sleeping, but sleeping restlessly, uneasily. And suddenly...
Mary, what are you doing?
What? Doing? What?
That knife. There in your hand.
A knife? I don't understand. What am I doing with a knife?
My guess would be that you were about to kill me.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Wait till I put on the light.
Carl, your throat, it's bleeding.
It's a pretty sharp knife. The touch of it against my throat that woke me.
I couldn't have done it. I couldn't.
And may I have it?
I'll get you some iodine and a bandage.
Never mind. It's only a scratch.
But it's bleeding.
It's all right. Why did you want to kill me?
I didn't want to kill you, Carl, darling. I don't know how the knife got in my hand. I was asleep. I don't remember getting it. I don't remember anything. You do believe me, don't you, Carl? You know I wouldn't hurt you for anything.
I do believe you, Mary, but...
Why should I do such a thing?
Possibly because you hate me and wish I was dead.
What? Oh, but I don't, Carl. I love you. I always have.
It's possible to hate someone and not even realize that you
No.
hate them subconsciously. You haven't been feeling too well lately, have you, darling?
Oh, only since George's accident, when he was killed.
That could be the reason, you know. Because I lent your brother the car, you could hate me for that.
No, that isn't so. It wasn't your fault.
Of course it wasn't my fault. Your brother was reckless and foolhardy.
Don't say that.
You see?
Carl, you think I'm going crazy?
No, but I think it might be a good idea for us to see a doctor.
A doctor?
A psychiatrist.
Oh, I don't need a doctor. It won't happen again. I swear it won't.
You can't tell, darling. It wasn't something you did deliberately. You might do it again still without knowing it. Next time you might succeed. I think we'd both feel safer if we did see a doctor.
She tried to murder you in her sleep?
Yes, Doctor. And she was asleep, really asleep.
Well, has there been any other manifestation of erratic behavior?
Yes, lots of little things. She's abstracted, often hears things that aren't there, very forgetful. Well, the other day she forgot to make dinner for me. Of course, she was abject about it, but they all seem to point to an unconscious hostility toward me.
Well, let's call her in. Mrs. Watson, will you come in, please?
Good morning, Dr. Heller.
Good morning, Mrs. Watson.
Has my husband told you?
Yes, he did. Won't you sit down?
Yes, thank you.
Tell me, were you very much attached to your brother?
Well, you see, I raised him since he was a baby. Our mother died soon after George was born.
And there was a strong bond between the two of you then?
Yes. But I'm sure it had nothing to do with last night.
But I didn't say it did. I'm merely gathering all the facts in the case.
Facts?
And,
What are the facts? I tried to kill my husband.
Please, Mary.
I'm sorry. It's all so dreadful. Maybe I am crazy.
I don't think you are. But you may be in need of treatment, Mrs. Watson. Have you been sleeping well lately?
Yes?
Well, have you had any nightmares or terrifying dreams?
No, I don't dream at all.
Or do you find yourself unusually upset when little things go wrong?
No, not generally.
Mary, put Dr. Heller's pen down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You broke the point jabbing it into the blotter that way.
I didn't mean to. I wasn't thinking.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm very sorry. It's just that, well, I've been nervous ever since my brother was killed.
That's understandable, Mrs. Watson. Can you come in to see me tomorrow? Your husband won't have to come with you.
Oh, yes, Doctor, if you want me to.
You sure you don't want me to come with the Dr. Heller? I'm very much concerned.
I'd rather you didn't, Mr. Watson.
You know best.
This same time tomorrow, then.
Yes.
Goodbye, Mrs. Watson.
Goodbye, Dr. Heller.
Dr. Heller.
Yes?
What do you think?
But I can't say right now. This was just a superficial examination. She doesn't have any important outward symptoms or anything serious.
Well, what about her jabbing the pen into the blotter? Wasn't that significant? I mean, in a minor way, wasn't she trying to stab me again?
You're being an amateur psychiatrist, and that's dangerous. Goodbye, Mr. Watson.
Goodbye, Dr. Heller. I'll let you know if anything unusual happens.
Do you want another cup of coffee, Carl?
No, darling. Why don't you go to bed? I'll do the dishes.
No, I can do them. I feel fine. I'm not tired at all.
Put the knife down, Mary.
I was just going to cut some cake.
Oh. I guess I'm just a little jumpy.
You're afraid of me.
Oh, don't put it that way. It's just that, well, we should be careful.
Yes, Carl. I'll sleep in the living room tonight.
Well, perhaps that would be best. Then...
Someone's at the door.
Why do you say that?
Because the doorbell is ringing.
What are you talking about?
The bell, it's ringing.
Easy, Mary. There's no bell ringing.
But there is. I can hear it.
All right. Open the door and see for yourself.
There must be someone there. There must be. There's no one. The bell stopped.
As soon as you satisfied yourself that no one was at the door, the bell stopped. That is, your mind stopped ringing the imaginary bell.
I don't know what to do. What shall I do, Carl?
Well, Dr. Heller seemed to think he can help you.
He must help me. He must.
Mary!
What?
I didn't say anything.
Didn't you just call my name?
I didn't say anything.
Mary!
Someone's calling my name.
Stop it, Mary. You mustn't let yourself go. Your imagination is running away with you.
No, please stop it. Please stop it. Stop it, Carl.
I can't do anything. It's you who's got to stop it. You have to force it out of your mind.
Mary!
I keep hearing it. It's driving me crazy. Do something, Carl. Do something, anything.
I'll call Dr. Heller. Dr. Heller. Carl Watson. Can you come over right away? Yes, she's bad. Very bad. do you think, Doctor?
I gave her a sedative. She's resting quietly now.
What do you think we ought to do?
Well, I'll be in a better position to tell you tomorrow, when I examine her thoroughly.
I feel rather uncomfortable. She might try to kill me again.
But I can't recommend institutionalizing her. I'm not convinced yet it's necessary. And it might be very harmful to her.
But she might make the attempt again.
Just watch her closely. By tomorrow, I'll know what should be done.
All right. You're the doctor.
It's a very unusual case. As far as I can see, there's no real mental illness. But then again, as I've said before, my examination has only been superficial. I'll see her in the morning. Call me about noon, and I'll let you know.
Yes, Dr. Heller.
And just be on your toes for tonight.
Have a good night's rest, Mary?
Yes, dear. I slept very soundly after that stuff Dr. Heller gave me.
Oh, that's wonderful. What's that you got there?
Tomato juice. We're out of oranges.
You mean you fixed breakfast? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I wanted to. Here, Carl.
Thanks, darling.
What's the matter?
What did you put in this juice?
What? Why, nothing. Just a dash of lemon.
Lemon? Maybe, but something else, too. Iodine.
Iodine?
Why did you do it, Mary?
But I didn't. I swear I didn't. I just poured the juice out of the can.
Come on, let's look in the medicine chest.
But
Come on.
Please, Carl, please, you've got to believe me. I didn't do it. I just poured the juice out of the can, and the can was fresh.
Here's the iodine bottle. And it's just been used. See? It's on my fingers. And I haven't used it in weeks.
I cut myself this morning.
Where?
I don't know. I just don't understand. I don't remember even coming in here. I must be crazy. I must be. Really crazy.
A pen stabbed into a blotter and poison for breakfast. Are these both repeat performances of that first attempt to commit murder at midnight? And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Murder Out of Mind.
Irene, over here. Get in quickly. Anyone see you?
No. I waited back where it was dark. Well, what's happening with Mary?
Won't be long now, darling.
Carl, you've said that a dozen times before.
This time I mean it. She's really starting to go.
How do you know?
I just do. She's naturally high-strung and nervous, and I'm making the most of it. Another few days, and she'll be so bad that I can have her institutionalized and keep her there for life.
Life?
Not getting squeamish, are you?
No, but... Well, that's just a little too much for me.
Stop that. It's the only way. She'll never give me a divorce. You know that.
Oh, I know. This driving her mad. I'd almost rather you killed her.
What?
Well, at least that would be quick.
This will be quick, too, from here on in. You just leave everything to me. What happened to Dr. Heller's, Mary?
He asked me a lot of questions for over an hour.
What did he say?
He said I seemed to be all right. He wants to see me again tomorrow.
Did you tell him about the iodine?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
He tried to make me remember it, but I couldn't. I just couldn't remember doing anything like that, Carl.
I spoke to him a little while ago, called him after you left.
What did he tell you?
He thought perhaps you needed a rest.
But I am resting. I'm not doing much work.
You need a rest at a rest home.
What kind of home?
There are nice, quiet, private places where you'll be very comfortable. After all, you'll probably only have to be there for a short time.
No, I won't. I won't go to an institution.
You mustn't get yourself upset about it.
Dr. Heller didn't tell me that.
Naturally not.
I won't go.
Mary, something must be done about you. You're ill, seriously ill. Twice in 2 days you tried to kill me.
I know.
You hear things that aren't there. You've completely lost control of yourself. If you don't have the proper care, you may get worse. You may become stark, staring mad.
No, don't say that.
Look at you. You can't keep your eyes steady. They dart around like a bird.
I can. I keep them steady.
Look at me.
I am.
You're not looking. You've dropped your eyes. You can't look at me because you feel guilty. You hate me. You want to kill me.
No, I don't hate you at all, Carl. I love you. I really do. I'll be all right. I know I will.
You're getting worse. You keep forgetting things.
I don't forget.
What's today's date? You see, you can't remember the date. How many days in this month?
30 days has September, April, June, and
You see, your mind goes back to your childhood. That's what happens to people who are mentally ill. You can't even remember what month this is. What is the month?
I know if you'll only let me think.
You don't have to think to know what month this is. It's August. Your mind is closing up. You're losing contact with the world outside. Soon you won't even know whether it's winter or summer or whether it's day or night. You need treatment. You need hospital care right now. The thing is, will you take it now, or do you prefer to wait until you're hopelessly insane? Yes, darling.
How's everything going?
Very well.
When can you come to see me?
I can't, not until Mary is put away.
How's she getting on?
Fine. Another few days and it'll be all over. She's in constant hysterics now. One word from me and she breaks down completely.
What about the doctor?
He's puzzled.
You mean suspicious?
Oh, everything's going to be all right. Now, look, darling, I won't be able to call you anymore, but I'll write you every day. Remember, it won't be long now. Please don't wash the dishes, Mary.
I want to, Carl. I've got to do something.
Well, look, you can't even hold a dish in your hands. Watch out!
It slipped.
Yes, so it did. It slipped because your fingers are getting nerveless.
Carl, I'm fine when you aren't around.
Perhaps it's because you hate me. When you see me, your mind just closes up. You go completely to pieces.
What do you want me to do?
I've made some inquiries about the Chesterton home. It's a very fine place in a lovely part of the state. You won't mind being there for a few months?
A few months?
Yes, it might take half a year.
I thought...
What did you think? Well, tell me what you thought.
I can't remember.
Yes, I know you can't remember. It's hard for you to remember. It gets harder and harder every day.
But I'm fine with Dr. Heller. I remember everything with him.
He's a psychiatrist. He knows how to help you. Well, there are dozens of psychiatrists at Chesterton.
Dr. Heller never said anything about my going to a sanitarium.
I've had long discussions with Dr. Heller about you. Now, believe me, this is the best course.
If you really think that. If you want me to go, Carl. All right, I will.
Who's that?
It's me, Mary. Can I come in, Carl?
I'm just finishing a letter, dear, to Chesterton. I'll be right out.
I just felt lonely. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's all right, Mary. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to mail this.
I'll mail it for you.
No, I don't want you to leave the house anymore. Not alone. It's not safe for you.
Who's there?
Mailman.
Oh, just a moment, please.
Letter for you, Mrs. Watson.
Oh.
Return for lack of postage. No stamp on it.
Well, if you wait a minute, I'll get you 3 cents.
No, can't do that. You'll have to remail it.
Oh, I see. Thank you. To Irene Craig. Who's Irene Craig? Irene Craig. Irene Craig. Dearest Irene, I've done it at last. Mary is committing herself voluntarily to an asylum. Once she's there, I'll be able to keep her there for as long as I want. Today I frightened her so that she forgot her own name. Just a few more days and she'll be a raving lunatic. Have patience, darling Irene, just a few days longer. Love, Carl. Love, Carl. She forgot her own name. My name is Mary. It's Mary, M-A-R-Y. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with me. I'm sane, completely sane. My name is Sane, S-A-N-E, Mary Sane. I tried to kill him, Carl said. That's what he said. I tried to kill him twice. He said I hated him. And all the time, he hated me. He hated me. It's Irene he loves. Irene, whom I don't even know. Maybe she has a better memory than I have. Maybe she knows what today's date is. Maybe she knows what time it is. Maybe she doesn't forget her name. It's Irene. I won't forget her name either. It's Irene. I won't forget anything anymore. I'll remember everything. I must tell Carl and show him how much I can remember. I must bring him something to show how good my memory is. He'll appreciate this. Oh, yes, he will. Oh, yes, he will. He'll appreciate this. Carl? Oh, Carl, dear.
What is it, Mary? Who was that at the door? What are you doing with that knife?
Knife? This isn't a knife. It's only your imagination. It's really a letter to Irene that's in my hand.
That knife down, Mary.
But it isn't a knife. It's a letter. Can't you see it has your signature on it? Love, Carl, it says.
Letter. How do you know about the letter?
It came back without a stamp.
What? Just imagined it. There is no Irene. Now put that knife down.
You know it isn't a knife, Carl. You're just making believe. That gleam is only the gleam of my tears. But it is sharp. When I read it, it stabbed me.
Keep away from me now.
Dr. Heller said I was perfectly sane. He asked me a lot of questions about
No,
you.
he didn't.
Yes, you. He thought there was something the matter with you more than with me. He caught on to you fast, he did. Remember what you told me, Carl. You told me that soon I wouldn't know whether it was winter or summer outside, but you made a mistake. It was you who won't know about the weather. You won't care. You'll be satisfied with just this letter close in your heart. I hate you. I hate you the way you hated me. Love, Carl. You see, I can look straight in your eye now. I can. But you can't look in mine anymore.
And so the pattern is played out, and the knife that Carl Watson first placed in his sleeping wife's hand ended up in his own heart. You see, we always try to give you poetic justice, along with
Murder!
remember to be with us again when death steals into a tortured mind and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at Midnight. Our stars tonight were Charlotte Holland and Alan Hewitt. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Hotel room doors would say, do not disturb. Do not disturb, when you analyze its meaning, is a polite way of saying, don't bother me. And in this context, it becomes an invisible sign that hangs from millions of doors all over the world. Don't bother me. I don't want to hear bad news. Please, don't rock the boat. How many times, and in how many ways, and to how many people has each of us said, do not disturb?
I promised her. I promised Vera Svetig I would find the killer.
I know. Now just rest.
But don't you see? I found him.
You have? Well, that's very good. Now you just need some sleep.
You must listen. I found the killer.
All right. I believe you.
Don't you want to know who the killer is?
Of course I do. Who is he?
Who do you think? Me.
Our mystery drama, I Am the Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kid Lay. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You're listening to the Mystery Theater on your conversation station, WMCA New York. When we think of mystery stories, we think of detectives like Sherlock Holmes, or Hercule Poirot, or Sam Spade, or whoever our favorite happens to be. But the fact is, the greatest killers in history were not human beings at all, but tiny, mysterious, microscopic murderers. Therefore, the greatest detectives have been doctors and scientists. One of these was the most unlikely of a man who lived and worked almost 150 years ago. Everything about him seemed comical. His bald, bullet-like head, his excitable manner, and he even had a funny-sounding name, Ignash. The time is the early 1840s. We are in the Viennese dance hall. Johann Strauss, the elder, is leading the orchestra. One of the tables is filled with medical students trying to unwind and relax.
Excuse me, weren't you at the lecture today?
Yes.
That's right. You were the one who made a jackass of himself.
Me?
Why did you have to ask Professor Hockmeyer that stupid question?
If you don't ask questions, how can you learn?
You're not there to learn.
You're not?
You are there to pass the course. And thus you move another step forward toward that certificate which entitles you to be called Herr Doctor.
That wasn't a stupid question. Why is iodine the best treatment for influenza?
And you heard what he told you. Because that's the way it is. Period.
I still don't think it was a stupid question.
Maybe not. But you were stupid to ask it. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer. All you did was embarrass him in front of the class.
If he doesn't know the answer, why is he teaching?
How can a doctor afford to admit he doesn't know something? The medical establishment would crumble to its very foundations.
Our ignorance can kill people.
Don't say that. They would die anyhow.
Oh, well, forget it.
My name is Johann Chiari.
I'm Ignaz Semmelweis.
Ignaz. You must be Hungarian.
And proud of it.
All right. I won't hold it against you. Well, I believe we all came here to dance. You see those girls at the table near the window?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Average.
How about the one in the blue dress?
Well, if you like that type. Bit thin for my taste.
She'll fatten up as she gets older.
And then she'll be too fat. That shouldn't bother you. You're not going to marry her.
Oh, but I am, Ignaz. I am.
Well, then you know her.
Oh, I know who she is. Elizabeth Klein.
Klein?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Daughter of Herr Professor Klein, director of the hospital himself.
You're not going to marry her because her father's director of the hospital.
Can you think of a better reason?
People should marry because they're in love.
People should marry for sensible reasons. Then, because they have made the right marriage, and they're happy, at that time they fall in love. Well, I think I shall ask Elizabeth to dance.
Just like that?
That's how it's done. Incidentally, the one in red...
what about her?
She's related to Count Metternich himself.
Metternich? The butcher?
Let's not have any of that. True, she's only a poor relation, but he could use his influence for her.
How could I possibly have anything to do with a girl who's a Metternich? Do you know what Metternich has done to Hungary, what he wants to do? Besides, she's ugly.
No, I would say she has a strong face, full of character.
She's fat.
Voluptuous.
She's so short.
Petite.
No, I'm not interested.
Here I was trying to put you next to a good thing. She could make your fortune.
I'll make my own fortune. Thank you.
That was my friend, Ignaz Semmelweis. Caustic, abrasive, corrosive, like acid. A constant irritation to his professors.
But what causes the disease, Professor Klein?
That is not your concern, Herr Semmelweis.
What is my concern, Herr Professor?
Your concern is to show the proper respect to your teachers and your superiors.
But how am I being disrespectful?
By wasting the time of the class on foolish questions.
Excuse me, Herr Professor. Why are these questions foolish?
It is not the province of a doctor to determine the cause of a disease. His mission is to cure it.
But how can we cure it?
Herr Semmelweis, we have already wasted enough time.
You could expect it in every class, at every lecture. He would always interrupt and ask, how?
Can this be proved? Why, Professor?
Hello, Ignaz.
Johann.
Sit down.
You mean you're willing to be seen sitting in a cafe with me?
A man has to do something dangerous now and then to keep life from becoming too dull.
Johann, you're the only friend I have.
Well, that's your fault. You're a good fellow, Ignaz, but you...
I know.
Well, you're much too controversial. Why can't you be like everybody else and say, yes, Herr Professor. Of course, Herr Professor. How right you are, Herr Professor.
Because that would be telling a lie. Their stupidity and arrogance, Johann, at times, it's just too much. These quacks.
Not everyone at the hospital is a charlatan. We have men like Kolechka, Skoda.
But most of them...
Ignaz, trim your sails. Moderate your tongue. The most important thing is to become a doctor. And then, later...
There is no later. There's only now. And I refuse to develop bad habits.
What can I tell you? They despised him, but they couldn't deny his brilliance. He was the brightest one of us all. I was made a resident in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. I like to think it was on merit, but the fact is I did marry Elizabeth Klein. Ignaz was also appointed, simply because there was no way they could have kept him out. So he reported to me for duty because I was, after all, his senior. Obstetrics was divided into Division 1 and Division 2. We, the doctors, work in Division 1.
And who works in Division 2?
Midwives.
Midwives?
Yes. Well, thousands of women still live in the Middle Ages. They believe devoutly that babies should be delivered by midwives.
But aren't we supposed to educate?
My dear Ignash, if my own Elizabeth was ever brought in here to deliver, I would insist on placing her in Division 2.
I don't believe you.
The fact is, Division 2 is a safer place.
I can't believe it.
Consider the figures. This month alone, 36 out of 200 mothers died of childbed fever in Division 1.
That's almost 1 in 5.
And in Division 2, where the midwives work, it's something like 1 in 20.
How is that possible?
And here comes the latest. Yes, the usual procession. It's headed by the lay brother, and now the priest. And now the poor dead woman. See, they come from Division 1.
This is terrible. Look at her. The young girl. She's come here to create another human being. To bestow the gift of life. Why did she have to die?
You know why she died. She developed childbed fever. It's what carries all of them off.
In which ward did she die?
You saw she came from Division 1.
We have to do something about it, Johann. This simply cannot be allowed.
Bravo, but can it wait a few hours? At this time, we are due at the morgue to assist Dr. Kolechka on some postmortems. Jakob Kolechka, the greatest anatomist of his day. How we looked forward to the hours we spent with him. A most sweet and gentle person. Even Ignash could find no fault with him. After we had performed our dissections, Ignash paused to talk.
Professor, what is the cause of childbed fever?
Childbed fever. Ignash, this poor little thing we have just had her on the table. She died of it. See how we have searched through her body for traces of the killer. But like a thief in the night, he has eluded us.
But surely, Professor, there must be some clue.
Of course. And it is probably staring us in the face. But we simply cannot see it.
They come here, they die by the hundreds. How can we stand by and do nothing?
We do what we can. We do what we can.
But what is that?
Ignash, progress comes slowly in medicine. Problems defy solutions for hundreds of years. And then suddenly, out of the clear blue, the answer is revealed.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, I can only refer you to the philosophy of Hippocrates, who said, life is short, the art is long, experience is treacherous, and judgment difficult.
Perhaps. But I have neither the time nor the temperament for philosophy.
Then you must find the time and develop the temperament. Otherwise, you will lose your sanity.
What causes childbed fever? What is killing all these women in our hospital?
Perhaps one day, Ignash.
And that day will not be today. We're due at Division 1 to deliver some babies. We walked along the corridors. As I look back at it now, how dim and dismal and dingy they were. Ignash was silent. His face was set, as if in stone.
And Kolechka's the best of them. How can he sleep at night?
You'll fall asleep at night too, Ignash, after a while.
Listen, another one.
You'll get used to that too.
I don't want to see it. Let's walk around the other way. It's coming from Division 1, isn't it?
Yes, Ignash. Look, if this is how you feel, perhaps you should not have chosen obstetrics.
If I hadn't, would that have changed anything? The killer disease would still exist. The women would still be murdered.
Where his patients were concerned, I had never seen such tenderness, such sympathy, such concern. She was a little more than a child, and she was ready to give birth to a child of her own. She was poor, ragged, dirty. After all, she was only a charity patient. As he stopped by her cot, she grasped his hand.
Herr Doctor. Herr Doctor.
Yes, my dear?
Oh, Doctor, please, help me.
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Save me, Doctor.
Millions of babies are born every day all over the world. It's a normal... It's natural.
Don't let them kill me.
No. No one's going to kill you.
Yes. Is this the place where they kill the mothers right in here?
Now, who's been telling you stories?
It's true, Doctor. I wanted to go into Division 2. That's the place for the mothers who are going to live. Division 1. It's where they kill us.
Oh, no.
Ask anyone. My sister died here. My friend Lisa died here. Everyone here gets the fever after the baby is born. Oh, please, Doctor. Take me away from here. Put me in Division 2. Please.
My dear, you're here now. I'm your doctor. Now, look at me. Do you think I would let any harm come to you? I'm Dr. Semmelweis. What's your name?
Vera Svetnik.
I promise you, Vera, everything will be all right.
But the pain. It's starting again. The baby.
Now, Vera, you can trust me. Say you trust me.
I trust you, Doctor. I trust you.
Of course, you probably know what has to happen now. Stories that are taken from life and reality must follow a real and lifelike logic. Sometimes there can be more fantastic than the most contrived tales of the most inventive writer's imagination. Our exploration of the human psyche and the human body continues shortly with Act 2. And now, the Mystery Theater continues on WMCA, New York. You can't fight City Hall. How often have we heard it said? Actually, City Hall need not refer to the municipal building that houses the government administration. City Hall has come to stand for the establishment, the established way of doing business, and the established patterns of thought. After all, go back a few thousand years. It was City Hall that forced Socrates to drink the hemlock, and it has been pouring similar beverages for dissenters ever since.
Please, Doctor, don't let me die.
I promise you, Vera, I'll do everything I can. Now, don't be afraid. You're going to have a beautiful baby.
And she did. It was a classical textbook delivery. No complications at all. Everything smooth and regular as clockwork. Absolutely nothing went wrong.
Doctor?
Here's your son, Vera.
My son. Oh, and it's a boy.
Yes?
Heaven be praised.
You wanted a boy, didn't you?
Oh, yes, Doctor, yes. This world is no place for a girl, especially for the kind of girl she would have to become. A girl like me.
But you're a very nice girl, Vera.
Where else could she grow up, if not where I grew up, on the streets? And where else could she earn her living, but on the streets? It isn't as if she has a father who's a millionaire or a Grand Duke.
Who is her father?
I don't know.
Well, you get some sleep now. You had a hard morning.
Yes, Doctor.
How do you feel?
All right.
How does she look to you, Johann?
Well, pulse seems regular. Breathing appears normal. Color is fine.
Yes, I thank the good Lord. This one will survive.
The following day, Ignash asked for and received a short leave from his duties. He disappeared from sight. I was at a complete loss to account for it. I was his best friend, and he hadn't told me a word. Where had he gone? What was he up to? Some days later, as unexpectedly as he had vanished, he returned to the hospital.
Please, don't ask me where I've been, Johann. I can't tell you.
And here I thought we were such good friends.
We are. Believe me, we are, but
Maybe I can tell you. You were always so pale, but now your face, your hands are burned by the sun. It appears you've been outdoors quite a bit. Why? I can't tell you.
Well, again, maybe I can tell you. You've been drilling.
Drilling? What are you saying?
With that crazy band of revolutionists. The Citizens' Army. Army? Rabble is more like it. Oh, why have you worked so hard? So that you could throw your life and your career away on some barricade? We are doctors. We are above politics.
But we are not above humanity. We are not above freedom. We are not above justice.
I should have known better than to get you started.
All right, let's get to work. I've got a great deal of catching up to do. How are things in our maternity division?
No better.
They still die.
Yes.
And nobody does anything.
Nobody knows anything.
That young girl, how is she?
Well, which young girl?
You know, the one who begged me to transfer her to Division 2.
Well, I don't know. There are so many of them. They come and go so quickly.
What was her name? I can't seem to remember. Oh, no. Not another one. Why? Why do they have to march like that through the hospital corridors?
Come now. You can't get angry at everything all the time.
Reverend Father, what is the name of the...
My son, we pray for the soul of Vera Svetic.
Vera Svetic. That was her name. I remember now. That was her name. No, she can't be dead. I promised her she would live. She cannot be dead.
But she was. From a living, breathing human being, she had become a statistic. The 37th victim claimed by childbed fever that month. We were well on our way to a record. We went to the morgue for our session with Dr. Kolechka. Ignash gave him no rest.
She came to you here?
Yes, Ignash.
You did the postmortem?
Yes, Ignash.
What did you see? What did you find? What did you learn?
The answer to all three questions. Nothing.
There is a killer running loose in our maternity division. We must find that killer.
And we will. We will search through the body. We will keep looking through the tissue. The murderer is in there. Right now, we cannot see him. But he cannot hide forever. If we live long enough and work hard enough, in time, we will learn all the answers.
But we cannot expect to live forever.
In time, both Ignash and I were promoted. I became Dr. Klein's surgical assistant. True, I had married his daughter, but I liked to think it was on merit. And Klein surprised everyone by naming Ignash head of maternity, Division 1. Now the ward was his to run as he saw fit. He could tell the other doctors what to do and how to do it.
Why? Why has Klein given me this promotion?
Because you deserve it.
No, I don't believe that. No, he had some ulterior motive.
Ignash, sometimes you have to give even a man like Klein credit for a decent action.
Of course, it's obvious. Division 1 is a disgrace. All Vienna knows it's a death trap. And he's made me its chief to frustrate me, to destroy my reputation.
Why can't you believe he gave you the job because he knows you're the best man? If anyone can stop the deaths that take place there, you are the one.
You think so? Let's find out. I'll challenge him. I'll ask him for money, for personnel, so that I can experiment and do research. Yes, I'll throw down the gauntlet.
No, don't do that. Listen to me. Don't demand. Appeal to his vanity. Say to him, Dr. Klein, I have learned so much from you. You have been such an inspiration to me.
What?
I want to work under your wise, guiding hand.
Do you think he would swallow such bald-faced flattery?
He would eat it up. I know him.
I am not concerned with flattering the vanity of Herr Dr. Klein. I will save the women who are condemned to die of childbed fever.
Unless you do the first, you will have no chance to accomplish the second.
Yes, Dr. Semmelweis.
Dr. Klein, I sent you a letter proposing some experimental techniques that might be used in divining the causes of childbed fever.
Oh, yes, I looked at it.
What do you think?
I think we can put our time and our money to far better use, Doctor.
Better use? What can be better than discovering the killer of thousands of women each year? What can be more important than learning the cause of childbed fever?
We know the cause of childbed fever.
We do?
Of course. Dr. Semmelweis, you are a good physician, but you are always crusading and stirring up a fuss about one thing or another. So you neglect to listen to those who might be able to give you wise counsel.
What is the cause of childbed fever, Dr. Klein?
Miasmic caloric influences.
Dr. Klein, I'm serious.
Are you saying I am not?
Miasmic caloric influences?
You have never heard of them?
Yes, but it's
But what?
I thought it was a joke.
Why would it be a joke?
Miasmic caloric influences. What it says is that childbed fever is caused by a miasma, a kind of poisonous vapor that arises from decaying animal or vegetable matter.
You have stated it quite succinctly, Dr. Semmelweis. And when these vapors arise from a swamp, they cause malaria.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? Why?
How do you account for the fact that childbed fever only attacks the women in Division 1?
We are not required to account for it.
Why not the same fatalities in Division 2?
Look, faith, predestination, take your pick.
But none of these have anything to do with medical science. This is superstitious nonsense.
Really, Dr. Semmelweis, this interview is over.
I've heard all about it, Ignash. You did everything you shouldn't have.
The man's an idiot.
True, but he's your idiot. You have to work with him.
Miasmic caloric influences.
Why don't you transfer to another service? I did, and my life is so much happier. No more childbed fever.
I broke my promise to Vera Svetic.
She's not the only one who died.
To me, she represents all of them. Every woman in that ward who looks up at me with hope and trust in her eyes. And I betray them all, just as I betrayed her. I'm going to find that killer, Johann, if it's the last thing I do.
It may well be. But what's the first thing you're going to do?
Klein says that those who are placed in Ward 1 are predestined, marked by fate to die. I'll make him eat those words.
But what are you going to do?
Come down to Division 2 and watch me.
Good morning, Dr. Semmelweis.
Good morning, Sister Margaret. How are things in Division 2 today?
Very fine, Dr. Semmelweis. We haven't had a single case of childbed fever here in over a week.
Yes, so I understand. Tell me, how do you account for it?
How do I account for it? Is the doctor asking me?
Yes.
Since the doctor honors me, just an ignorant midwife, with that question.
Never mind this nonsense. If you suspect anything at all, you must tell me.
Since the doctor is speaking frankly, I can only suspect that midwives are more successful at delivering babies than doctors.
Obviously. But why?
I cannot say, Doctor.
It has been suggested that the women who come to Division 1 are destined to die, while those who are sent to Division 2 are destined to live. Now, what do you think of that?
Who has suggested this ridiculous theory?
Dr. Klein, the director of the hospital.
Oh, well then, in that case, it is probably quite valid.
Let's find out. We shall move all your Ward 2 patients into my Ward 1, and all my Ward 1 patients in here.
Oh, no.
No?
I am the head of Division 2. I refuse.
My good woman, you may be the head of this division, but I am the head of the entire department of obstetrics and gynecology. We will make the change. At once.
To move all the patients?
No. The patients will remain where they are. The staffs will move. All your women will go and work next door. All my doctors and medical students will come and work in here. And so, we shall see.
And so shall we, in Act 3. This is what's known as the scientific method. You prove something by doing it. Seeing is believing. That is, where logical, sensible people are concerned. The problem is we don't seem to have very many of those. At any rate, we shall see. You're listening to the Mystery Theater on your conversation station, WMCA New York. All the things we never think about. All those things we take for granted. Freedom, justice, equality, beliefs. It's so hard to realize how even the most simple propositions, the earth is round, diseases are caused by germs, as I said. It's so hard to believe that all these things had to be won. People had to suffer and even die before society accepted them. Contrary to Mr. Emerson's belief, if a man builds a better mousetrap, the world does not beat a bath to his door. More often, it beats him to death.
Well, they changed the personnel, and thus changed the divisions. But this still did not stop the slaughter. The doctors kept losing a number of their patients to childbed fever. The midwives lost many fewer.
At least Klein has been proved wrong.
What good does it do to prove him wrong? You have to be proved right.
Those midwives, they know the answer.
I don't believe it. If they knew it, they would tell it.
That's just it, Johann. They don't know that they know the answer.
How is that possible?
I must simply spend my time there. I must observe how they work. I must ask questions.
And if you wanted to find Semmelweis, he was usually poking about Division 2, watching, asking questions. The poor midwives were really quite embarrassed. Sister Margaret actually complained to Dr. Klein. And once again, Ignash was treated to a lecture.
Do you wish to resign your position as Associate Head of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Dr. Semmelweis?
No, Dr. Klein. Who said that?
Obviously, you consider yourself unqualified. You ask the most basic questions of a midwife, of all people.
We can learn from anyone. From everyone.
Really? What can we learn?
Perhaps answers to those questions that are eluding us.
Such
as what causes childbed fever.
Again? We know what causes childbed fever. Miasmic caloric influences.
Then why doesn't it cause childbed fever in Division 2?
That is not your concern. You are required to deliver these women of their babies.
And kill them at the same time.
You are not the one who is killing them. No, Doctor. Now, we have had enough of this entire affair. Go back to your work, and do not let me hear another word about that infernal affliction.
Sister Margaret.
Yes, Doctor?
I've noticed something. In your division, you deliver the women while they are lying on their sides.
Yes, sir.
Now, in Division 1, they lie on their backs. Could this have some significance?
Right. I don't know.
Well, why do you have them lie on their sides?
Why?
Yes, why?
Right. I don't know.
Well, surely there must be a reason.
We do it this way because it seems to me that we have always done it this way.
Can you think of any advantages?
No.
But how does it happen?
Doctor, some years ago, when the division was first formed, probably at the very beginning, whoever was head midwife said this is how women would be delivered. And that is how it's been ever since.
If you were the director of this hospital and had absolute powers, what would you do about this childbed fever epidemic?
Since you have asked me in confidence, I can only say this. I would do away with all obstetrics and gynecology. I would prohibit doctors from delivering babies. By law, I would restrict that function to midwives.
Surely you'll admit that there are certain births that are beyond the skill of a midwife. Certain deliveries that require cesarean surgery. Those women would die without doctors. Admit that.
Yes. That most births are simple. Yet more women die from childbed fever. What is obvious, sir, is that the doctors kill more than they save.
Are you saying that we doctors are killing these women?
Am I? No. I am only saying that more of them die when you deliver them.
Well, Ignash, what have you learned from the midwives?
We kill more mothers than they do.
You haven't found out why?
I need money, Johann. If only I could convince your father-in-law. Maybe you could say something to him.
Your name is taboo around the house, Ignash. And the fact that I'm your friend doesn't endear me to him either.
We cannot save the living, but we can learn from the dead. The doctors on my service will have to work closer in the morgue with Dr. Kolechka.
Poor Ignash. Maybe the answer is staring you in the face.
Probably.
And they did work, without let-up. It becomes a matter of pride. They were young doctors and students, and Ignash had fired them with his enthusiasm, or fanaticism. And day after day, they all studied with Kolechka in the morgue. And then, one morning, a seemingly trivial event occurred.
Gentlemen, on the table is a woman who has been killed by our nemesis, childbed fever. Dr. Kolechka will lead the study, and one of you shall assist him in the dissection. Let me see. Herr Schleuter, this will be your first time. Step forward. Dr. Kolechka.
Oh, yes. Young man, Herr Schleuter, is it? Pick up the scalpel and make a lateral incision here across. No. You cannot cut so deeply, young man. You're not slicing a melon. Gently. Here. No. Here, let me hold your hand. And now to get up. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Doctor.
No. It is all right. It's all right. It's just a cut.
Here, let me.
No. It's a hazard. All of our anatomy instructors must live with. You see, it bleeds cleanly. It is not very deep. I'll dress it myself. Dr. Semmelweis, will you finish the demonstration?
Yes, of course, Herr Doctor.
Suddenly, things went badly in Division 1. The death rate, always high, went even higher. Ignash went without sleep. He spent days and nights at the hospital. I was afraid his health would be broken. Ignash, you must get some rest.
Does the killer ever take a rest?
The killer?
Yes, the killer. The killer that stalks my Division 1. The killer that strikes without mercy and at random. The killer that is never sated but needs more and more victims.
Ignash, I think I once said the answer might be staring you in the face.
Well, if it is, I don't see it. Do you see it? Do you see it, Johann?
Perhaps.
Then tell me. Tell me. Who killed my little Veresthetic?
Providence.
Providence? You've been infected by your father-in-law.
A kindly Providence.
Kindly.
Poor Veresthetic. First a child, and then a woman of the streets. What did she have to look forward to? Cold, hunger, disease. How much longer did she have to live in any event?
I can't believe you're saying this, Johann.
All of the... Well, most of them. Who are they? The homeless, the waifs, the prostitutes, the dregs of society.
They're human beings.
Of course. But perhaps they're better off dead.
No one is better off dead.
Maybe this is nature's way.
Nature?
Yes, nature is cruel. Nature sends us wars and famines and pestilence. Why? So that we are not crowding one another off the face of the earth.
And that's why they die of childbed fever.
Well, it could be the reason.
I cannot accept it. I will not accept it. The killer will be caught, and I shall catch him in the morgue. I go now to work with Dr. Kolechka.
His eyes were so feverish. He seemed so excited. I was afraid to let him go alone. And just as well. When we arrived at the morgue, we were greeted by a shattering piece of news. The place was empty, except for the porter.
Where's Dr. Kolechka?
Oh, haven't you heard, sir?
Haven't I heard what? Why is there no class being held here?
Well, Dr. Kolechka is dead.
Dead? No, that's impossible. He can't...
I am sorry, Your Honor.
I spoke to him just a few days ago. I tell you, he was in perfect health.
Yes, sir. They say he died of blood poisoning.
That is exactly what had happened to Jakob Kolitschka, a great doctor, an even greater human being. Blood poison. That's what the diagnosis had been. And that's what the post-mortem had proved. How did he get it, Ignash?
It might have been... Wait. I know.
You know?
Yes, and you do too. Or you should.
How would I know?
You were there when it happened. You saw it happen.
What?
Schleiter, that clumsy, heavy-handed medical student. He was assisting Kolitschka at an autopsy.
Well, what does this have to do with...
Schleiter didn't know how to make the proper incision. Kolitschka held his hand to give him a feel of the right pressure. The knife slipped in Schleiter's fingers and cut Kolitschka. You saw it. That's how Kolitschka became infected.
That's how?
And that's how they get it.
That's how... Who gets what?
The women. That's how they get childbed fever.
Now, wait. We were talking about blood poisoning.
Isn't that precisely what childbed fever is, Johann? Johann! I've been searching for the killer day and night without rest, and I found him. Do you know who he is? Me. I am the killer.
Ignash, you need some rest, some sleep.
I am the killer. I killed Vera Stetic. I came from the morgue with the infection on my hands, loaded with diseases. I came to Division 1 to deliver babies. I killed Vera Stetic. All of us killed her.
Ignash, you can't just blame yourself.
Why? Why don't they die in Division 2? It's so simple. Midwives do not perform autopsies. Midwives do not attend pregnant women with diseases on their hands. Why didn't we see it? Why couldn't we see it? Now listen to me. Here's what we're going to do. Every doctor, every student who comes into Division 1 will first wash his hands with soap and water and then rinse them in chlorine. Those are my orders.
Those were his orders, and the basins were supplied. And as you can well imagine, there was considerable complaining and grumbling, and Dr. Klein fairly exploded.
What is this nonsense, Dr. Semmelweis?
This nonsense has been in effect for almost 2 weeks, and in that time we have had not one single death due to childbed fever. How do you account for that, Dr. Klein?
Very simple. The miasmic caloric influences are obviously on the wane.
The idiot! What does it take to make him admit his mistake?
Don't you understand, Ignash? He can't afford to admit that all these deaths could have been prevented by just a few basins of chlorine solution. He has to fight you to the end.
I am the killer, Johann. All this time, I was the killer.
It took years before everyone finally saw what should have been obvious in the first place. We say there are none so blind as those who will not see. It might be illuminating to find out why so many people prefer the darkness to the light. I shall return shortly. And now, the Mystery Theater continues on WMCA, New York. What happened to Dr. Semmelweis afterward? He had to spend the rest of his short life defending his findings, even though you would think they spoke for themselves. In the end, the struggle broke his health and destroyed his mind. He had to be placed in a sanitarium for the insane. And the final irony, he died of blood poisoning. The knife slipped in his hand while he was performing an autopsy. And so even though he had defeated the killer, in the end, the killer had defeated him. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Lloyd Battista, Manuel Kramer, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes. inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
Dear Detective Sergeant, you're assigned to homicide detail. The life of a young woman is in danger. Anonymous letters and phone calls threaten her with murder. The notes bear the mark of a fanatic. Your job, stop them.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack of Fatimas.
You'll find they now cost the same.
Light a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 8th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 6:45 p.m. when we got to Greenwich Street. Number 318.
Yes, gentlemen?
Police officer. I'd like to see Dr. Small, please.
I'm Reverend Small. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Hey, let me take your hats, officers. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, thanks. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
How do you do, sir? Hope we didn't interrupt your dinner.
Oh, no. The organist, Brother Reber, and I were just running over a few hymns for the service tonight. Would you come this way, please, into the parlor? As I mentioned on the telephone, I'm not much of a detective, but I think something should be done about this matter as soon as possible.
Well, we'd like to get a few more particulars first, Reverend. When did you first find out about these threatening letters?
Sister Dorothy Wilson. I think I told you about her. She came here to the rectory and showed them to me. She told me she's been getting them for the last 4 days, and phone calls, too.
Mm-hmm. How long have you known this Dorothy Wilson? Is she one of your regular parishioners?
Well, she first joined my congregation about a month ago. She's been in regular attendance at our services ever since.
Is that the church next door, joining the rectory here?
Yes, that's right, Sergeant. Second Reformed Church at the Holy Book. I founded it here about 3 years ago, and I've been pastor ever since.
Have you ever had this trouble before? I mean, threats against the people who join your church?
No, never any trouble at all.
I wonder if you have those notes that Miss Wilson's been receiving, Reverend?
Yes, right here on my desk. Let me see, Yes, here are the 5 Sister Wilson got. And here are the 2 that I received.
Wonder if I could look at them.
Yes, surely. Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, would you excuse me for a moment? It's about time for Brother Reber to get over to the church. I'd better tell him.
Certainly, Reverend. Didn't mean to hold you up.
No, not at all. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
What do they look like, Joe?
Yeah, let's see. Postmarks here are March 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th. Come from different places around town, according to the postmark. There's Long Beach, a couple from Azusa, Glendale here. No return address on any of them. This notebook paper looks like to me this one. Isn't it to you? writing's not too bad. Let's see. According to the postmark, this is the first one they got, I guess.
Listen. Dorothy Wilson, you are a sinner and you have led a sinful life. Yet you have the nerve to come into our church and make believe you're a Christian. Spelling sure is bad.
Yeah.
I have been coming to our church for a long time, and it is an outrage to have you praying in our temple. If you don't get out and stay out, I'm going to make sure you're taken care of for good. Look outside.
Sister in the Lord.
Must be some kind of a fanatic. We better run all these through the prime there.
Yeah. This one, maybe. It's typewritten. Well, here, you read it. It's dated March 6th.
Yeah, take this as a warning. Bring your sinful body to our church again, and your blood will run in the aisles. A life can be taken when God demands it. It could be yours.
Sorry for the interruption, officers. A few things I had to remind Brother Reber of. Have you seen all the letters?
Well, we're just checking them over, Reverend.
It's certainly a terrible thing for our church. I hope we can keep the matter as quiet as possible.
Yes, sir. I noticed the two different signatures on these notes. Now, half of them are signed a sister in the Lord.
Yes.
And the other half are signed Brother D.R. Griswold.
Yes, that's right. The first letter I got was from this Brother Griswold. His are the typewritten ones.
You know anyone in your congregation with that name, Reverend? D.R. Griswold?
No, I checked over my list of regular parishioners twice. If there is such a man, I don't know of him.
Well, we can run that name through R&I anyway, huh, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any suspicions at all, Reverend?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, I mean, can you think of anybody in your congregation who might possibly resent this Miss Wilson's joining your church, maybe?
Well, no, I haven't had an opportunity to think it over in that light, but I can't imagine anybody in our group writing letters like this.
What's her background, Reverend? Do you know much about her?
No, she's a quiet girl. She's very religious. Works as a stenographer at an office downtown. Helps support her mother.
Will she be at church tonight?
Yes, she's here already, helping to set up the chairs for the service. Why, would you like to talk to her?
Yes, if we could.
All right, let's go over to the church. There's still half an hour before services begin.
All right, fine. I'll have to take these letters along with us, Reverend. We want our handwriting man to check them over?
Yes, by all means. That manila envelope on the desk, you can put them in there if you like.
Thank you. This one here?
Yes.
Okay.
This way, officers.
How many members do you have in your church, Reverend Small?
162 regulars. Another 100 or so on the fringe. They attend only occasionally.
You mentioned that this Miss Wilson's had threatening phone calls, too.
Yes, that's what she told me this afternoon.
Man's voice or a woman?
Well, Sister Wilson said both. The phone calls usually follow each letter. They identify themselves the same way, Brother Griswold and the Sister in the Lord.
Have you received any calls from them?
No, I've been half expecting them, but I haven't had any yet. Here, shall we go in?
Please.
Here we are. Our seating arrangement's still temporary. We hope to have pews installed next year.
Uh-huh. Nice church.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, there's Sister Wilson. She's helping set up the chairs. If you'd like to wait in the choir's dressing room, I'll bring her in there, Eagle.
All right. Thank you, Reverend. Let's go, man.
This one, Joe?
Yeah, this is it.
Ought to open a few windows in here. It's musty.
Yeah. What time do you say the services start?
7:30. It's 5 minutes past 7 now.
Officers?
Yes, sir.
Officers, this is Sister Dorothy Wilson. Sister Wilson, Sergeant Friday.
How do you do, man?
Hello.
And Sergeant Ramirez.
That's Romero.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant Romero, Sister Wilson.
Hello.
Nice to know you.
I guess you want to speak with Sister Wilson alone, do you?
Well, we'd like to have you stay if you would, Reverend. Wonder if there's someplace where we could sit down.
Yes, certainly, right over here in the anteroom.
Fine. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Now, Sister Wilson, there's no need to be afraid. These officers are here to help you and to protect you. See that nothing happens.
Yes, Brother Small.
Hold fast in the faith of the Lord, and you shall not fear.
Yes, I will. You want me to tell you all about it, Sergeant, how it started?
If you please. Say, is it all right to smoke in here?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Can we chair for a second?
No, thank you.
Nothing.
Ben?
I'm not right now.
We'll save the pack after lunch. We've already looked over the letters that you received. The Reverend here told us that you got the first one last Friday.
Yes, that's right. I've gotten one each day since then. Phone calls, too.
Did you recognize the voices making the calls?
No, I didn't know them at all. The woman's voice was very rough.
Sounded like she might be old.
Mm-hmm.
She said some terrible things about me and Brother Small. She called both of us terrible names. Awful.
The same with the man who called?
Oh, yes, sometimes he's even worse. None of the things they say are true, Sergeant. Not one word.
Well, I'd like you to think carefully before you answer this, Miss Wilson. Is there anyone at all that you know in your neighborhood, here at church or at your work, who might be doing this? Maybe somebody that you knew a few years ago, some acquaintance?
Ever since it's happened, I've been trying to think of someone. I don't think I've ever met anybody who'd do this kind of thing.
Well, how about a former boyfriend or a girlfriend who might be jealous of you for some reason?
No. I did have quite a few boyfriends, but casual dates, nothing serious. They were always taking me out, dancing and out to parties. We went everywhere, but I was never interested in any of them.
Well, were any of them upset when you stopped going out with them?
A few of them were angry when I wouldn't marry them, but I don't think any of them would write those kind of letters. Do you think the whole thing might be some kind of a joke someone's playing?
It's a pretty grim joke to go this far. You live by yourself, Miss Wilson?
No, with my mother, but I don't want her to know anything about this.
Well, I think it'd be wiser if you told her.
No, she mustn't know. Mother's been ill lately, and if she found out, it might upset her an awful lot. She's not well at all.
Help yourself to some of the wine, Jumper. Miss Wilson,
Yes, please, I would.
All right.
Thank you.
Here you are. Anybody else? Reverend?
Yes, please.
Dan?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yourself. How about some of the church members, Miss Wilson? Have any of them been at all unfriendly to you since you started coming here?
No, I don't think so. A few are pretty hard to get to know. They're shy, I guess. But none of them have been uncharitable.
Then you don't think the threats are coming from anyone in the church?
Well, if they are, I don't know who the person is. The way they say all those rotten things about me. They call me a sinner and a bad woman. Well, I guess I'm a sinner, like all of us are, but I'm not a bad woman. I'm going to church because I want to be born again of the light. But I've never killed anyone, and I've never been a bad woman. You believe me, don't you, Reverend?
Yes, of course I do. Now, don't get yourself all upset, Sister Wilson.
You think that's why they want to murder me, because I'm a sinner? You think that's why?
Please, Sister Wilson, try and get your mind off.
If they want to kill me because I'm a sinner, then why don't they want to kill all the sinners?
They're going to have a lot of homicides if they try. p.m. Together with Sergeants Raines and Bechtel, we tailed Dorothy Wilson to her home. She parked her car at the rear and went inside. A stakeout was placed on her house. The next morning, we took the threatening letters which the Wilson girl had received and asked Don Meyer in handwriting to check them over. During the next 5 days, we checked thoroughly into the background of Dorothy Wilson. We talked to her relatives, her employers, all her friends, past and present. We had no good reason to suspect any of them. We checked out the people at the church, and they were clear. Both Reverend Small and the Wilson girl continued to receive more threatening letters. Some of the language and the accusations were pretty foul. Still, no outward attempts were made on the life of the Wilson girl. A week after we started on the case, we tallied up our findings. They seemed to make sense. We talked it over with Raines in the squad room.
Don Myers checking those letters and a sample of the Wilson girl's handwriting, isn't he? What's he got to say? The letters written in longhand are signed the sister and the Lord, and the typewritten letters are signed Brother D.R. Grizzle. Yeah, I know that. Don says all the letters were written by the same person. How's he figure?
Well, similarities in phrasing, same mistakes in spelling, typewritten and longhand both. Signatures on the Griswold letters match the handwriting in the other letters.
No, they were only dealing with one suspect.
And Don Meyer seems pretty sure of it, yeah.
Well, how does the Wilson girl's handwriting check out?
He's working on that.
Where does that leave us? You've been on stakeouts at the Wilson girl's home a few nights. Haven't you noticed anything peculiar about the setup? How do you mean? Something that didn't fit? Something that didn't quite jive? No, I don't think so. Well, just that business about a car, I thought that was a little out of line.
Yeah, it struck us the same way.
Girl always seemed frightened enough about the situation when she's around us, but when she thinks she's alone, it looks to me like she takes it a little differently. Yeah. Every night when she drives home, she parks her car in that dark garage. Must be at least 50, 75 yards from her house.
Yeah.
I've never seen her look particularly nervous and taking that long walk to the front door.
Well, sure, the normal reaction for a frightened woman would be to park the car right in front of the house and then hurry inside.
How about all those friends of hers you guys checked out? Anything there?
Well, we've been staked out at her house, the church, and her work. You know that. There's not a thing. Checked with some of her ex-boyfriends, too.
Nothing there?
Well, the Wilson girl told us that some of the boys had proposed to her. We couldn't find one who'd admit it. They all said she was a nice girl, but they didn't propose marriage.
Mm-hmm. Those threatening phone calls are another thing. Both the pastor of the church and Dorothy Wilson got letters, but only the girl received a phone call.
Yeah.
Well, logically, if the Reverend got the letters at the same time as the girl, he should have been getting phone calls, too. He hasn't received a one.
Well, it could be accidental. Whoever wants to kill the girl might figure the Reverend would recognize his voice.
Well, it's possible, but you remember that story that the Wilson girl gave us about her mother. Remember that? She didn't want her to know about the letters because her mother was sick.
Uh-huh.
Well, we checked with her mother's doctor, and Mrs. Wilson hasn't been sick in 5 years.
Yeah, how about that? What do you figure?
I think the girl's a fake. Everything we knew about the case of Dorothy Wilson, everything we learned through questioning and observation seemed to point to one definite conclusion. Dorothy Wilson, for one reason or another, was writing the threatening letters to herself. As for the warnings that she got over the telephone, we only had her word for it. We took our findings to Captain Steed and laid out the case for him. He directed us to stay on it for a few more days until we could find enough evidence and testimony to prove out our theory. The following day, Dorothy Wilson received a letter more threatening than any of the previous ones. Reverend Small also received a copy of the same letter. Again, Don Meyer's opinion was that they were written to the same person.
Raines, what's doing?
I don't know. Boys got any new theories?
What do you mean?
On the Dorothy Wilson case.
Do we need one?
Well, I don't think your old one's going to hold up.
Why? What's the matter?
She's at Georgia Street.
Yeah.
Somebody tried to kill her.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality.
Yes, friends, when you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatima's now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
As soon as we got the report that Dorothy Wilson had been attacked by an unknown assailant, we drove to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital where she was being treated. Anderson and Bill from Homicide were standing by. We talked to the doctor, who told us that the victim had no serious injuries. She had 2 slight bruises on her upper arms and a slight bruise on her forehead. She complained of a headache. While the doctor made out his report, we questioned the Wilson girl. She told us that she'd gone to the Church of the Holy Book at 6 o'clock that night after work. She told us that she wanted to pray before the start of the regular service at 8:15 p.m. We asked her exactly when and where the attack occurred.
About 6:30, I felt a little tired. I told the officers on duty at the church I thought I'd get a little rest before services started, and then I went into the ladies' dressing room and laid down. That's what happened. It was terrible.
Did you see the person who tried to hurt you?
No. I was lying down with my eyes closed, and he must have come up from behind. Put his hands around my throat and started to press tight. It was awful, just awful.
What happened then, Miss Wilson?
Well, I fought as hard as I could. I kicked and scratched him, and I guess I hurt him because he let go of my throat for a minute. After that, he pulled me down the floor. I remembered that. Then he put his hands around this part of my head, like this.
Mm-hmm. The other officers told us that one of the choir members, Mr. Sherman, found you unconscious in the choir room. Is that right?
Yes. Whoever it was who wanted to kill me, he put a gag in my mouth and blindfolded me, then tied my wrists together with tape. That's how Mr. Sherman found me.
How long do you figure you were unconscious then?
I don't know. It was about 6:35 when I laid down in the dressing room. Mr. Sherman said he found me there at 20 minutes past 7.
And then you were out about 45 minutes, is that right?
I suppose so. I don't remember anything.
Well, what makes you think the person who attacked you wanted to kill you, Miss Wilson?
That's What they said in the letters, didn't it? You want to kill me for coming to church?
Now, your purse and everything that was in it was scattered all over the dressing room floor. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. My money and everything scattered all over. I guess they wanted to rob me, too.
$52 in cash. Is that what you had with you?
That's right, a $50 bill and some change. I don't know why they didn't take it. Maybe something frightened them off.
It's possible.
The officers found some other articles scattered around the dressing room. A roll of tape, a metal box that the tape came in, and a half a dozen razor blades. Did you notice any of these in the dressing room before you were attacked?
No, none of them. I never saw them before. Those razor blades, officer, what do you think they wanted to do with them?
There's no use thinking about that now. It's all over.
I knew I'd be protected. I felt the spirit. I knew the holy light would protect me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you find whoever did it, officer?
Well, this is just a hunch, Miss Wilson.
Yes.
I think we already have. Before we left Georgia Street, we talked to the doctor in charge and got a release for the patient. Dorothy Wilson agreed to drive back with us to the office to make out a crime report. On the way, she seemed to lose most of her nervousness. She was relaxed and she talked quite a bit.
Religion's a great comfort to me, Sergeant. I think it's a great comfort to anybody, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe I'm different from most girls, but I get an awful lot out of my church. It's like Brother Small says, you have to be born again of the holy light if you really want to live. Don't you think so?
That's right.
I don't know what I'd do if it wasn't for my religion. No, I used to have a lot of boyfriends. Of course, I don't care for any of them anymore, but when I was younger, they were always taking me out all the time.
Yes, so?
Yes, I had a good time when I was younger, going out to dinner, dancing, parties. Fellows were taking me out all the time. Of course, that was when I was younger.
You're not much over 25 now, are you, Miss
I'll be
Wilson?
27 in August. That's pretty old for an unmarried girl, but I'm not worried. You get interested in more important things when you get older, isn't that right?
Oh, yes, that's right.
I remember when I was in college, how boy crazy I was. I remember that junior prom I went to. Seems such a long time ago.
Yeah.
I had the most beautiful white dress, Sergeant, with sequins. And the skirt was all white and that gathered in here at the waist and it flared out real full. I went to the dance with one of the big football players. He looked so nice in his blue suit. His name was Stanley. I knew him for a long time. He's one of the fellows who asked me to marry him. I guess I was too particular. I just couldn't see any of them.
Would you mind if I laid out a few facts for you, Miss Wilson?
Oh, not at all, Sergeant. Go ahead, please.
Now, I'm not trying to embarrass you in any way, but since we've been on this case, we've checked with just about all the friends that you've had in the past few years, and that includes your boyfriends, of course. None of the fellows that you've mentioned say they've ever proposed marriage to you. Say they've been out with you once or twice, but that's all.
Oh, well, you probably didn't talk to the right fellows. You probably got the names mixed.
No, ma'am, we didn't. We talked to the right people.
Oh, I can't understand that.
Neither can we, Miss Wilson.
Well, what difference does it make anyway? I wasn't interested in them. I wouldn't have married them anyway. Going out and dancing, parties, that's all they were interested in.
What reason did you have for lying to us?
Parking in the car, necking with girls, trying to take advantage of them. That's all those fellows wanted. From the silly girls they married.
Oh, I don't...
You discover a lot more important things when you get older, Sergeant.
Well, I don't think that's the point. Why did you lie to us about it?
I don't know, really. Maybe I didn't have a reason. I just didn't remember right, I guess.
Well, you're sure you remember right about what happened tonight?
What do you mean? It just happened. Of course I'm sure about it. Someone tried to kill me.
Might as well park on Spring Street then. It's pretty clear this time of night.
Yeah, okay.
Sergeant, I wish you'd tell me what you're getting at. What are you thinking?
Well, there's still a few things that we're not too sure of, Wilson. We'd like to clear them up.
But what aren't you too sure of? I told you everything I knew. I was lying down in the dressing room when somebody tried to kill me. I told you all about it.
Well, you told us you were unconscious about 45 minutes.
Well, it was 40 or 45.
Well, we talked to the doctor at Georgia Street, and from the way you described the attack, it would have just about impossible for anybody to make you unconscious that long by pressing his hands against your head.
Well, but he hit me on the head, too. You can see the bruise here.
Well, yes, ma'am, I know, but that's very slight. The doctor says that couldn't have done it either. Just a minute, I'll get the doctor. Out, Miss Wilson.
What else aren't you sure of?
Well, your wrists were taped individually. Now, if somebody wanted to restrain you, they probably would have taped them together, wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know what they would have done. All I know is they wanted to kill me. They said so in those letters.
We're not too sure of those letters either, Miss Wilson.
What? What aren't you sure of?
Where they're coming from and who's sending them. We do know that we're all written with the same person.
How do you know that? They're signed by two different people.
The handwriting man checked them over. He says they're written with the same person.
You might as well have it straight, Miss Wilson.
Well, if we're going to talk, can't we do it inside someplace? Please, I'm tired.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Joe.
Yeah.
I'll see if Leighton's fingerprints is finished with that stuff.
Yeah, bring it along. If they are, we'll be in the interrogation room.
Yeah, all right.
This way, Miss Wilson.
man I know used to be on the police force. Nice fellow. We used to go out all the time together.
Oh, that's so. What's his name?
Well, that's funny. I don't remember. He's an awfully nice fellow, though. We used to go dancing every week.
Mm-hmm. Here we are. Go right. I started questioning Dorothy Wilson, but she wanted to talk about everything except what concerned the case. Dean Bergman and Leighton Fingerprints had already checked each article that was found at the supposed scene of the crime. The Wilson girls' prints were all over them.
Did you write those threatening letters to yourself, Miss Wilson?
I don't understand. Why do you ask me something like that?
Did you write the letters to yourself?
You know that's not a fair question, Sergeant.
I don't know what you consider fair, but we'd like to know, did you write the letters?
Do you know what it is to pray, Sergeant? I mean, really pray?
What's that got to do with it?
I've been praying all my life. I've been praying hard. Ever since I was a little girl.
We'd like to have you answer our question, Miss Wilson.
I think you'll understand. This is the answer, Sergeant. I can feel the Holy Spirit in my heart. I know you'll understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been praying for an awfully long time, Sergeant. When I was a little girl, 6 years old, I was praying. Night and day I said my prayers, but there never seemed to be any answer. I never could understand it because I only prayed for one thing. I didn't think it was too much to ask.
What was that?
I wanted people to know me, Sergeant. I wanted people to know me and like me, that's all, but it never seemed to happen, even when I was a little girl.
Don't think I quite follow you, miss.
You've got to understand me. Nobody else does. From the time I was a little girl, 6, nobody ever seemed to care if I was around or not. I always tried to make friends, tried to make people like me. I tried very hard, but nobody seemed to care. Nobody even noticed me. Nobody ever noticed me.
You mean that's why you wrote those threatening letters to yourself, so that you'd be noticed?
I wanted somebody to care about me, that's all. I wanted them to know who I was. Dorothy Wilson. I wanted to walk down the street and have people nod and have them say, that's Dorothy Wilson. There goes Dorothy Wilson. Just for somebody to care, that's all, Sergeant. Just for somebody to care.
Well, then the whole thing's purely your imagination. You wrote the letters to yourself, and you pretended somebody attacked you. And all the rest.
God told me to do it, Sergeant. He told me to make myself noticed. To stand up and make people know me. I'm sorry for it now, but it didn't hurt anyone, did it?
Well, ma'am, you had an awful lot of people working for nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was so nice while it lasted. People looking after me, caring about where I went, what happened to me. It's the first time anybody ever really noticed me.
It was that important to you?
People knew who I was. Dorothy Wilson. They all noticed me. I feel better now that it's over. Oh, there's one thing I've got to tell you, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember driving here in the car I told you about that junior prom I went to? The time I had a beautiful white neck dress with a full skirt, the beautiful new white dress.
Yes, ma'am, I remember. What about it?
Well, it was really pink burgundy, an old dress. I knew you'd find out. That's why I had to tell you.
Yeah.
I didn't want you to think I was...
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
In a moment, the results of the trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Dragnet's mail this week has included cards from some of you listeners saying that your dealer is out of Fatimas. Thank you. We've done something about that. Now, if any more of you find a dealer fresh out of Fatimas, send me his name and address, and we'll do something about that, too. Write me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood. And, Mr. Dealer, don't wait a day. Step up orders for Fatima. Get in on this ever-increasing demand for the quality long cigarette.
By her own admission, Dorothy Wilson was guilty of filing a false crime report, a misdemeanor. She was released into the custody of her mother. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello there. You. Would you like to come to a party with me? I know you don't know who I am, but wouldn't you like to? You know, out of all the hundreds, maybe thousands of people in this big, huge old apartment building, I call you. Come on, take a chance. It's a fun party.
Theater 5 presents The Fun Party.
This is a police station.
Don't tell me you've never been in one before, buddy. With that little habit of yours, you've been in plenty. Oh, Lieutenant Myers, I'm Halloran. I'm a guard over at the Park City, the big housing development. I'm bringing this man in on a tenant's complaint. Here's my ID papers.
All right, Halloran. Now, what about him? Lieutenant, please let me...
He was loitering in the halls. He was listening at doors.
Me peeping Tom?
Well, not exactly.
Not at all. Lieutenant, if you'll only let me give you...
You can give me your name and address, mister.
I'm Carl Wyatt. I live in Park City, building GH, Wing 7, or is it 7B? Section H2, 5th floor, apartment 505.
Is he kidding? No, that's where he lives. Your age, mister?
38.
Hair color, gray?
No, it's sandy blonde.
Eyes, gray?
No, they're blue.
What? Must be the bad light in here.
It's not the light, Lieutenant. It's me. Nobody really sees me.
Well, somebody saw you trying doors or whatever you were doing.
Please, you got to believe me. I wasn't doing anything illegal. I've never done any...
Hello, 119th Precinct. Yeah, talk slower, please. Can you give me a description? Get that one, Sergeant. Go ahead. 119th Precinct. What? Hey, get that, someone. Yeah, I'm listening, ma'am. He was what? Was he armed? No. Halloran, take what's-his-name in the back room. I'll book him as soon as I can. Lieutenant, I can't hang around here. I got my job. Yeah, and I got a crime waiver or something. You brought him in, you stay with him. I'll buzz for you when I'm ready. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have all the information. What's your address?
That's too bad, Mr. Halloran. I mean, I'm sorry you have to stay.
You're sorry?
Yes, I am, because it's all a mistake.
What mistake? How would you like a woman to call you in the middle of the night? Eddie, go look in the dark halls. There's something, something, mind you. Not even somebody. Something is catfooting around, breathing and listening at doors. She's scared, she says. She's scared. So I go. I hate to tell you what it did to my blood pressure, and I grab you. And now you tell me it's all a mistake.
It is. I am not a burglar. I am not a peeping Tom.
Tell it to the lieutenant. Tell it to the housing committee.
Housing committee?
They let you in at Park City, and they'll boot you out. You broke a rule out.
No, they mustn't do that. I can't leave. I won't leave.
Hey, buddy, I'd worry more about my job if I were you. What's your boss going to say about this?
I hate my boss.
Now, who doesn't? What about your friends, your social life? I'm sorry for you, Bud. I know I brought you in, but that's my job. Now you're in a spot. The least you'll get out of this is your name in the papers as an arrest. There goes your job. There goes most of your friends. I'll bet there goes your apartment in Park City.
No. I don't care about anything else as long as I can stay in Park City.
Oh, no, I'm really sorry for you. You're off base.
Eddie, Mr. Halloran?
Eddie's okay.
Eddie, can I tell you what happened to me? A month ago, I was sitting in my apartment reading the only magazine I really like.
A girly book.
Oh, no. I like to read about travel, sports cars, parties on yachts in the Mediterranean.
Just where is your yacht anchored, mister?
My name is Carl. And you don't have to be a millionaire to lead that kind of life. You'd be surprised. There are people without fortunes in it, but they have other things.
Mm-hmm.
They have youth, beauty, talent, accomplishment. That's the key to get in everywhere, even with the millionaires. I call them golden people. Would you like to hear a dream I have about them?
Yeah.
I dream I suddenly decide to take a jet to Rome. I have the money in my pocket.
Well, you can tell that's a dream.
I arrive at the cocktail hour, but I'm not alone like any ordinary tourist in a strange town. I have a whole address book full of first-name friends, actresses, publishers, scientists, adventurers. I call them. We organize an all-night party, and we live. We live in Technicolor. I used to think, even if I did get to meet them, what good would it be? I'm a face you forget. The lieutenant couldn't tell what I looked like when I was standing right in front of him. I'm an undeveloped personality. I'm a blur of what I should be. I'm nothing. I know it. I've always known it. And how do you think it makes me feel?
You're making too much of it. To me, you seem like a decent guy.
Yeah, I could be more. I could be one of those talented, confident, golden people I was telling you about. Listen. A month ago, I was sitting in my apartment reading the magazine I told you about. It's called Sport and Travel. Well, I didn't realize it was my phone at first. You know, I'll bend the wall. Hello?
Am I speaking to the nice man in 505?
This is Carl Wyatt.
Oh, my name is Suzanne. You might call me a neighbor. Look, some of my friends are having a party. Just a little fun thing, and we'd like you to join us.
Well, you must have the wrong apartment, 505. There are others in the other buildings.
I'm sure it's the right one.
But you don't know me.
I do now. Oh, come on, Carl, take a chance. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Bye.
5 minutes. For 5 minutes. Oh, I can't wear this. It's dirty. Where's the new blue shirt? Oh, no. Slacks? No, too casual, maybe. Oh, I need a shave. Maybe this powder will hide it. No time.
Hello. I should have warned you. I'm one woman who's on time.
Well, it's too bad. It would have been a pleasure to wait for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite well. Oh, come in, Suzanne.
Mm-hmm.
Don't bother looking around. It's just a little. It's just a little pied-à-terre in town.
Oh, exactly. Well, I see you read Sport and Travel, too. You know, the publisher is a perfect bear. He chews up a secretary every 2 or 3 months and leaves the bones to the psychoanalysts.
And the pulp to his readers.
Oh, I love that.
Thank you.
Oh, Carl, I wish we'd known before that you lived here.
We?
The gang, the tribe, the set, the inner circle. Darling, you give us a name.
I could only call you the beautiful people.
Oh, but you haven't seen us yet.
I've seen you.
And I saw you first. Remember that when you meet the other girls. Shall we go?
I gotta criticize your story. It's too much like a dream. A girl you never heard of comes up to take you to a party, and she isn't a letdown. She isn't anxious with a built like a truck. Come on, Carl.
Eddie, she was perfect and beautiful. And somehow that didn't freeze me the way it usually would. I said all the right things, the magazine things. Why, I had dialogue like Cary Grant. One line after another, just like that. Oh, I could never do it again. Only that night.
So, where was the party?
Somewhere in Park City. I didn't notice the building. I was floating on a cloud. You know how ugly Park City is. Miles of halls, acres of buildings, all alike. ugly gray paint, the feeling of being in a big anthill, just another ant.
That's what I said before, and you're so crazy to stay there.
But that night it was beautiful. The halls glowed. We went up, down, in, out. I could have walked with Suzanne forever. Well, finally, we stopped at an apartment door.
Yeah, what else could you stop at?
This one was different. The number was covered by a cocktail flag, the kind people use on fancy yachts. Suzanne rang the doorbell a special way. The door was opened, and we went in. And there they were, my golden people, the sport and travel people.
We cast our lines, we fished, and this time we caught a whale. Here's Carl.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening, Carl. It is not often we are so lucky. The idea of calling a stranger and hoping to meet a friend is excellent in theory, but in practice...
Many are called, but few are chosen.
Well, thank you very much. You look like a man of sense and discrimination, Carl, mon ami. Shall we exchange a few ideas in French?
It would be an unfair exchange. You speak with the tongue of Molière and Napoleon. I speak with the tongue of Miss Schultz, my high school French teacher. She had no gift for language.
What you say, Carl? Oh, Marcel, haven't I said, be patient. Someday we will find another one of us. Well, tonight, here he is. Oh, come, Carl, I want you to meet the others.
I'd be delighted.
I want you to meet Philip. He's an archaeologist. The first man to enter an Egyptian pharaoh's tomb and escape the curse of Hathor. At least he's escaped it up till now.
Hi, Philip.
Oh, and that's Bettina. She's a model, and I wouldn't trust her with you for a moment.
Darling, you're so naughty.
Oh, this man behind the mustache is Major Brian Llewellyn Ford.
Hello there. Delighted, Major.
He's in charge of something terribly secret. And this is Tamara. She's
Don't
really...
tell me anything about her. Having a name like Tamara is a full-time career.
Oh, Suzanne, I want him.
Oh, hands off, darling. Oh, now, there in the corner, that's Captain Cutler. The captain runs a trading schooner in the Celebes. By the way, just where are the Celebes?
In my encyclopedia on page 219.
Oh, touche. Oh, people, there are too many of you to meet and remember now. Just give Carl a big smile and you'll see him later.
Hello, Carl.
Oh, Tamara, get Carl something from the buffet, please.
I'd love to give him anything he wants.
Oh, but just hand it to him, dear. Don't linger.
I'll be back, Carl. Don't run away.
Carl, darling, drop a fresh peach into that champagne and let it...
Wow, and double wow. A party like that in Park City?
Oh, they throw a lot of them.
You sound like something went wrong.
It did. I did. I reverted to type. The evening kept getting more wonderful. Then Bettina, she was the model, developed a headache. Nobody else paid attention to it, but I had to do something. I looked all over the apartment for some aspirin. Of course, there weren't any. The golden people never take aspirin. That's just for the rest of us. But I had to do something. I had to justify my...
Oh, forget Bettina's headache. She'll drink more champagne and not even notice it. Come dance with me.
But she looks so pale.
Oh, there's always rouge.
Personally, Carl, mon ami, I find her paleness becoming. Well, if you will not dance with Suzanne, come listen to Major Ford. Did you know that he lived 3 years in Castro's Cuba, disguised as a bearded lady?
Utterly charming.
Oh, Carl, darling, I'm getting jealous of Bettina. I want you to concentrate on me.
And I will, Suzanne. But there's a drugstore in the shopping plaza open all night. I could run down there and pick up some aspirin.
I'm sure it's not necessary.
Suzanne, I want to do something for you.
For me? Or for Bettina?
For all of you. But I can help Bettina now because she's in pain. I'll be back before you miss me.
Oh, impossible, Carl. Hurry back. Hurry back, darling.
Hurry back. That's what they said, hurry back. And I did hurry. But it was no good. I couldn't find the apartment again.
Why not?
You know the size of Park City, acres of buildings, miles of sections, wings, halls, all alike. Why didn't I remember to ask where I was?
Did you go home and wait for them to call you again?
Of course, but why should they give me another chance? They think I ran out on them. Eddie, I left the real me with them in that apartment. I left the person I always knew I could be if I only had the right chance. That night was my right chance. Oh, you should have seen me and heard me.
Well, take it easy, Carl.
I can't. Not until I find them again. Now that I know what I could be, I can't go back to what I was.
Look, if you don't remember the building and didn't see the number of the apartment and don't know any of the people's last names, how are you going to find them?
What do you think I was doing in the halls when you found me? I was walking and listening. I did it night after night, hearing the conversations and the running water and the crying babies. But I wasn't interested. I wasn't listening. I know those people's lives, and I don't want them. I was listening for the other, the party sounds.
Well, how do you know they're having another party?
They have them all the time. Any hour, spur of the moment, fun stuff. Listen, Eddie, you know how thin the walls are in Park City and how far the sound carries. If I could hear the daily little noises of the people all around me so well, don't you think I'd be able to hear a party from a long way off?
Yeah, but you could... No, they're ready for us at the desk. We better go.
Eddie, what are you going to say about me?
If the police book you, if the house committee kicked you out of your apartment in Park City, would it matter so much?
Oh, dear Lord.
Well, you got along before. You got along for 38 years.
I was half dead and didn't know it, but I know it now.
So if it happened, what would you do?
Oh, what's the difference? Nothing would matter then. I don't care about jail. I don't care if I lose my job. I have only one thing to care about: staying in Park City until I find my golden people again. Eddie, would it sound too melodramatic if I said my life was in your hands?
I already figured that. But you gotta realize my position, Carl. I have a job. I was doing it when I brought you in on a complaint. I could lose my job, too.
Okay, Eddie, forget it.
This is true, what you've been telling me. You swear you didn't dream it?
It's the realest thing that ever happened to me in my life.
Yeah. I'd like to help you, Carl, but
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for listening. Tell the police anything you want to. You don't owe me anything. You don't even know me.
In a funny way, I do.
Okay, Halloran, you can bring that guy in now.
All right, Lieutenant. All right. I mean, all right for you too, Carl. I'll square the rap for you.
But Eddie, what will you say?
You just shut up. I'll think of something. Maybe I'll tell them they withdrew the complaint.
Well, you'd be taking an awful chance.
Well, somebody's got to look after a screwball like you. Imagine a grown man telling a story like that about a place like Park City. They'd suspect you of all kinds of crazy things. Now, look. I know I can't keep you from haunting those halls at night, but for gosh sakes, promise me one thing, that you'll be careful. Oh, and if you ever do find that crazy party and those golden people of yours, maybe, just maybe, ask him if I can tend bar or something.
Theater 5 has presented The Fun Party, written by Phyllis Cole and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, George Petrie, Gil Mack, Bryna Rayburn, Cliff Carpenter, and Connie Lemke. Audio engineer Neil Pulse. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm here to guide you on an excursion throughout which I believe you'll be very glad to have a guide. For the way is treacherous and horror waits around each turning.
Hi, Archie. Let me have a cup of coffee, will you? Hey, did you ever hear of anybody getting a free ride on the Long Island Railroad? You're looking at the man who did it. The conductor walked right past me. I had my ticket out there ready for him to punch, and he walked right past me. How about that coffee? Archie. Archie. You act as if you can't even see me.
Our mystery drama, The Master Computer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Robert Dryden and Augusta Dabney. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Loneliness is a burden we've all borne in one degree or another. It throws us back upon our own personal resources, which, in the ordinary course of things, are sufficient to sustain us. But there's nothing ordinary about the loneliness we're going to deal with here, even though two people share it. This is loneliness, intolerably multiplied. Grace and Harry Clayton are returning from a pleasant summer vacation, but they're exhausted. They've driven in one day from Opequot, Maine to Newton, Long Island, the small suburban town in which they live.
You know something great? I never realized how beautiful Newton is.
Well, I just want to crawl into the house and collapse. Oh, I hope I can make it to the bed.
One stop first. I want to pick up the mail at the post office and tell them they can start regular delivery again tomorrow.
Well, you better hurry then. The post office closes at 5:30.
I'll make it, I think.
Oh, Harry, do you dread going back to work in the morning?
No, not really. Vacations have to end sometime. Otherwise, they wouldn't be vacations, would they? Oh, good. Parking right in front of the post office. You wait in the car. I won't be a minute.
I think that man's getting ready to lock up. You better hurry.
I'll catch him. Now, hold it a minute, will you? Just a couple of seconds. I want to pick up some mail you've been holding for me. It won't take a second. Did you hear what I said? Well, you could answer me at least. Well, I'll be damned. Why do people have to be so damn rude? He looked right through me. You'd think I wasn't even there.
Well, I can pick up the mail in the morning. Come on, let's go on home.
No, that's not the point. He might at least have had the courtesy to answer me.
Oh, I guess he was just doing his job. They do close at 5:30.
So, would it kill him to say, sorry, mister, I can't let you in? Hey, you want to stop somewhere for a bite to eat? You don't feel like cooking this evening, do you?
I don't feel like stopping either. We'll open a can of soup.
This bread's moldy, Grace.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's some kind of crackers in the box. Oh, I've got just about enough energy to eat some soup and make one phone call.
What phone call?
I thought I'd call the kids at the camp.
This evening? What for?
Oh, I don't know, really. I just feel like talking to them.
Okay. I've been worried about Benny's batting average myself. You go ahead and make the call. I'll heat the soup.
I suppose it's silly, but I just don't feel like any.
Camp Catcher,
Hello, this is Mrs. Clayton, Tim and Benny's mother, and I'd like to speak to...
Camp Catcher.
Can't you hear me? I want to speak to either Tim or
Hello.
Benny.
Hello.
This is Mrs. Clayton. I'd like to speak to... He hung up. Huh. Well, it must have been a bad connection. I could hear him perfectly well, but he couldn't seem to hear me.
We'll dial them again. Maybe you'll get a better connection this time.
Oh, I guess it's silly anyway. They're probably having supper. How's the soup?
Oh, good. Hey, I think I'll call Pete and Alma Rhodes.
What for?
Oh, just let them know we're back. No reason. I guess we've both got telephonitis tonight.
Okay. Oh, let me talk to Alma before you hang up. Oh, this soup isn't really as good as I make, but it's the spot.
Hello?
Hi, Alma. It's Harry. We're back.
Hello?
It's Harry, Alma. Can't you hear me?
Hello? Oh, I don't know why people...
I guess our phone's out of order.
Same thing? She couldn't hear you?
Yeah. I'll report it to the phone company tomorrow from the office.
Oh, what if somebody tries to call us tonight?
I'll be very glad the phone's out of order. The devil's... Hey, Grace, did you turn the water off?
I can't hear you. Wait till I get my robe on.
Did you turn the water off, Grace?
Turn the water off? Of course I didn't.
Well, it is off.
Oh, it can't be. The shut-off valve is clear down in the basement. I haven't even been down there since we got home, neither of you.
Well, look at it. No water.
It must be out of order.
How can the water be out of order? Unless there's a broken main somewhere.
Well, then there must be a broken main somewhere. Why don't you call the water company and... Oh.
Yeah. The phone's out of order. And I'm going to be out of order myself if I don't get some coffee pretty soon.
Well, there must be... Oh. Well, there ought to be enough ice cubes in the refrigerator to melt down so we can make a couple of cups of coffee.
Hey, you know what? You're a genius.
Oh, Harry.
Well, now what?
Everything's melted. Every single thing in the freezer. Oh, just look at that mess.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what next?
Oh, that refrigerator isn't even a year old yet. And...
Wait a minute. No lights. We've got no electricity.
But that's... What's going on here, Harry?
I don't know.
But I don't see how everything could go out of order. I mean, all at the same time.
Well, look, I don't have time to check it out. I've got a train to catch. I'll get some coffee later.
Well, what am I going to do all day in this house where nothing works?
Go down the block and see Alma. She'll give you some coffee, and you can use her phone to call... I'll see who it is.
No. You'll miss your train. I'll go.
You had a look at your hair this morning?
Huh? Oh, okay, you go. But I won't be a second. It's probably Alma anyway.
I'm coming.
Good morning. You're Mr. Clayton, aren't you? Harry Clayton?
Yes?
My name's Handy. May I come in?
Well, what is it? I was just leaving.
I understand you've got some trouble here.
Yeah, we've got trouble, all right. Are you from the phone people or the water or the electricity? They're all out.
As a matter of fact...
How did you find out? Did somebody report it?
It was reported in a way. May I come in?
I guess you'd better. Grace, I was just getting ready to leave. If I miss the 8:12, I can't get another one until, half hour or so.
I think it just might be better if you didn't leave. Just yet.
Is it Alma? Did you tell her? Oh.
Grace, this is Mr.
Handy. I'm very happy to know you, Mrs. Clayton.
Mr. Handy's from the... where are you from?
I came just as soon as I could get here when we heard about the trouble. If you'll just...
Oh, are you going to fix things? You know, nothing's working. The water or the telephone and my freezer is just a mess.
Wait a minute. You can't be here to fix all three of them. Which company are you from?
The fact is, I'm going to ask you both to come with me. We can get this whole thing straightened out in no time at all.
Come with you? Well, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, it does, really. I suppose it sounds a little strange, but...
Come with you where?
Good question.
It's a matter of computer malfunction. You know how things can get fouled up. You can't really blame the computer, I suppose. It must have been improper programming or... I don't know. It's never happened before, and I'm very sure that it will not...
What good's it going to do our coming with you? I don't know anything about computers. I'm a copywriter, advertising copy.
Nothing to do with that, actually. If you'll just...
Come with you where?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to tell you that. Not just yet.
I think you'd better just leave, Mr. Handy.
You won't come with me?
We will not.
If you'd tell us where you want to take us, then maybe...
Forget it, Grace.
Oh, dear. I'm sure I don't know what's going to happen now.
You're going to get out of this house and off this property. That's what's going to happen.
All right. I just hope... All right, I'm going.
Now.
I think you missed your train, Harry.
So, I'll take the next one. And if that kook shows up again, don't let him in. Hi, Archie. Let me have a cup of coffee, will you? I haven't even had my first cup this morning. I'm dying. Did you ever hear of anybody getting a free ride on the Long Island Railroad? You're looking at the man who did it. The conductor walked right past me. Had the ticket out there ready for him to punch, and he walked right past me. Hey, how about that coffee? If I don't get it soon, Archie, you act as if you can't even see me.
Anybody home? Alma? It's Grace. Where are you? Oh, hi, Alma. You know, we tried to call you last night, but our phone seems to be out of order.
Now, I could have sworn I heard that screen door slam.
Hey! Alma, it's me. I slammed the door.
Oh, those rotten kids. I swear, one of these days...
Alma, come on. Don't play games. Are you sore at me or something? What's the matter with you, Alma?
Rhodes Hardware.
Pete, it's me. I'm sorry to bother you at the store.
Oh, that's okay. No business yet. What's up?
Well, it's those neighbor kids again.
Oh, boy. What have they been up to now?
Well, they slammed the kitchen door. It must have been the kids.
Alma, it was me. I slammed the door.
I don't want to scare you, but are you sure there's nobody in the house, honey?
Oh, there couldn't be. I came right out to the kitchen, and there's nobody here.
Alma, what are you trying to do to me?
Okay, I'll speak to their parents again this evening. Any sign of Grace and Harry yet?
Oh, no. And I'm getting kind of worried. I know they wanted to get home yesterday. Harry was supposed to go back to work this morning.
Alma, listen to me, Alma.
Maybe they decided to take an extra few days or something. I wouldn't worry. You lock the doors now, you hear?
Yes, I will. Bye.
Alma, please.
Oh, I wish I knew what happened to Grace and Harry.
Alma, I'm here. I'm here in the kitchen with you.
Well, I guess they can take care of themselves.
Helen, I'm back. Listen, will you knock it off with the typing and look at me, for Pete's sake? I'm Harry Clayton. I've been here almost 3 years, and you... Damn it, look at me. Stop that typing. All right, if you won't talk to me, maybe Dave Green will. Listen, Dave, I want to know what's going on here. I walked into the office where I've been working for 3 years,
What
and
the
she will...
devil? Helen, why did you open this door?
Open the door? No, Mr. Green, I've been sitting right here.
Funny. Okay, get Mr. Bradwell on the phone. Tell him it's about the Ocean Mist account.
Listen, Dave, I've had just about enough of this.
How could it blow open? There's not a breath of air in this place.
Come on, Dave, a joke's a joke. You know perfectly well I'm standing right here beside you.
Yes. Oh, how's it going, Ernie? Listen, about that Ocean Mist copy. I know, but Clayton hasn't come in yet this morning.
Dave, for Pete's sake!
Oh, he'll be here all right. He's a dependable guy. Let's give him another day. He may have had some kind of car problem, you know. He's fast. We won't lose any time waiting. Don't worry. He'll show up. Or he'll be good and sorry.
Is it possible for a man suddenly to become invisible to the people around him? Unable to make himself either seen or heard? Well, it certainly isn't ordinary, but since it seems to be happening to Harry Clayton and to his wife Grace, it must be possible. Imagine the feeling of total isolation. Imagine the loneliness. I do hope you'll be able to hear me when I return shortly with Act 2. Something has gone terribly wrong in the usually quiet lives of Grace and Harry Clayton. They find, first of all, that their telephone, water, and electric services have been cut off. And then, worse still, far, far worse, they find that they themselves have been cut off. Cut off completely from the comfort and warmth of human interchange. Other people, friends and strangers alike, are unable either to see or hear them.
Grace, honey, what are you doing sitting out here on the curb? Grace, what is it? What's happened?
Al's mad at me. She won't speak to me. Just act like I'm not even there.
Well, what are you doing sitting out here on the curb?
No, I locked myself out. I took my purse, but I can't find my key in it, and I can't get in the house.
You say Alma acts as if you're not even there?
Yes, and I think it's mean. And I told her so.
The same thing's happening to me, Grace.
Alma's mad at you, too?
No, I mean, people don't see me or hear me when I speak. The counterman at the diner, Helen, the receptionist at the office, even Dave Green, the copy chief.
But why should everybody be mad at us all of a sudden?
I don't think they are, Grace. I think they really can't see or hear us.
Really? Can't? Oh. But that is impossible. Is it?
I would have said so yesterday. I'd have laughed at the idea, but today, it's happening.
I don't see how it's possible.
If it's happening, it's got to be possible. Let's go in the house. I haven't got them.
Your keys? They're right there in your hand.
Not the front or back door keys. How could they have got lost off the ring?
Oh, they must be there.
No. They've gone. I had them last night. We got in all right last night.
Oh, dear. Should we try a window?
Now they're all locked. Hey, I've still got the car keys. We can... What, go to a restaurant? No, we can't order.
I'm not hungry anyway. Are you?
No, I'm not. Now that you mention it. Well, we've got to go somewhere. We can't just stand here.
Harry, let's go and try Pete and Alma again.
I can tell you right now it won't work. And it's not an experience I enjoy, being treated as though I don't exist.
But we could try once more, couldn't we?
If it'll make you feel better, sure.
Alma?
Out in the kitchen, Pete.
You hear anything from Grace and Harry?
No, not a word.
Hey, what's that smell so good?
Oh, just plain old stew.
Love it. Mm.
Well, how was your day?
So-so. Better than yours from the way you sound.
Now, I can't get Grace and Harry off my mind.
Well, it is funny they didn't call or something if they decided to stay over at the lodge for a while.
I just... Now, don't laugh at me, Pete. I almost felt as if Grace was here.
Hmm?
Right here in the house with me.
Oh, come on now.
I could have sworn. You know, right after that screen door slammed. Honestly. I could have sworn I heard her call my name.
I bet you a quarter if we called, they'd be right there in the dining room at the lodge having a drink before dinner.
Oh, could we?
Could we what?
Call the lodge and see if they're still there.
Well, sure, if you want to. Sure, why not?
I've got the number written down here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. 2, 4, 6. Keep your eye on the stew. Don't let it stick.
A pleasure. Tastes about ready to me.
Is this a Poquet Lodge? I'd like to speak to either Mr. or Mrs. Harry Clayton, please.
Is that quarter bet on?
Quarter bet? Oh, okay. You win if they're there, and I win if they... Yes? Oh, I see. Well, can you tell me when they checked out? Yesterday morning. Early yesterday morning. Yes, well, all right. Thank you. Well, you heard what he said.
Yeah, but it's a long drive. They most likely decided to stop at a motel last night.
Okay, but why aren't they back now? They've had the whole day off to drive half the distance from a Poquet if they stopped at a motel last night.
I don't know, Alma. Hey, what do you want to bet that's Grace and Harry right now? I'll go see.
Oh, if they just got in, tell them there's plenty of stew here for 4.
Anybody here?
Is it them, Pete?
Rotten kids.
Who was it? Wasn't it Grace and Harry?
Kids next door ringing doorbells again, I guess. There wasn't anybody there.
Pete, I've got the funniest feeling.
Serve the stew, Alma. What you need is some good, solid food.
The funniest feeling, like they were here.
There must be something we could have done, Harry. Something to make Pete realize that it was us ringing the doorbell.
I don't know what. It's the most frustrating thing that ever... Come on, get in the car, Grace. I don't know what's happened to us, but I do know that things don't go the way you expect them to anymore.
I'm scared, Harry. Scared.
So am I. Ah, the car goes. That's something, anyway.
Harry?
Yes?
Can we drive up to Camp Catchawa, see the boys?
You sure you want to?
Oh, yes.
What if they can't see us or hear us, like everybody else? What if they don't even know we're there?
But surely the boys. After all, we can see each other.
Yes, but we don't know why. All right, we can try it, I guess. We've only got about a half tank full of gas, though.
Well, there'll be plenty of gas stations along the way.
So? For one thing, I don't have much money, $6 to $7. And I don't know any way to get any more. And if I had $1,000 in my pocket, how would I go about getting a gas station attendant who doesn't even know I'm there to put gas in the car?
I don't know what to do, Pete. They didn't stay on at the lodge in a Poquet. They checked out yesterday morning.
Well, they could have decided to go somewhere else. I mean, is it really any of our business?
Pete, they're our friends.
Okay. I don't like the looks of it either.
I think we ought to call the police.
Now, look, Alma, you don't call the police and say you have a feeling something's wrong. They don't operate that way. They'd write you off as a crackpot.
Well, maybe they would. Maybe I am a crackpot, but I do have this feeling. Well, they can write it off if they want to, but I can't.
Well, all right. If you feel that strongly about it, I'll call them.
No, I'm the crackpot. I'll do the calling. What do I do, Pete? Just dial the operator?
516. 0000.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you'd rather I talk to them...
No. I'll do it. Hello? Police headquarters? I want to report what I believe is a missing person. 2 missing persons. Their names? Harry and Grace Clayton. Yes, they live at 145 Hillside Avenue here in Newton. My name is Alma Rhodes. I live just down the street from them at 141 Hillside. Well, you see, they've been away on vacation. They stayed at Apoquet Lodge in Apoquet, Maine. Well, they were supposed to be back home sometime yesterday. And, well, they haven't come back. Yes, we tried the lodge. Yesterday morning. Yes, the clerk said they checked out yesterday morning. Well, I suppose it doesn't sound like much to you, but... Oh, yes, that's what I thought, too. Well, will you let us know, no matter what you find out? Oh, thank you, officer. That's very good of you. There, you see, Pete? He said I was right to call.
I don't think this station's open, Harry.
Well, we're running pretty low on gas. Maybe they don't lock their pumps.
Isn't there a light in that window around there on the side?
Huh? Oh, yeah, looks like it, Okay, I'll go around, and if there's somebody there, I'll offer to buy $6 worth of gas. And if there isn't anybody, or if he doesn't hear me, I'll just help myself.
Well, I don't know whether to come with you or wait here.
Wait here. I won't be long. Hello there. I'd like to buy some gasoline. $6 worth of gas, if you're open for business. If you don't sell me $6 worth, I'm going to steal a whole tank full. Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, sure I talked to him. He didn't answer me, of course, but I talked to him. He may have been asleep. He was leaning back in a swivel chair with his eyes shut.
Well, didn't you shake him or anything?
No, I didn't want to touch him. Now, wait a minute. Let me see if I can make this pump work. Ah, it works. Turns itself off when it's full.
Harry?
Yes?
Why didn't you want to touch him?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I haven't felt like touching anybody all day. On the train earlier, I kept dodging and ducking so I wouldn't touch the other passengers.
Why?
Well, I guess I don't really know. Maybe I was afraid that they wouldn't feel it if I touched them.
But you picked up the pump hose and put it in the tank. I mean, if you could do that...
Yeah, I know.
Let's go, Harry.
As soon as the tank's full. See, the gas hose is a thing. I'm afraid to touch people. I'm afraid to.
I'll get it.
It could be the police.
I'll get it anyway, Alma. You've already done your part. Hello? Yes, Mr. Rhodes. Oh, yes, Sergeant. It was my wife who called you earlier. Well, I don't know exactly. I'd say early 40s. Maybe she's in her late 30s. Oh, Lord. Well, no, that doesn't seem likely. Well, yes, I guess we could do that. About 20 minutes? Yes. And thank you very much, Sergeant.
Have they found them?
Well, they don't know yet. There was an accident yesterday afternoon just the Manhattan side of the Cross Island cutoff.
Oh, no.
Now, wait, please, Alma. They don't know yet. 2 people, a man and a woman, were hurt, but they didn't have any identification on them. Now, that doesn't seem likely, does it? I mean, that Grace and Harry would travel without identification?
Are they...
They're still alive, but it looks bad.
Oh.
They want us to come over to Union Hospital and make an identification, if we can.
Harry, are you sure you made the right turn back there?
I've driven this road 100 times.
Harry?
Huh?
You remember that man who came to see us this morning? What was his name?
Handy. Mr. Handy.
Yes. I wish we'd gone with him. Wherever it was he wanted us to go.
Maybe. It didn't seem like a very good idea at the time, though.
But at least he could see us and hear us.
Yeah, you're right. Come to think of it, he's the only one who's been able to all day.
Harry.
Yes?
Do you want to know what I think has happened to us?
All right.
I think we're dead.
The most perplexing mystery of all, death. Philosophers have devoted lifetimes to puzzling over it, and the best they've come up with is pure surmise. It is, to be sure, the cessation of life as we know it, but few of us can believe that it represents the absolute end. There must be a continuation, and in the nature of this continuation lies the mystery. Are we nearing a solution? Well, one solution, perhaps. We'll see when I return shortly with Act 3. To the rest of the world, Grace and Harry Clayton have apparently ceased to exist. Although they move about among people as they have always done, these people are now quite unaware of their presence. Grace has come to believe that they are actually dead, and that the mysterious thing that has happened to them is life after death. They're on their way now to see their two boys, Tim and Benny, at Camp Kachawa. They suddenly feel a great need to do this.
No, I don't think so.
Don't think what, Harry?
That we're dead. I mean, would it be like this? Is this, just this, what it's all about?
Well, then what is it, if it isn't death?
I don't know.
Could it be some kind of an in-between thing? I mean, like purgatory or limbo or I don't know what you'd call it. But could it be something like that?
It could be anything. It could be... Oh, I make a right here, don't I? Won't the boys be in bed by now?
I don't care. We can go into their cabins and well, we can look at them at least. Nobody can keep us from doing that.
No. You think it's for the last time, don't you, Grace?
Yes.
You stay here in the waiting room, Alma. I'll go in and see them.
I ought to go in there with you. If I weren't...
What would be the point? In case it should be Harry and Grace, it wouldn't help matters for both of us to have to see them.
Pete?
Yes.
It is Grace and Harry?
Yes.
Are they...
They're still alive. Doctor says he doesn't see how it's possible, but they're both still alive.
Is there any hope at all?
Well, there's always hope. I'm quoting the doctor.
I don't understand about no identification.
Yeah, neither does anyone else. There just wasn't anything in his pockets, or her bag either.
Could they have been robbed?
I don't think there was time. Look, I told the doctor we'd wait, but if you'd rather...
No, I want to stay. The only thing is, I think I'm going to cry.
Now, you go ahead. Maybe I will, too.
What's this? The office? Why are you stopping at the office?
Well, maybe the counselor will talk to us. Well, he might. Just because we...
You know better, Harry.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, we don't know what cabin Tim and Benny are in. They must have a record of it somewhere in the office.
Tim wrote that they have a little cabin all to themselves.
These prices, they should have room service. If you're right, what about the boys?
I don't know. My sister, I guess, and her husband, Alice, and Fred, they'll be good to them, and... Oh, Harry.
Honey, we don't know. Not yet. We're not sure.
Okay.
Good evening. We're Mr. and Mrs. Clayton, Tim and Benny's parents,
yes,
and...
Clara there. Yeah, this is John Finch.
I'm sorry to bother you while you're on the phone,
He doesn't hear you, Harry.
Hey, Clara, how's it going? Yeah, I'm stuck here tonight, just waiting for the phone to ring or whatever.
If you could just take a second or two and tell us which cabin Tim and Benny Clayton
We'll
are
have
in.
to find it for ourselves, Harry. He doesn't know we're here.
Right. Let's check this filing cabinet.
So long as I got this place to my... What the devil? Hey, just hang on a minute, Clara.
Health charts, these look like.
Who did that? Now, wait a minute. Who's in here?
This could be it.
Yes, Arnold, Barlow. Yes, here it is. Clayton, Timothy, and Benjamin. Cabin number 7.
Wait a minute. Put that folder back in there and... Oh, Lord.
Let's go, Grace.
Clara? Hey, Clara, something screwy's going on here.
Can you read the number on the door there? It's so dark.
Yes, this is it. Number 7. Are you going to try to talk to them, Harry?
We'll see. There must be a light switch somewhere. Oh, here.
Oh, they look like angels when they're asleep.
All kids do. You don't have to whisper.
Oh. Habit, I guess.
You want to try to wake them up?
No, I think I'd rather not.
Look at that tan on Benny. He's been living in the sun. Yeah, I think it's bleached his hair some, too.
Oh, Tim's got a big scrape place right on the end of his nose. Oh, Harry.
I think we'd better get out of here, Grace.
Not just yet, please. It might be the last. Can't we stay for just a little while?
All right. We'll have to go eventually.
Benny's been biting his nails again.
Mr. Handy, will you come in now?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know why you're here, Mr. Handy.
The Clayton situation, of course. I'd just like to point out, though, that if the computer hadn't malfunctioned...
We managed for a good many hundreds of years before we had the computer, you know.
Yes, sir.
The situation as it stands is quite intolerable. We've lost them.
Lost them?
They wandered away. Drove their car, I believe. And the computer, even now in good working order, hasn't been able to locate them.
Oh, dear.
Yes. You made contact this morning and then let them get away. Isn't that true?
They wouldn't come with me, sir. They absolutely refused.
Well, it's still your assignment.
My assignment?
Go and find them, Mr. Handy. Go and find Grace and Harry Clayton.
But if the computer can't find...
Then you must.
Pete, what did the doctor say?
They're gone, Alma.
Oh, Pete.
It's a blessing, really. They were just too badly banged up. Brain damage in both cases, and just too much. Well, we've got to call Grace's sister. You want to, or shall I?
No. I'll do it.
Now what?
Are we out of gas?
No. Not according to the gauge. Damn thing just stopped, that's all.
Oh. What are we going to do now, Harry?
I don't know. Just sit here, I guess. Or get out and walk in the fog. I don't think it matters much.
But we can't just leave the car sitting here in the road like this, can we?
How long since we've seen a car, Grace?
Well, not for a long time.
Listen.
For what?
Just listen. Do you hear anything? Anything at all?
Well, it's nighttime. A foggy night. Nobody...
No frogs. No crickets. Absolutely nothing.
It's scary. With the fog and everything.
Yeah. Especially everything.
Mr. Clayton! Mrs. Clayton!
Yes! We're here. We're right here. Do you think it's Mr. Handy, Harry?
I don't know. Somebody knows we're alive, at least. Or that we're not.
Is it you, Mr. Handy?
Yes, it's me. Don't go away.
Oh, my goodness, what a time I had finding you. You shouldn't have left the house.
Well, we couldn't get back in. We both lost our keys some way.
Yes, well, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Mr. Handy, are we dead?
Yes, you are now. The computer's been fixed.
What's a computer got to do with it?
You see, when the truck crashed across the divider and hit your car on the way home from Maine, just at that moment, the computer malfunctioned. It didn't record your deaths. So, well, of course, you weren't properly dead or properly alive either, and all sorts of things went haywire. We're really terribly sorry.
So that's how it was. It seems so strange. We didn't even notice.
It was instantaneous, or would have been, except for that miserable computer. You've been in a coma while we got it repaired.
So, what happens now?
Well, you aren't going to make trouble about coming along with me this time, are you?
Oh, no, not this time.
Oh, good. That's fine. Then everything's all right.
Except we have 2 children, Mr. Handy.
But they're provided for, aren't they?
We'll never see them again.
What do you mean you'll never see them again?
We're dead. They're alive.
Well, but they'll die, of course. Why? Eventually. Everybody does. You know that.
Oh. Well, at least we get to see them once more.
But to wait a lifetime.
No, my dear. It'll hardly seem longer than drawing in a breath and breathing it out again. We're dealing with eternity here, you know.
Well, perhaps that's the way it happens. Perhaps it isn't. All we can do is pass the story along to you as it came to us. Each of us, whether he is aware of it or not, has his own thoughts upon death and what follows it, based on what he has witnessed, what he feels in his heart, and maybe on what he has heard on Mystery Theater. I'll be back shortly. There is no way to give you a follow-up on what happened after the end of our story. We're not privy to that information. We like to believe, and do believe, that all went well and that we've given you as happy an ending as a story about death can have. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, Nat Polan, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Where do you feel ill? What is stomach? But your head? Sit down on the rocker. You look ghastly.
Laura, maybe if I had a brandy.
I'll telephone Paul Schilling.
No, please. He's operating at 7. I've just got a chill or something.
You wipe your face with a wet cloth and I'll be right up.
heard them. Every word. They're coming back. Killers. Oh, what shall I do? Is it too late to call the police and turn in the money? Maybe not. But give up $80,000 because I'm afraid of a pair of hoodlums? What have I got to be afraid of? Say they confront me. I tell them that I haven't got the money. Would they risk shooting me? No, I won't give up that money. I won't.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Night Was Our Friend, a gripping drama by Michael Pertwee. When the play opens, Sally Rayner has just been acquitted of the murder of her husband, Martin. The trial aroused tremendous interest because Sally made no effort to defend herself. She merely said, "I didn't do it," and refused to answer embarrassing questions such as, had she a lover? And to whom had she written a half-finished letter? Listen in a few moments to the story of what really happened on the night Martin died. Night Was Our Friend by Michael Pertwee has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Yolande Dotman and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Night Was Our Friend.
Maintain the meat ration at its present level for some little time. At the Old Bailey today, Mrs. Sally June Rayner was found not guilty of the murder of her husband. The trial had caused widespread interest owing to Mrs. Rayner's persistent refusal to answer important questions from both prosecution and her own defending counsel. The jury were absent for over 4 hours before reaching their verdict. The weather will continue fair for the next few days over most parts of the country.
Is Sally back?
She is not, Dr. Glanville.
Where can she be?
I have no idea.
You seem displeased to see me, Mrs. Rayner, but frankly, I'm shocked to find you here.
This is my son's house.
It was, but he's dead, Mrs. Rayner.
Do you think I need reminding of that?
No. Not after the able manner in which you supported the case against your daughter-in-law.
It was my duty to answer the questions. Am I venomous because I tell the truth?
You were sincere enough, I have no doubt. But you were trying to prove Sally a murderess.
She is. She killed him.
In your eyes, Mrs. Rayner, Martin could do no wrong. That is the privilege of a mother. But you may as well know that I'm prepared to go to any length to prevent Sally's life being wrecked by this affair. Do you not bring him back nor return her to prison? Those are inescapable facts.
So is the fact that you have been concealing the truth.
From the first, you've known more than you admit. You know who her lover is.
Believe me, Mrs. Rayner, I've a world of sympathy for you, but I sincerely advise you to let the matter drop. I'm sure Martin would have wished it.
Martin? Oh, heaven. If she returns, you could tell her I am here. I used to see her for a few minutes.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's you, Doctor. I heard voices and wondered if Madam had come back.
No, Kate. Where can she be?
Heaven knows. You never ought to have let her... Here he is, Doctor.
Ah, Dr. Glanville, isn't it?
Yeah, you recognize me.
Of course, the man who was good as told Mr. Justice Fanshawe that he was an ass, and got away with it. My name's Cooper of the Echo.
Take a seat.
Thanks. I appreciate your inviting me in, Doctor, but you'll understand I'm more interested in a chat with Mrs. Rayner than with you.
Quite so. She isn't here.
Gone to see a friend, perhaps?
Perhaps.
A man friend, maybe? No answer, Doctor? What is there to say?
She's been tried and found not guilty.
I've covered dozens of murder trials, but never one like this. In all the others, the prisoners have fought like blazes for their life, but not Mrs. Rayner. She stands there looking like an angel and said, "I didn't do it," and then calmly refuses to answer a single embarrassing question. I refuse to believe she's insane.
Thank you.
Sally! I refuse to believe she's insane.
Thank you.
Sally!
Hello, Glenn.